to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket, live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. New Zealand versus Australia in the second test.
Green on 99, O'Rourke to him now. Green cuts, away for 4. It's 100 for Cam Green. Line on his way again. South he goes, takes a hand off the bat. He's mishit this. Down to Stark at long on. He takes the catch. And the goat gets even greater. Nathan Lyon for the 5th time has taken 10 wickets in a test match.
This is your home of cricket.
As Hazelwood bowls to Mitchell. He goes to hit out, gets a top edge, sits up. Hazelwood takes the catch and closes the show. And the Aussies continue to play the role of big brother. Australia win the test match by 172 runs.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
A 172-run win for the Australians in the first test. The series jumps to the South Island, and the gateway to it is Christchurch. And the beautiful Hagley Oval plays host to the second and final test of the series. Corbin Middlemas with you. It's great to have your company. It is currently 15 degrees on the way to 19 in Christchurch. The stumps are in. The toss has been conducted a short time ago. Craig MacMillan, part of our crew, was out there with both the captains, Tim Southey and Pat Cummins.
Away we go.
Tails is the call. Tails it is.
Pat, come on in. Won the toss, and I think I heard you say we'll have a bowl. No surprises there. Should be some help early on for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, maybe. Looks pretty good, but touch of green there. So good to have the first run on it.
Solid victory in Wellington. Must have been happy with the team's performance, but I'm sure there's still areas that you're looking for improvement on.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, great win. A couple of standout players. So hopefully a few more contributors this week. And, they're a tough side. So hopefully much of the same, though.
Yeah, Cam Green and Nathan Lyon were outstanding, weren't they? So just perhaps a couple of more individuals to put their hand up and perhaps help with the performance. Yeah,
that's right. Those two had standout games. But I think, a few more contributions across the board. 11 match winners in the side, so hopefully someone stands up.
Nice to retain the Trans-Tasman Trophy, but there's still World Test Championship points up for grabs, so a lot to play for still.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in a two-match series, lots of World Test Championships riding on every Test match. So it's big. We've got a break after this for a fair while, so put everything into this week.
You named your side yesterday, same playing 11, is that correct?
Yeah, same playing 11 as last week.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Tim, come on in. I'm sure you would have liked to have had a bowl on the surface, but it's going to be a tough session first up for the New Zealand batters, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We've seen in the past as well, so I bet first on here are more than capable of putting a big score on the board. So looks a good surface. So obviously there'll be a little bit in it for the first hour or so. So hopefully our boys can get through that.
Congrats on your 100th Test match for you and Kane. It's a significant milestone. You must be very proud of reaching a milestone like that.
Yeah, it is. I guess just the longevity and awesome to be able to do it alongside Kane. We've played a lot of cricket together through age group, Northern Districts and New Zealand across 3 formats for the last how many years. So, a special week, but obviously a job to focus on over the next 5 days.
New Zealand competed with Australia in that first test, but missed opportunities. You can't do that against a world-class side like Australia, can you?
No, they're a great side, and I think we saw there's moments in Test matches, and we've seen that in the past. Where there's moments in Test matches, and they were able to win those moments, and can be those moments that change the outcome of a match. So guys have built well leading to this Test match, and looking forward to hopefully finishing the summer strong.
Tell us the team news. Is Ben Sears making a debut today?
Yeah, Ben Sears comes in for his debut, which is exciting. A guy with good pace and a bit about him. So looking forward to seeing what he's got at the Test level, and the rest is unchanged.
Okay, good luck today, mate.
Thanks, Mac.
So the news from the middle is that Pat Cummins has won the toss. Australia will bowl first.
Thanks, Craig. So Australia winning the toss. They're going to field first here at the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Corbin Middlemas in commentary alongside me throughout the broadcast. Jim Maxwell, Geoff Lemon, Craig MacMillan, as mentioned, Frankie, McKay, 2 former New Zealand internationals. The voice of New Zealand cricket, Brian Waddle, is here as always. And off the very top, Xavier Doherty. 3 format spinner for the Aussies. G'day, X.
Hello, Corb. Great to be with you. I'm excited for another great Test match at a beautiful venue. They do cricket grounds very well here in New Zealand. So there's a lot riding on it for Australia, but I think even more for New Zealand here. There's been a lot of question marks over the way they played last week in Wellington. There's been a bit of criticism from outside the camp, from some of their former, or one of their former Test players in particular. So it'll be a wait and watch and a big week ahead for New Zealand cricket, I feel. Yeah, rich in storylines, particularly around the host, Brian Waddle. So milestone matches for both Kane Williamson and Tim Southey playing their 100th Test match today. Also, as Xavier alluded to, the criticism from Ross Taylor, which was very much directed at Tim Southey, his dismissal in the second innings, the exit of Neil Wagner from the side. Feels like all is not well in the Black Caps camp at the moment.
No, and I think that some of the criticism was justified, and the New Zealanders have got to respond accordingly. It was a disappointing performance. And Southey mentioned about it just then, didn't he, about, the big moments, and Australia won the big moments, and that was the issue. And so, it's a special day in terms of Williamson and Southey. They've been one of the, or two of the major contributors to this New Zealand side, and they basically, need to front up along with the rest of the side. It's going to be tough for them, but they've got to try and find some way to win this test.
Well, I think they actually put together a pretty good Test match at times last week, New Zealand, but it was just those critical moments, wasn't it, where they, early on that second session, they just couldn't get that wicket. And then, I think everyone felt on the last day, if Ravindra got out, that would be the end of the Test match. But I didn't expect the New Zealand players to believe that. That's exactly what the feeling was. There was just no determination to dig in and at least just try and bat the game out. So that was the disappointing part of that first Test match for New Zealand. So it'll be a big watch for me, just the way they go about it this week.
The New Zealand team, so Ben Sears is going to make his debut. He's a 26-year-old fast bowler, Waddle, who we saw a little bit of in the T20 series, gets his opportunity here in Test cricket. No Mitch Santner, so they've left out the spinner. The spinner's record here historically is not great, so I think averaging over 55 per wicket in the short history of Test cricket at Hagley Oval. What did you make of the decision to play Sears firstly and Kugelheim holds his place in front of Santner?
Well, I think they needed Sears because O'Rourke was the man who added a little bit of pace and was able to do something with the ball. Now, whether Sears is able to do something with the ball in the air, I don't know, but it's going to be a tough gig for a young player to come into a Test match and lead the bowling attack along with Southey and Henry. And the fact that they didn't play Santner again could be open to criticism, but they have players who can spin the ball. And as it's gone, of course, Australia will be batting last if it goes according to, a 4 innings game. New Zealand have got to bat well here on this first day. History will tell us that Brendan McCullum decided to play some baseball against Australia last time, got 100 on the first day, and it was an exhilarating batting display. But that won't be what New Zealand are looking at now. They've got to get something out of their top 6. And, against the best bowling attack in the world, and I think man for man, you'd have to say that the trio, including, I suppose, also Nathan Lyon, but the seam bowlers are together the best bowling attack in the world at the moment.
The anthems are coming up. Xavier, just on the Australian team, so same 11. It means that the same 3 fast bowlers have played all 7 Test matches in the Southern Hemisphere summer, which is an amazing feat.
It's not something you see very often, is it? So, credit to the way that those guys look after themselves and the medical staff in the background. So, great achievement by, the big 4, I guess.
Hagley Oval, it's a beautiful ground. It's similar in almost a way to Centennial Park in Sydney, where it's a cricket ground sort of nestled in a broader parklands. There's a beautiful picket fence around the ground, which is extremely well populated, to sell out for the first 4 days. It's time for the anthems, but the Aussies and the Kiwis lined up arm in arm. great national anthems in all of world sport. Kane Williamson out there with his young kids playing his 100th Test match. What a milestone for him. It's been a week forward in Test cricket with R. Ashwin and Johnny Bairstow also reaching the milestone in the Durham-Charlotte Test match. Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier Doherty. Jim Maxwell's about to make his way in. Brian Waddle is here. Geoff Lemon, Craig MacMillan, Frankie, McKay, all throughout the Christchurch Test match. There is no rain forecast for the 5 days of the Test, which is good news. It is a gorgeous cricket ground. It's a city, Xavier, that has been through a heap of hardship in the not too distant past. We've been here for a couple of days, had the opportunity to get around and soak up the city. You've already found some comparisons for a few events here to what's happening back home in your native in Tasmania, and there's a game of Test cricket which is about to unfold in front of us. It's always a special feeling the first morning of the Test.
It is, yeah. I've already copped some stick about my comparisons to New Zealand and Tasmania, so I'll try and keep that to a bare minimum this week. But it is a beautiful city. It's a beautiful cricket ground, as we've mentioned. We can see the Australians lining up for a little guard of honour. I think for Murray Erasmus is entering the field. It's his final Test match, so that's a nice touch from the Australians there. But yeah, as you say, Corb, the first morning of any Test match is very special. There's a lot of pressure on New Zealand. They faltered in their first innings when the pressure came on, so it's going to be a big 2 hours for Latham, Young, Williamson and Ravindra.
As we mentioned, a heap throughout the Test match in Wellington. They haven't beaten Australia here since '93, and they've only had one victory in their last 32 Test matches against the Aussies, New Zealand. So trying to get a win against their big brother from across the ditch. And the New Zealand openers are on their way out. So Will Young joined by Tom Latham. And the Australians are in the field first, having won the toss and elected to field through Pat Cummins a short time ago. Xavier Doherty, you're sticking around for the first ball. Jim Maxwell's about to come in and call it for you on ABC Cricket. The text line throughout 0467 920 222. No change for the Australians. For New Zealand, Kugawan holds his place. Santa's not playing. Ben Sears is on debut. Set it up for us, Xavier. What are we in for the first morning on day one?
Thank you, Corby. Well, first of all, we've got a very big crowd. It's green, grassy banks all the way around this hill, bar a small pavilion, and these banks are absolutely jam-packed. So again, the Test matches are very well supported here in New Zealand. The Australians will get the first crack on a greenish wicket. The feeling from the centre of the ground that it was a bowl first wicket. We heard that both captains wanted to bowl first, but some of the locals suggested that it wasn't quite green enough. So my guess around there is that there'll be a little bit in it for the first 2 hours, and then it'll become a very good batting wicket. I think the average first innings score is around 300, so it's not all doom and gloom if you can make it through the new ball. Jim Maxwell, welcome.
Welcome to the show, Xavier, Mr. X, and we're in a lovely position here at the Port Hills end of Hagley Oval. I mean, I thought this is probably the only ground where you could say this is the Hagley Oval end, at either end. But the other end is the Botanical Gardens end. We're at the Port Hills end. We're at about a very deep fly slip at the moment.
We are.
And we've got the usual suspects, 3 slips in the gully and so on. But we're a little bit of bleak to the action, looking through our perspex glass with a little bit of glare because of the sun that's creeping across the sky from the east and a little bit north before it ends up in the west. But it is a very picturesque place. This reminds me very much of Monica in the old days when there was more grass than concrete beyond the fence. Now there's a lot more concrete, but it's a very, very pretty place indeed with an intimate crowd, rather like the Basin Reserve. Here comes Stark. First ball of the match. He bowls to Latham and he's forward and he punches it down towards mid-on. And it's fielded out there. So we have a dot to start with. Will Starkers get the ball to swing? What is in this surface?
Well, from an Australian point of view, it looks a very much a bowl first wicket. The Corbin and I turned up a few days ago, Jim, and you couldn't tell the wicket, the actual playing strip from the rest of the square. But by the end of that day, it changed colour significantly. So the word around the ground is that it will eventually be a very good batting wicket, but it might just play a trick or two early.
So from the Botanical Gardens end, here comes Stark. Bowling to Latham. Latham forward, nudges it down through the gully. Wide of green, is racing across the turf towards the boundary. Will it be stopped? A diving, sprawling save. Does not save 4 runs. Close. Not quite as fast, I reckon, as the Basin Reserve, but we'll keep an eye on it. It's 4 nonetheless. A typical left-hander's opening shot. Then again, you could say that about a right-hander if he did the same thing. None for 4.
Well, it's one of those ones that you associate with Kane Williamson, just letting the ball hit the bat and it runs down through that gully area. So that'd be a nice feeling for Tom Latham. Nicely played. Just opened the face and allowed the ball to run off the face of the bat.
Morrow Stark, he rushes up again to Latham. Latham leaves the ball wider of the off stump, which is tidied up by Carey. So Australia unchanged as they've been for a while, and New Zealand with that one change with the young fella coming into the side. Hopefully Sears gets his chance to get a little bit out of this surface later on, but they haven't brought in the specialist spinner Santner. They've stuck with Glenn Phillips and maybe Ravindra doing a bit when required. So 3 slips the gully weight there as Stark flows in once more. His first over, and he bowls right up, and he's nudged away into the gully where Cameron Green is wandering across to collect it. So none for 4. New Zealand sent in. It seems to be obligatory now for most captains if they see any sign of grass or they see dust in India, they're inclined to have a bowl.
Yeah, I don't think, as we heard from the centre, both captains were keen to have a bowl first. They feel any life in this wicket will be here this morning and not so much tomorrow. So they'll be looking for some early inroads. Mitchell Starc is getting a fair bit of movement away from the left-hander in Latham, so it'll be important that he gets it right, Mitch Starc.
He runs in again, and it's left alone wide of the off stump, moving away a bit. And Moreira Erasmus, standing in his 82nd Test match, is down at that far end of the ground. What a wonderful career. It's interesting, you look at the stats for these guys, of course. He's actually now 127 Test matches in all, but 45 he's been sleeping on the lounge upstairs, occasionally hitting a button.
Oh, Moreira Erasmus you're talking about. Yeah. Well, that's the way of the modern game, isn't it? They get it's almost a test off for them, and every now and again they get woken up by the alarm that they have to do something.
Last ball of the over, and Latham's forward to a full length delivery and drives it crisply through mid-off, past Labuschagne, heading up towards the boundary for 4. So there you go. The crowd responding. They want New Zealand to put on a show here and take it to the Aussies. They're none for 8, 2 fours after the first over.
Lovely start, Tom Latham. Just slightly over pitch. It ended up being a full toss from Mitchell Starc. Tom Latham just came down on it late, and it was all timing. There was no follow through of the bat. All timing past Marnus Labuschagne at mid-off and raced away. It's a very fast outfield here. So lovely start from New Zealand.
What a magnificent sward of turf this is. We were wandering around out there yesterday having a look at green, and there was green everywhere, even in the middle of the ground. Whether that's illusory or not, we'll soon find out. It looks a bit illusory at the moment with 2 boundaries on the board after being sent into bat. But Hazelwood, who has been hitting the length metronomically in the last test at the Basin Reserve, will probably do the same here. And he's got Willie Young down there in New Zealand, up against probably arguably the finest quartet of bowlers in the history of the game who have played together. Almost 500 wickets between them playing together as he leaves the first ball, which skids through low outside the off stump. So not a lot of bounce from that first delivery. What's that an indication of?
Well, we were spoilt for bounce in Wellington, weren't we, Jim? All the way through the test match, the wicket keepers were taking the balls consistently above waist and even sometimes above head height. So very noticeable from Josh Hazlewood. Maybe it was just a warm-up delivery, but Alex Carey just grabbing that one above the bootlaces.
So we're at long off watching Hazlewood move in for the second ball at Young, and Young drives firmly down towards mid-off, but he can't get past Labuschagne. So at the back of the hill, as it were, we've got fans in front of us who at the moment are behaving themselves. Is this a dry section of the ground?
We are. We've pulled the dry section, Jim.
Yeah, well, it's a dry commentary box, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
We haven't even got a cholly bun for our water yet.
A chili bun?
Apparently we're supposed to have a cholly bun to put the water in. But that's all we've got so far. But it's a splendid panorama as we look out and watch Hazelwood steam in again, and Young leaves the ball alone. Came back a tad after pitching, but it was outside the line. So Wads and myself were here last night for the big 50-year reunion of some of the players who appeared in New Zealand's first Test win at Lancaster Park, where Glenn Turner got 100 in each innings and New Zealand won by 5 wickets. So that was an interesting old evening indeed, to see so many old faces who were chatting away. Richard Hadley, never short of a word, of course, and Jeremy Coney, more so. In goes Hazelwood, pitching right up, and the Young plays it down the pitch.
Rare that they invite the opposition, Jim, for a reunion.
No,
was that
I was
just
told,
a rub some noses in it, or was there a...
I was told that the invitations had been sent to the chapels.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did have a communication with Ian saying that I was there, but I probably shouldn't say what he said when I told him where I was. He was still very competitive, Ian, in his dotage. If an 80-year-old can be considered, and his name is Ian Chappell in his dotage. Here comes Hazelwood, wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. Now, that was a dramatic occasion all those years ago. I'm sure Alan McGilvray was at Lancaster Park when it occurred. A remarkable performance by New Zealand. And they'd almost taken a game off Australia at the SCG, but the rain saved Australia, chasing over 400 over 2 for 16 at stumps going into the final day. But Turner didn't play in that series in Australia. He broke his finger in the New South Wales game, but he was seen at his best, accumulating runs at Lancaster Park in that fine win. Hazelwood goes up, Willie Young's forward, and he whacks it away on the onside, just turning it away. More guided it than whacked it perhaps, but he took a run and he's off the mark. And New Zealand 9 without loss. Umpire Menon hands the jumper, the sweater, to Hazelwood. It's a bit cool this morning, not cold, just a little breeze around this beautiful part of the world. None for 9, 2 overs gone.
Yeah, nothing too much for the Black Caps to worry about in the first 12 balls this morning. Not much bounce at all there from Hazelwood. A few times Alex Carey just grabbing it before it bounced a second time. Mitchell Starc, he'll have his first crack at Will Young here. I just get the feeling he fancies bowling to the right-hander a little more, with that ball coming back in viciously. So, interesting times ahead.
Well, overhead it looks fairly calm. We're behind a glass window here, so we're out of the breeze if there is one. It doesn't feel like it. Here comes Starc. Starts the over at Young, who leaves a ball just outside the line of the off stump. Bounce and carry, new ball, very important here. The battle with the new ball. Who's going to win this argument before, dare I say, the one Nathan Lyon will step up and do whatever he was able to do, which was extraordinary, really, at Wellington on that pitch where he took all those wickets. He's probably bowled a lot better on a number of occasions than he did there, but he managed to get the result.
It's hard to argue with someone who takes 10 wickets, but I tend to agree with you, Jim. It probably wasn't quite the best we've seen of Nathan Lyon, but it's hard to argue with the results.
Yep, Starc is in wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. So Starc is just searching for his radar and searching for a couple of wickets to go past. Well, 2 luminaries in the game, really. It's not just DK Lilly is on 355, but Chaminda Vas. Chaminda with every Christian name, if that's the right word, that more than any other Test cricketer in history. I think about 4 or 5 at least.
Are you going to have a crack at it for us, Jim?
No,
a bit early in the day.
I'm not. It is too early in the day. I need to swallow a coffee or something. Watching Starc away from the Botanical Gardens end, he bowls the ball as wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass at number 5. I love that there was a guy called Widjagunawadna years ago, and Brian Johnson did his usual trick He said, not sure how to pronounce this chap's name. I think it's, would you like to go out to dinner? Which is very clever. Would you go to wonder? But no, I couldn't get my tongue round all those pre-names of Chaminda Vas. Very, very good swing bowler. We're watching another one. Stark at none for 9. He's rolling in. He's coming up to Young, and Young leaves the ball across his bounds outside the off stump. Just watching keenly, carefully, in case it's the inducker.
I was about to say, Jim, I feel like the setup's on. He's gone across Will Young 4 times here. Is he just luring him into a few leaves and in comes the in-swinger? Or maybe there's just not that much swing at all.
Oh, well,
and he's just getting his lines wrong.
I just hope for Young's sake he doesn't strangle himself down the leg side, which is becoming such a common event, it seems, in terms of dismissals and test matches in recent times. So get bat on it somewhere as Stark goes in and bowls to him, and he leaves another one across the bows outside the off stump. And yes, is this a lead up, or was just Stark can't quite get the ball to do what he's wanting to do?
He doesn't look too... Usually when a quick sort of goes through 5 balls without forcing a shot, he tends to show a bit of frustration. He doesn't look too worried at the moment, Mitch Stark, so it tells me that there's more to it. Maybe he's playing the long game here and the in-swinger's on its way.
354 test wickets. Here he comes, bowling to Young forward, and he does edge along the ground, wide of gully. Cameron Green's got the chase back towards the boundary, and he slithers and slides and stops the ball and sends it back as they get a couple of runs to end the over. So 3 overs bowled in the test match. Australia winning the toss. They're bowling. New Zealand with Latham 8 and Young 3 on 11. And we're going to have a change here in our unique commentary position. I've just got to make it a little bit more room. I'm sorry about that, Craig, but we've got a bit of musical chairs or whatever around here. How are you?
Morning, Joe.
Did they got you on? How's that?
Morning, Joe.
Try that one.
There we go.
Gotcha.
That sounds right. Morning.
How are you?
Gee, it's tight in here, isn't it?
It is a bit tight, yeah.
Might get a bit warm this afternoon with that sun coming in.
It's a bit glary, yeah. I think the shades are going to come out unless the cloud cover hangs around. What do you reckon? What's in this pitch?
Beautiful setting, isn't it? When you look around this ground, you see
glorious.
Full house. It really is New Zealand's, I think. And I'm local, so I'm a little bit biased. New Zealand's best cricket ground by far.
Hazelwood starts up, Latham forward, tucks it away around the corner. He's going to get a run or two for this nudge. Just one will do, thanks. None for 12 at the beginning of the 4th over. So I'd have to say, I mean, it's a very English look to it, isn't it?
It is.
With wide open spaces and very, very little in the way of structures. A few marquees around. It's unique.
Well, in days gone by, there was 4 club grounds here. We used to play club cricket here at the start of a season, and so it's always been a cricket ground with the 4 clubs playing at Hagley Oval, and then they've turned it into this beautiful cricket ground that just really does look a picture today.
Now Hazelwood runs up and Young plays a good punch to a full pitch ball wide of mid-on. It's heading out towards the boundary. It's being chased there by Cummins. He'll get to it 15 or so away from the line at a wideish mid-on, and they collect a couple of runs. Young 5 and the score to 14.
Good toss to lose, I think, Jim.
Yeah. Well, what the tradition here? Batting. It's a batting surface mainly.
No, I mean I think 12 of the 13 Test captains who have won the toss here at Hagley have bowled.
Right.
There's one outlier in Dean Elgar. 3 years ago, he won the toss and batted on a very similar surface that was green.
And he goes forward. He's beaten. Maybe just dropped hands inside the line. And he won. Which is most unusual. So there's no surprise that Pat Cummins said, we'll have a bowl. There's going to be some help there for the Australian bowlers because it is green. That one's just nipped away past the outside edge of Will Young's bat. But that said, if New Zealand are decisive and positive with their footwork, you score runs quickly here at Hagley. The ball flies away. Already we've seen a couple of boundaries, so you can score quickly on this ground. So you
you can get to lunch and you've still got a decent amount on the board.
Hazelwood to Young. Young forward changes his mind and followed that ball and then realised there was danger and belatedly withdrew. None for 14. I just love the sight. I feel as though I'm somewhere back in 1905 looking around a cricket ground that has very little superstructure, has a fence and one pavilion. It's a bit like something of the bygone era.
Indeed.
And it's very attractive. And a lot of people in the ground, 8,000 perhaps, as we watch Hazelwood charge up. He beats the edge again. He got it up on a length and a probing push. He's hitting the spot there. As I say, he's a metronomical deliverer of the ball. He's hitting the spot most of the time, as he did then, and just did enough to beat the edge.
And off stump, it wasn't far away. He's hit the right length now. That is perfect from Hazelwood, and that's asking some serious questions of Will Young. He's gone past the outside edge 3 times in the over, much to his disbelief. Excellent bowling.
None for 14. We're getting near the end of the 4th over. Here he comes, and Young forward. This time he plays slightly inside the line of it to complete the over. So none for 14. 4 overs gone. Wads, you ready to go? Your fans are desperate to hear from you in this a wonderful atmosphere we have of New Zealand striving to level the series. So I'm going to hand over to Wads after another word from Craig.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, well, the great thing is there is an atmosphere. You go outside, there is, I would say, between 8,000 and 9,000 at Hagley Oval. So it's not the biggest of cricket grounds going around, but see everyone sitting on deck chairs on the grass embankments. And it's a nice day here in Christchurch. Sun's out, a little bit cloudy at times, so the temperature's sort of around that 18 to 20 mark, which is nice for everyone concerned. Morning, Watts.
Back up. Here's Stark coming in from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Latham, who looks to try and turn the ball away on the onside. Beaten down the leg side and taken by Carey. Did I hear you agree with me that this is the second best cricket ground in the world? Because Lee Robinson, who basically did all the hard work to re-establish this as a test match venue, invited me to speak, and I called it the second best cricket ground in the world behind, where was it now? Off the Basin Reserve.
Somewhere in Wellington. I knew you'd have an issue with that comment. You'd be a dissenter.
No, not a dissenting. You know, everybody's entitled to their opinion, and I think, you know, you had a reasonable opinion, and I'm sure that everybody here backs you, the same as the people in Wellington back me. Here's Stark bowling to Latham, and Latham leaves the delivery down the offside through to Carey.
The Basin Reserve's my second favourite ground, Ward, so there's not much between the two. Maybe just my bias of growing up playing on this ground and then seeing it turn into what I think is, you know, a great cricket ground in terms of what it offers the spectator. It's not a concrete jungle.
No, and it's not an argument. It's not up for debate. I mean, people who live in Nottingham probably think that Trent Bridge is the best. Yeah, that's the way cricket is, and you can discuss history and venues. I've had a great time, as you probably have, at many cricket grounds around the world, and it's lovely to be able to broadcast from those many grounds. Stark bowls to Latham, turns it on the onside, down towards long leg. He'll get one as it's fielded in the deep by Hazelwood. One more added to the total, 15 for no wicket. Latham 10, Young 5. I was just looking up the scoreboard from the last game here played between New Zealand and Australia, and I mentioned it earlier that Bazball played a big part of that game. I didn't realise at the time that 420 runs were scored on the first day.
Crazy. You
know, New Zealand were dismissed for 370. McKay got 145. Corey Anderson, who was no mean hitter of the ball either, was he? 72 from 66. BJ Watling, even 58 from 57. All out 370. And Australia were 50-odd for 1 at stumps. It was a great day's cricket. Stark bowls to Young, and he leaves a ball that comes back in and then sways away down towards the keeper, who takes it on his knees.
I was the New Zealand batting coach that day, Wads. I remember talking to Brendan McCullum.
Mackable.
Well, I remember talking to Brendan after we lost, 3 or 4 early wickets. saying, how are you going to play this? He said, I'm going to play some shots. I think that's the best way to get Australian bowlers off their line and
Play
lead.
some shots, yeah.
Did he what? Fastest Test 100, wasn't it?
Yep.
Broke Xavier Richards' record.
145 off 79, 21 fours and 6 sixes.
Yeah, it's quite remarkable.
Yeah, it was an amazing day's cricket, and probably in front of as many people.
Very similar.
Stark bowls to Young, leaves. It's taken by Carey behind the stumps. 370 was the total that day. Hazelwood, Pattinson,
Jackson
Bird.
Yeah.
All got 2 wickets. Mitchell Marsh, 1 for 62 off 8 overs. So he took some tap. And Nathan Lyon, he took some tap as well, went for 6s. But he got 3 wickets.
Yes.
And he'll be looking to try and make amends for that today, I'm sure. It's a lovely day, as Jim mentioned earlier. There's very little wind, good crowd in attendance, pleasant conditions. This is how you like to watch Test cricket. Stark bowls to Young, and he turns it on the onside, down towards deep backward square leg. They've got 1, might get a second. Young's coming back for that as Hazelwood has to go round to his left to do some fielding.
8 years ago, Patterson would have been doing that, would have been trying to stop the ball that was flying all around Hagley Oval.
Yeah, it was a memorable test. Sadly, New Zealand lost the game.
They did. It was Brendan McCullum's final test match for New Zealand. But he went down in a roaring blaze, didn't he?
You didn't get to come to the function last night?
I had another function, Wads. There's been functions left, right and centre since Australia have been here, so it's hard to be in 3 places at once, isn't it?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I mean, it was a New Zealand celebration. It wasn't there for Australians to celebrate, but there were a good number there, as Jim can attest to, and he did have an input into the evening's proceedings. Up goes Hazelwood, bowling to Latham. No stroke from the batsman as it goes through to Carey. But to me, it's a celebration of cricket. It's cricket people getting together, talking cricket, remembering 50 years ago. It's great to be able to remember those things. Some of the memory recall was
sketchy.
A bit sketchy, because particularly the New Zealand players remembering that Walter Hadley, who was the chairman of New Zealand Cricket, went into the dressing room at Lancaster Park, and there was a bonus for the players, and that varied from $50 to $150. I don't think they remember exactly how much they all got. Hazelwood bowls to Latham on the front foot, playing into the offside. It'll go out to cover point where it's fielded and there's no run. It remains 17 for no wicket. New Zealand sent into bat today when Australia won the toss.
Well, it was a significant milestone, beating Australia, their top side, for the first time, because probably fair to say up until then we'd sort of been treated like second-class citizens to a degree.
Well, it was a 3-test series.
Yeah, which is most
which is
unusual.
hard to understand. Why were they playing a 3-test series? Goodness me. A 3-test series? Why are they doing that?
Am I right in saying that we tended to play an Australian A-side or B-side before that?
Yeah.
In years gone by?
Here's Hazelwood bowling to Latham, turns it into the onside to square leg. Yeah, well, we beat Australia in a test match at Pukekura Park. and I think, I can't remember who it was. It might have been Trimble, might have been the captain of Australia. I can't remember who the Australian captain was in that. Trimble and Favell, that's right. Les Flavel was one of the captains. But, you know, we loved those matches then. And, you know, the fact that we're playing 2 tests, to me, doesn't mean a series. That's 2 tests. 3 tests is a series. Hazelwood bowls to Latham. No stroke. Taken behind the stumps. A little bit wide of the off stump, that one going through.
It's the schedules, though, Wads. Like, international cricket is getting squashed out by franchise cricket. And so everything is just getting condensed down to really small timepieces. And there's just not the time to play the long series like we used to have.
But, you know, there has been talk about playing once a year between the sides. But I cannot believe that there is not room for another 5-day test. You know, 3 weeks in a season. Hazelwood in from the Port Hills end, bowling to Latham, who's defensive, opening the face again, just running it out to point where it's fielded there by Nathan Lyon.
Well, most of the players are off to India in the next few days at the end of this test, Wads, so...
Yes.
Which, you know.
So could it not have been brought forward? I suppose it's dictated by IPL and by whether Australia have got time, but you have to make an effort, don't you? At this time of the year, who was it talking for a period of time where test matches, it was Michael Vaughan, I think, wasn't it? Wanting to have a period of time where test matches were played. Is Latham driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Timed it perfectly on the front foot and showing the maker's name, as we used to say, down towards the long off boundary from Latham. Takes his score to 14. New Zealand to 21 for no wicket after 6 overs. And that's a confident shot.
That is Tom Latham's best shot, I think, in his last 2 or 3 test matches, Wads. He's looked very good. And I'm just going to knock on the table. He's looked very good this morning. He's looked precise with his footwork. He looks like he's getting into good, strong positions. And look, we've talked a lot about Australia and how do you beat Australia, how do you take them on. At the end of the day, when you're up against one of the best sides in the world, you rely on your experienced players. And really in Wellington, the New Zealand's experienced batters did not stand up. Tom Latham is at the top of the list, along with the likes of Kane Williamson. In terms of that batting lineup, in terms of experience and performances over the years, they need those experienced players to stand up and put a significant score on the board.
And that's the point you make about how do you beat Australia? You do. You take them on. And that's what they need from their experienced players, as you say. There's a change at the far end. Pat Cummins is coming into the attack to bowl, and he's over the wicket. Bowling to the right-handed Will Young. 3 slips in a gully in place. Here's the first delivery. Has Young looking to go on the front foot and drive.
All time Latham's looked very compact and composed this morning. Will Young not so much. In the last over, Josh Hazlewood had went past the outside edge a number of times. They just swung a little bit away from the right-hander. He's looking for that cover drive with 3 slips in the gully. That is a risky shot. So he has to be very selective about what ball he wants to drive. But Will Young has just looked a little bit skitsy this morning in terms of the balls that he's deciding to play and what balls he's leaving, but a little bit of swing for Cummins.
21 for no wicket. Cummins in from the Botanical Gardens end, bowls to him, and this one has him guiding into the gully. It's for a slip. It's fielded there by a third slip, and that's Mitchell Marsh in that role. 21 for no wicket. Yeah, well, it may not mean much to Australian listeners, but my personal belief is that Will Young is a middle-order batsman, not an opener. He's there doing a job that Devon Conway probably would have done and has done alongside Tom Latham. I believe Will Young domestically has been a middle-order player, 4-5, and should be internationally. It's tough for a man to be a spare part in the side, isn't he? He's a fill-in. Here's the next delivery, driving up towards mid-off where it's fielded and there's no run.
The issue is there's no slot in that New Zealand middle order for Will Young to fit into.
Not now.
There's not, no.
Ravindra has arrived on the scene.
And so he's the spare batter in the squad. So when a position comes up, as a player, you'll bat anywhere, Wads. You know, even if it's not your favourite batting position, you're getting the chance to play Test cricket. He's done it on a number of Test matches. I think he's played 15 or 16 Test matches as an opener, but you're right, hasn't had great success in that role because he is probably better suited to the top order, middle order.
Cummins up from the far end, bowling to Young. This delivery is left alone down the offside and through to Carey. Well, I mean, far be it from me to talk about the Australians and their top 6. They are going through that process themselves, aren't they? They've found in Cameron Green a number 4 that they have been searching for and has taken that role, and he's probably done it after his batting performance at the Basin Reserve, which has meant that Steve Smith has gone somewhere else to the top of the order. He's quite happy to do that. How long he will do that for Australia, that's their issue to deal with. But, you know, at the moment, New Zealand are looking for an established top 5. Here's the next delivery to Young, left outside the line of the off stump. And they probably think they've found it in terms of Ravindra. Williamson 3, Ravindra, Mitchell. Poor old Will Young has to wait for one of them to get injured rather than have it by right.
Yeah, well, I think you look at Cameron Green and the opportunity he took in Wellington. Rash and Ravindra did the same against South Africa, and I know a weakened South African side that came to the New Zealand shores up at the Mount, but they got given opportunities and they've grabbed it with both hands. Will Young hasn't done that in the opportunities he's had.
Cummins to Young drives up towards mid-off, but there's no run for him as it's fielded to end of the first over, bowled by Cummins. A made 21 for no wicket.
Good start by New Zealand. 21 after 7 overs. The ball does fly here, so you can score runs quickly. But Latham's looked nice and solid in his 14 from 16. Will Young has struggled a little bit more with the ball going past the outside edge. Interesting, Australia, a very settled lineup, isn't it? There are no changes to their side, and you wouldn't expect any. But they just continually pick the same 11, barring the odd injury here or there. So there's some real consistency amongst their lineup. Yeah. I guess the one question mark is over perhaps their batting. That wasn't overly great in Wellington, barring Cameron Green. Marnus Labuschagne is under pressure, his 50th Test match here, but he looked shadow of his former self, to be fair.
Travis Head, he's a dangerous player in that middle order. He might enjoy the Hagley surface. Hazelwood round the wicket, bowling to Latham, who nudges it into the onside, but again it goes to a fieldsman directly at the square leg. That's Head, and there's no run. Remembering Wads, it was only 15 months ago that Marnus Labuschagne was the number one Test batter in the world. Well, Kane Williamson is number one Test batter. Is he still the number one Test batter in the world after the first Test? Yes, he is. So he can afford to make Norton 9 and still retain his position? He's built a little bit of a buffer with, 700s in his previous 7 Test matches, so 8 Test matches, so he's got a little bit of a buffer at the top. Hazelwood goes up from the Port Hills end, bowling to Latham. No stroke from the New Zealand batsman as it goes through to Carey behind the stumps. The interesting thing that I have been watching with Williamson is after that Test match, there were questions about his ability against the top sides. He's averaged under 40 against England, India and Australia, yet still averages 50 in Test cricket. But, New Zealand and people worldwide, the statistical freaks, were questioning his ability against the sides, scoring or averaging less than 40. Hazelwood bowls to Latham, wide of the off-stump, no stroke from the New Zealand batsman. Yeah, I think that graph went something like versus Australia, England and India. He's played 39 Test matches, 2,500 runs, average 37.3 with 800s, 1150s. Yeah, only 800s. Yeah, that's not very good, is it? Against the rest, 60 Test matches, averaging 70 and 24 Test hundreds. Look, you can only play who's in front of you, Odds, at the end of the day. And there's always going to be some teams that perhaps are just a little bit lesser in terms of your success against them. But he's got a record that stands up against anyone. Hazelwood to Latham, drives up towards mid-off where it's fielded. And there's no run, 21 for no wicket in the 8th over of the innings. New Zealand sent into bat when Cummins won the toss today. Remembering that he's averaging 55 in Test cricket, 32 hundreds. If you're going to pick that apart, jeez. Oh. Yeah, well, you could pick Don Bradman apart, perhaps, or you could pick Virat Kohli apart. Joe Root. They're still great performers and contributors to the world game because of what they've done. You could have a look at Joe Root, how he was dismissed in this current Test match. Hazelwood bowls to Latham, bouncer, ducks underneath it, and it's through to the wicketkeeper. Well, I mean, the Test match that we watched last night, Xavier and Corbin and I, before we then watched what we really wanted to watch, which was the Aussie footy, and my team, the Swans, had a win apparently. Did you back the Swans? No, but I picked them out last night. I think you might have been watching the NRL, which Newcastle, Canberra were playing. No, I didn't. No, I was watching what Corbin and Xavier wanted to watch, and they explained how the game was played to me. Here's Hazelwood bowled to Latham on the front foot, opening the face out towards backward point, but it's fielded there by a line. And I still don't understand what we were watching. Was it that complicated? No, I just don't understand what we were watching. Well, we get Aussie rules on New Zealand TV, don't we? Yes. So we get everything. We get the grand final, so it's become quite popular in New Zealand. When you've got 40,000 people in a game, it's got to be pretty popular, doesn't it? Absolutely. And a television audience that is attracting people. NRL went to Vegas, didn't they? Vegas, yes, they did. We got millions of people watching that. It seemed like it was a real success and going to happen over the next 5 years. So, but there was more people watching the Test match between India and England, I fear. in terms of the audience that they are able to attract.
Yes.
21 for no wicket. Latham 14, Young 7. Cummins continues with his second over. Bowling from the far end to our broadcasting position. Young drives up towards mid-on. Fielded there by Stark, and there's no run, but good confident stroke on the front foot.
Interesting, they put a short leg in play now for Pat Cummins with Travis Head, I think it is, under the lid. He's quite deep. He's got to be at least 5 to 7 metres back from where Will Young is, so he's almost there for either a full-blooded just flick off his hip or something that just lands on inside edge onto thigh pad that just balloons up. But I think it's a good position with the bounce that you have in this Hagley surface.
21 runs in, 37 minutes of play this morning. The 9th over. Cummins bowls to Young, leaves down the offside. And it's through to the wicketkeeper. 137 was Cummins' pace. And we know that he can consistently sustain that and more. So too can Stark. Hazelwood perhaps slightly lower than that, but still the consistency of where they are able to land the ball is going to be a challenge for the New Zealand top order.
Yeah, it is, but they've made a good start. When Australia, the bowlers have missed, they've hurt them. That's the only way you can put pressure back on the bowling side is continue to score runs.
Cummins up from the Botanical Gardens end, bowls to Young, and Young is defending, squaring around a little as he just eases it out towards the short cover region. Again, Nathan Lyon brought into action from point to do the fielding.
Hasn't been any extravagant movement, has there?
Not a lot. There's been what you expect. I think there's been encouragement for the bowlers, and that's the testing time for opening batsmen, isn't it? In our first session, we saw a bit of that at the Basin Reserve. There was good bounce. There hasn't been quite the bounce, and I think that contributes, doesn't it, to players' ability to get into the right position. It'll be interesting when we see Lyon bowling, what he's able to extract. Cummins bowls to Young. No stroke from the New Zealand batsman as it goes through to Carey.
He should be a lot less effective on the surface. I'll be really disappointed if...
But we thought that in Wellington, didn't we?
We did, but then it turned. And the bounce and the turn made him a real handful. That was unexpected, but you will not get the turn here at Hagley that you got in Wellington.
Yeah, but we didn't expect that in Wellington.
Trust me, Walter, you will not get the turn here at Hagley.
Okay, all right. Look, I'm not going to argue with the man who believes it's the best cricket ground in the world.
There will be bounce, which I know he likes, but there will not be extravagant turn.
Well, bounce is the encouragement that bowlers enjoy.
Absolutely.
21 for no wicket, the 9th over. Cummins bowls to Young, and he looks to flick it down leg side. Good take by Carey. He might have got a touch from the pad. It's hard to know what happened to that one, but it certainly went wide down the leg side.
Interesting that the average first innings total here at Hagley Oval since the start of test matches at this ground is 299, which is on the low side. In the last 5 or 6 years, it's actually gone up to 340. So that says that if you bat well, even on a green surface after losing the toss, you can still put a decent first innings total on the board.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty interesting matches played over the time on this ground. Cummins bowls to Young, left by the batsman, through to the wicketkeeper to end the 9th over. 21 for no wicket. Latham is 14. Young is 7. More from Craig MacMillan, and he'll be joined by Corbin Middlemas.
Oh, good start by the New Zealand openers. And Australia already made the one bowling change. It's just a 3-over quick spell for Mitchell Stark. And then Australian captain Pat Cummins has brought himself into the attack. But by and large, I think generally when you lose the toss and you get sent in on a surface that has some green grass, you can be a little bit nervous in the changing room. But I think getting through these first 9 overs, Corbin, I think New Zealand might have just eased some of those nerves that might have been in the changing shed. It's been a good start, especially by Tom Latham.
Very good start by the Black Caps. Nice to see you, Macca. Nice to be in your city.
Yeah, great to have you here. It really is.
What a place. Here's Hazelwood on his way in, bowls to Latham, who's forward and just knocks it away out towards Cummins. Picks up at mid-on, so Pat won the toss. I actually think he was pretty keen to lose the toss, judging by the way everyone was pondering the pitch, and you were out there for the toss, and yet it landed the Aussies' way. He called tails, and that's how it came down. So the Aussies thought, we'll bowl.
Have to.
So you know a lot about these pitches here. It felt like, just canvassing some opinions when we're out there from the locals, that it didn't have as much grass on it as what you'd ordinarily expect for a Christchurch pitch. Still 3 slips in a gully. Latham, who's searching for a big score, awaits Hazelwood and he lets it pass.
Yeah, it's a good point. The grass is at 12 mil, which is pretty standard around the pitches around New Zealand, but certainly here at Hagley, the Ash Head and his ground crew like to keep it around that 12 mil. But the feeling was, Corbin, that perhaps it was not a day 2 pitch, but certainly a little bit further on than what we've seen in previous test matches here. So, like I said, there is the opportunity to score runs. He's got a very good record here, Tom Latham, averages just under 50 with 200s and 550s, so it's a ground he knows well.
The lefty's on strike, awaits Hazelwood, and he plays off the back foot out through point, and there's no run there as line collects. There's a helicopter that's landing just over the back of the eastern bank, so that's probably what you can hear through our stump mic.
Yeah, it's never a great sign when that helicopter's landing. It's landing on top of the hospital, so that generally means it's been off somewhere to pick someone up. It's been some accident somewhere where that helicopter's been involved, had to go and pick up some passengers, so it's never great when you see it flying over continually through the day. Quite often it will be used at ski fields and whatnot if there's any accidents.
Here's Hazelwood around the wicket, bowls to Latham, who's forward and crunches a shot to recover. That is a glorious shot, and it races away for 4. Latham to 18. Bright start for the Black Caps. They're none for 25.
He's looked really good this morning, Tom Latham. He's looked very precise in his movements. That's just a lovely cover check drive. It was a touch full, not overly full from Hazelwood, just throwing it up there just a little bit fuller. Latham was in great position. So this is encouraging for New Zealand, but Latham's had a period of time now where he's basically got out between 20 and 40. Hasn't been able to go on. Today might be the day.
Hazelwood continuing around the wicket, bowls to Latham and he lets it pass alongside his off peg. Corbin Middlemas and Craig MacMillan. This is ABC Cricket. Jim Maxwell, Brian Waddle, Geoff Lemon, Frankie, McKay, Xavier, Doherty, all throughout the day as part of our crew. It's my first trip to Christchurch, which we did come a couple of days early. As soon as the Wellington test finished, I went on the gondola, took Xavier, Doherty up there. So I've had my tourist trap moment in Christchurch.
How was that?
It was good.
Some amazing views up there.
Great view. So we did that. We went to Quake City.
Yeah.
In
town there.
The memoriam, as Hazelwood's on his way in, flashes one past the outside edge of Latham's bat and through to the keeper. So 10 overs into the morning, the Aussies winning the toss and fielding first, and New Zealand none for 20. And I think for a lot of people, particularly in Australia, when they think of Christchurch, immediately they'll think of the devastating earthquake, obviously, in 2011. And you can certainly see the ramifications of that driving around the city. A lot of buildings being rebuilt. As we now know, I think there's no new building that can be built more than 6 stories tall. It would have been a terrifying time for people here, and such a pragmatic and stoic bunch as a result of it. As a local, can you remember that time and what it was like?
Yeah, I can. I was actually out of town for the first earthquake. I was up north. Family were here, my wife and kids were here, and then I was in town for the second one. And got to say, I've never experienced anything like it. We used to get a lot of aftershocks through that period where there was 2 sorts. There was the one where it felt like a truck was just banging into the side of your house, so it came out of nowhere, there was noise, and then a real shudder, and then there was like a train just coming through your living room.
Cummins to Young and jammed up bat and pad, but squeaks one out down to fine leg for a single. Hazelwood retrieves it, none for 26.
That wasn't as sharp or as violent, but it just tended to flow and continued to flow for a longer period of time. But once those earthquakes hit, I remember trying to get in the doorway of home, because they say, get in the doorway for some cover and do whatever. And I remember being in the doorway and struggling to hold on. It is such a strong force.
Wow.
In terms of standing up and holding in that doorway was almost near impossible. You got thrown to the ground and the drawers are bouncing all around and plates breaking. And it really was a horrifying time for quite a period where you just get those aftershocks out of nowhere. The first one happened actually on my daughter's first day of primary school. So not a great start.
Cummins around the wicket, bowls to the left-handed Latham. It's short and he's pulling. Picks the gap through mid-wicket. And a good start for Latham. He'll get at least a couple here. Chase on for Stark out into the deep. They're going to come back for a third, and Stark pulls it up just inside the rope. As that helicopter takes off again overhead. So New Zealand none for 29, Latham to 21. I can't imagine that type of experience to try and lived through, and then the fear of, like you said, the aftershocks and the ramifications of that going forward. So was there a lot of damage to your place?
Yeah, a lot of superficial damage in terms of cracking and stuff. Some areas were a lot worse than others. I grew up on the east side, which is where a lot of places been demolished, red zone. So now there's just grass and parks in that area. So the different areas of the city obviously got affected more, but, well, everyone got affected to a certain degree, there's no doubt. But through that tragedy, it's meant that we've been able to rebuild the city to a degree, to modern standards. This great cricket ground here, we lost Lancaster Park, which was one of my favourite cricket grounds growing up as a kid, watching rugby and cricket played at that ground. But now we've got Hagley Oval, so that was one of the positives.
Cummins over the wicket to Young, who's forward. Nicking just squeaks past the short leg. A diving effort unsuccessful from Travis Head. Got jammed up, ball squirts off the inside edge and just popped wide of the fieldsman in position for that moment. Not to be. Young still there on 8.
Did it carry? That's that inside edge onto thigh. It did carry. He got his left hand to it. Just in the end of the fingers, it didn't grab in. It was a great effort, and that's exactly why he's there, Corbin, just for that ball that nips back into the inside edge, off the thigh pad. And maybe he's a touch deep if you're being critical. Maybe could come forward a metre, make that catch a bit easier.
Chance goes down, Cummins on his way, and Young's driving, picks out mid-on and Stark Fields. So Young on 8, having faced his 34th delivery. Would have been a tough chance outstretched with the left hand. Travis Head got his hand to it, didn't stick. As you said, he is across a long ways, and he almost 2 full pitches across.
Yeah.
Travis Head, where he's standing at short leg, and Cummins went to go up to celebrate, and then hands on top of his head, not to be. New Zealand still none for 29.
It's that bounce on the surface, and there is bounce for the bowlers. Will Young has to be careful. Make sure he's not lunging on that front foot.
Latham 21, Young 8. Here comes Cummins again as he bowls to Young and flashes one past the outside edge. Into Carey's gloves. Corbin Middlemas and Craig MacMillan on ABC Cricket. I actually went for a little run this morning around Lancaster Park.
Did you?
So I see the sort of war memorial facade is still there at the front, but behind it is just an open green space now, but not appropriate for sport, clearly.
No, it is.
Yeah. They still play sport there?
They're playing sport. Just local sport, rugby, cricket, they're playing all sorts of... So they're actually using that land, which is good. They knocked down Lancaster Park, which is a great shame. But that land now has just started being used again, which is great.
Cummins on his way in, bowls to Young, who drives out towards mid-on and Stark Fields. It's the end of the Cummins over, none for 29. So very quickly, why did they have to leave Lancaster Park then? Just the damage to the grandstands and everything else?
I think it was too costly to fix.
Repair.
So it was an insurance issue because it completely sunk. So, it sat there for years and years and years while there was sort of some conjecture between insurance and what they were going to do. In the end, they tore it down. They've rebuilt some grass here, which is good that local sports can be played, so it can still be used. It's not dead space, but real shame to lose. But there's always, for something that happens, there's always a positive, and we've had many buildings in the city now that have been rebuilt, and this great ground, I think, is one of the great things to come out of that tragedy. So, yes.
We're having a great time here, Mac, and we'll pick up some of this with you, not just about the cricket, but Christchurch and the broader happenings around the place as the test progresses. Great to have Craig MacMillan with us, former New Zealand international cricketer. As Nathan Lyon is about to get his first roll of the test match. It comes just 50 minutes into the morning on day one after Australia won the toss and elected to field first. So far, so good for the Kiwis as Latham awaits Lyon. He's down on one knee and sweeping. And sweeping very fine. There's a deep backward square back in Stark. He's sliding. He doesn't get to it. It goes for 4. And what a start this has been for New Zealand, and Latham in particular, who loves this ground. He's 25 not out. New Zealand 33 without loss. Corbin Middlemas, and now cricket writer and broadcaster Geoff Lemon. Hello, Geoff.
Morning.
Oh, hang on. Let me put you on.
There we are. We're on.
How's that?
We've got our ones and our twos.
Sounds better.
It's never a good thing.
Short leg first slip around the bat. The spinner on. Nathan Lyon delivers to Latham, who's on the back foot and cracks a cut shot out to cover point. Green collects.
Come on, boys.
There's no run there. None for 33.
Interesting, these conversations about what Christchurch has been through. You can run into just about anybody in this city and ask them about going back to that time.
A line around the wicket to Latham, who's forward and defends back down the pitch.
One of those things that affected everybody in the city. It was the last time we were here for an Australian tour, 2016, that there wasn't an ABC radio broadcast, but I was here writing for the ABC, and it was the 5th anniversary at that point of the second of the earthquakes, the worst of them. They had a couple in the space of a couple of months.
His line again on his way in, bowls around the wicket. Latham down on one knee, just a lap sweep down towards deep backward square, and there's Stark again. Just a single this time, so none for 34. Yeah, so September 2010 and then February 2011. So the first one was actually a heavier earthquake in terms of the magnitude and the shock that was involved, and yet there were no casualties. And then that happened in the early hours of the morning, about 4:30. And then the second one in February happened on lunchtime, 12:50 p.m. And unfortunately, there were almost 200 people killed as a result.
Yeah, a lot in one building collapse, one particular collapse in the CBD. A lot of the issue was that a lot of buildings were damaged by the first one, and then that subsequent damage meant they were more vulnerable when the second one came through because no repairs had been made by then.
His line is going to get an opportunity to the right-hander as Young just tucks it away straight into the ground and then to Travis Head at short leg.
So the level of damage was extraordinary. It was something like 75% of the buildings in the CBD were condemned after the quake. Not a lot of buildings actually came down, but they were so damaged they couldn't be used.
Last ball of the over, line to Young, who's back. And just back foot drive out towards Usman Khawaja at cover point. There's no run. We're 12 overs into the morning. New Zealand none for 34, having been sent in by Pat Cummins and the Australians, Corbin Middlemas and Geoff Lemon.
And so and they ended up with this extraordinary situation. So even when we were there 5 years later, very little reconstruction had been done. A lot of it, Craig mentioned the insurance thing, a lot of it involved insurance companies that wouldn't pay out until a building had come down. So if the building was damaged and condemned, it still had to be demolished. The owners of the building often didn't have the money to pay for the demolition, and there weren't enough demolition crews because there was a whole city to deal with, and there were only a handful of companies that could handle that sort of work in New Zealand. And if you were trying to bring in people from out of the country to do it, that was too expensive. The equipment wasn't there, so everybody was stuck, unlike insurance companies, to try to do people over. I'm sure everyone's very surprised to hear that, but they were avoiding paying out if they possibly could.
Cummins on his way in, round the wicket, alongside the off stump, and Latham lets it pass. Gee, they did plenty after passing the pegs, as Carey had to take it low down to his right, diving away.
So the difference now, from 5 years later, where very little had been able to be done, to now 8 years on, is extraordinary. I spent the last couple of days walking around the city, around the central city, where it was almost empty last time we were here. There was very little going on. Most of the buildings were empty. Some had been brought down. There were big sort of vacant parking lots of gravel, and there was all of this community sort of grassroots infrastructure that was popping up, people starting nurseries and little food stalls and things on the empty blocks.
Cummins around the wicket again, bowls to Latham. He's happy to let that pass. And again, given the angle and over the top of the off stump, and Carey diving out to his right, coming around the wicket, bowling to the left-hander. Come on. In the end, it's a dot ball, but a little bit of encouragement for the Aussies.
That one did quite a bit, mostly after passing the bat, which is always difficult for a wicket-keeper. Well taken by Carey in the end. Yeah, so it was interesting to see the ways in which people were able to try to make life work here when so much of the infrastructure they'd relied on was rendered useless.
Latham awaits Cummins, continuing around the wicket. He's forward and square drive out towards point, well fielded by Line.
The shipping container shopping mall was one such enterprise where they'd got cranes in just to drop containers on top of each other. You could fit out the inside of a container as a shop, put some lights up, some clothes racks, a till, and even though there were no buildings that people could use for commerce, there was this temporary arrangement which was thriving. You know, in 2016 it was absolutely packed with people.
It's amazing even now you see a lot of vacant blocks and car parks that are on there. Still some buildings being taken down all around the city as Latham awaits Cummins, and again not forced to play, leaves on length. Third time this over as the ball does plenty after passing the stumps, and Carey diving with his chest on the grass here at Hagley Oval, taking it behind the stumps.
And there were whole suburbs which became designated as red zones. Those were the areas where the liquefaction had occurred, where the ground essentially becomes liquid mud during an earthquake. And so these were areas where the authorities had decided if there's another quake, it's too dangerous. We can't have people live here. And we walked through some of these suburbs. It was like a post-apocalyptic film, just streets of empty houses.
Amazing. Cummins bowls to Latham, who's forward and defends straight up the middle of the bat. Picked up at mid-off, and one to come in this Cummins over. He's bowled well so far, almost 4 overs, none for 4. But the Aussies still looking for their first wicket. New Zealand none for 34. With the ball to come in the 13th over of the morning. So after that earthquake, it brings us here to Hagley Oval, just the 13th Test match played at this venue, which is in the middle of a broader parklands. Our cab driver on the way in told us it's the second biggest CBD park in the world, behind only Central Park, obviously, in New York. And the rider on that is obviously the fact that it's in a CBD. As Latham's on his way in again. Or Latham waits. Cummins on his way in, gets an inside edge onto the pad and stifled appeal for leg before. Cummins the only one really interested. None for 34. Latham 26, Young 8.
Well, there's a huge amount of pride in this city about... It's one of those situations where everybody went through it. You know, everybody who was here was affected in one way or another, and those effects went on for years. And so there was a huge... We saw some of that in 2016, given it was the 5th anniversary. We ended up doing a lot of interviews around town and interviewed the people who ran the C1 coffee shop, and that was notable because it was the first place to reopen after the quake. It had been badly damaged. They had to do a lot of restoration, but they reopened in their CBD location with this determination to say, no, we're not going away. And so on that 5th anniversary, it was in the morning. It was actually on a morning of the Test match. So I skived off for a session to go down there because there was a commemorative event held in that cafe on that morning.
Lyon, his second over, bowls to Young, who's forward and drives all the way along the ground down to Hazelwood at long on for a single. So he's to 9, Latham's 26, New Zealand none for 35.
So the cafe was full of people, a lot of whom had lost friends or loved ones or suffered massive damage to their property, had gone through all of these things, and they had a commemorative shot of whiskey at the minute that the quake had occurred, and it was deeply emotional. It felt like a kind of church experience. It was hugely emotive, and the things that people were going through, reliving those moments, but also the coming together, the idea that the community had bonded to get through this. It was an extraordinary thing to witness.
That's about 15 behind.
That's the voice of Alex Carey, who's up to the stumps. New Zealand none for 35 as we're approaching drinks after the first hour of play. Morning of the second Test match, day 1, as Lyon on his way in, bowls to Latham, who's cutting out towards point, picks out Green. Got out in a similar fashion in the second innings in Wellington. And so the Hagley Oval is sort of middle of the parklands, pop-up cricket ground, picket fence all the way around it, grass banks, and it's hard to spot some spare patch of grass. It's so well populated, which is great to see a sellout for the first 4 days as it was in Wellington, and Latham just dabs his ball away on the offside. People everywhere. We are situated at the top of one of the grass banks in almost like a sea container with the glass in front of us. And there's people literally beneath us on deck chairs and watching the cricket sitting on the bank. And forward Latham just defends again, line back down the pitch.
Lovely to be at a ground that feels like a cricket ground rather than a big concrete bowl that's mostly not filled. Seems to be more the way these days.
So even watching the Test in Dharamshala last night, it was pretty empty as well for 5th Test there between India and England, but great atmosphere. Almost an hour in as Latham is back and pushing away on the offside. Nathan Lyon, 1 to come in his second over. New Zealand none for 35. Just recapping, the Aussies won the toss. They decided to field first, same 11. Meanwhile, for New Zealand, Scott Kugelheim holds his place, so they're going with the 4 frontline seamers. Ben Sears on debut. Mitch Santner misses out again. O'Rourke out injured. Last ball of the over as Latham looks to turn it away on the leg side and picked up by a head underneath the helmet at short leg. And that's the first hour done of the opening, on the opening day of the second Test, the Trans-Tasman series between Australia and New Zealand. So a positive start for the hosts. Latham and Young both still there as the drinks come out onto the field. A couple of milestones approaching for Latham, who's 26 not out. He needs Another couple of runs to go past John Wright into 6th spot all-time in the New Zealand run scorers list. And if he can get 3 more and get to 29, he will be the first man to reach 1,000 test runs here at Hagley Oval. So a good start for New Zealand. Jim Maxwell's on his way in to join Geoff Lemon. But we'll take a break for the time being from Christchurch and Hagley Oval with drinks on the field.
Have a rugby league.
Bludging on the blind side.
If somehow a stink erupt in respect round,
Yes.
which is bound to happen, obviously, because it's rugby league.
But that's fine.
Yeah, I know. What's wrong with that?
Roy and HG are back.
Sydney University is no stranger to taking money from corporations.
No, I know. Anyway, there's an image here of the research centre, HG. It just appears to be a VIP room at your local pub.
Bludging on the blind side. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Here's Latham driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Timed it perfectly on the front foot and showing the maker's name, as we used to say, down towards the long off boundary from Latham. Takes his score to 14.
Welcome back to Hagley Oval. Drinks being enjoyed. Almost a hot toddy needed. It's a bit of a chill in the air outside. Or maybe that's the air conditioning I can feel from behind me. I've got to say, Corbin's done a great job in setting this up so that we either don't freeze or fry. Mm-hmm. And we're sort of somewhere in between because the clouds around. And matte means the glare is reduced as the sun tends to move right across in front of our eye line during the day.
Well, it's taken a fair bit of back and forth to get things set up in this commentary position. It was a terrarium yesterday. You could have hatched lizards in here when it was sitting in the sun for a long period of time. But we've got things roughly on an even keel temperature-wise, so hopefully we'll be able to get through maybe 5 days. Who knows? It seems a while since we've had a 5-day test match, Jim.
It looks a good pitch to bat on at this point. You tend to have a little trigger signature points in play that give you some idea as to what's going on. Yes, the ball is moving a little. Lack of bounce. I've seen one bouncer. Not much happening there. I haven't seen anyone whacked on the gloves. So signs are looking good if you're a batsman so far. And Australia, bowling after winning the toss, which seems to be obligatory these days if you see any grass on the surface. But here we go. After drinks, 3 sleeps gully, short leg in place. And Cummins goes in. He's edged away into the turf in front of Cameron Green in the gully, well in front. Young was dropped, tough chance to the left mitt of Travis Head in close. When the score was, 32 or something? Anyway, he's 9 and Latham's 26-35 without loss.
Well, interesting the talk of the toss. If you look at the numbers, this is Pat Cummins' 29th test match in charge of Australia. He's won the toss 18 times, so he's had a pretty good
strike rate,
strike rate with the coin.
Here he comes, he's running in and he's bowling a ball that beats the edge, probing at it, but playing the line rather than following, and it went to the keeper.
A lovely extra bounce there as well. So 18 tosses he's won. He's chosen to bowl 6 times out of those 18, so 1 out of 3. That would have to be a much higher proportion than any other Australian captain I could think of.
Probably, yeah. What's his record in those 6 games? How many of Australia won? I mean, they win most of them, but...
Well, they beat England by an innings at the Boxing Day Test in 2021.
Yep.
They beat South Africa in Brisbane and in Melbourne, they beat.
Here's Cummins again, young forward, tucks it away around the corner down to backward square and collects a run as it goes away into the deep. That's Renshaw out there, isn't it? Trotting around, done for 36.
They lost to England at the Oval to make sure they couldn't actually win that Ashes series, even though they'd kept the trophy. And they beat West Indies in Adelaide thanks to Travis Head's 100 in January this year, and this is the 6th, so we don't know what the result is. So they've won 4 out of the 5 completed when bowling first.
Well, That says as much about the quality of the bowling as the usefulness of the surface when you make the decision, I suppose. As Cummins now runs into Latham. Latham leaves the ball. It goes high and wide outside the off stump. Carey's had a bit to do. A few wide deliveries and a few that have swung after going past. But it's a very attractive scene here.
It's generating serious bounce, Cummins, those last couple of deliveries. That one was up around shoulder height when Carey took it, kicked off the pitch. So Cummins is finding something.
Well, an hour gone. No wickets. You decide to bowl. Try to make something happen. Cummins in again, and it's wide outside the off stump. It swings once more after passing Latham. And a lot of these deliveries have been taken almost down the leg side by the time they get through to Carey. So the cooker is laughing a bit as another Henry Blofeld attraction goes past us. He loves helicopters. It's the most exciting thing on some days is for a helicopter to be going over the ground.
More than a London bus?
Yes, well, a helicopter's a bit more visible than the bus, I suppose, depending which ground you're at. And Cummins bowls again, and he's caught almost at slip. It came off the body, perhaps, in front of Khawaja. He took that on the bounce. Did he nick that, or did it come off the body? We're at obliquely positioned here down at third man, long on, long off, and you're watching a replay of that as he pushed it. Yes, it came off his back pad, and that's why it didn't carry all the way to Khawaja at slip, and that ends the over at none for 36.
Well, it'll be Mitchell Marsh coming on to bowl. He was bowling at around this time 8 years ago when Brendan McCullum was out there. It was the 20th over of the game when New Zealand were 3 for 32. McCullum walked out, smacked his second ball out, well, edged it over the slips for 4, I think. And then he belted Mitchell Marsh for 6 down the ground off his 4th or 5th ball. He went on to 100 from 54 balls that day. And then just kept going as well. Ended up with 145 off 79. He hit 6 sixes and 21 fours along the way.
What's going to happen? Marsh runs in, bowls too young, leaves the ball wide of the off stump. Did anyone else get runs in that innings for New Zealand?
Corey Anderson, this is the extraordinary bit here. So Corey Anderson was the anchor in that partnership.
Yeah.
He made 72 off 66. They were going at 10 and over through the course of their partnership because Anderson looked like he was going slowly at the other end, but he was going it faster than a runner ball as well. He had 4 sixes himself.
Who was bowling?
Who was bowling? Hazelwood, Pattinson, Bird, Marsh, Lyon.
Right. Marsh bowls now, short, and he's on the back foot. He hits it hard through the covers, past cover point for 4. Lyon can't do much about that. It was short, it was wide, and it went for a ride, and it's none for 40.
So Kane Williamson batted for a little while, didn't make many, but batted for a while McCullum was smashing runs. They put on about 45 together, and Williamson made 7 of them. And then once he was out, the score was 4 for 74. Anderson comes out, they put on 179 in about 20 overs, 18 overs. Anderson and McCullum. It was the most extraordinary display of hitting in a test match.
Marsh tries again, and Young gets behind a short, quicker ball up at his body and plays it down in front of him. None for 41. 14 to Young and 26 to Latham. Yes, a thrilling batsman, but Australia won the game.
They did win the game. Well, the theory, the McCullum theory was that pitch was green and the ball was doing a lot. And he said, well, we want to be bowling on this by the end of the day one way or the other. We either want to make a stack and declare or we'll get bowled out trying. It doesn't matter. And they did get Warner out before the end of the day.
Marsh goes up and bowls. Young leaves the ball alone. So that was the first edition of Bazball.
Yeah, that was the one of the incarnations. He'd made a few of those innings by that point, of course. The 100. He'd made several fast doubles. He made the 195 where he got caught on the boundary trying to hit a 6 against Sri Lanka. So he didn't tend to make big scores slowly, McCullum. But this was a different level. He was going after everything. He was charging and slicing it over cover for 6. He got caught in the gully by Marsh for 37, but it was a no ball. Pattinson overstepped.
Marsh goes in, back is Young, and watching the ball slide past outside the off stump without any offer. So New Zealand going well enough here. 16th over, 41 without loss. One sharpish chance put down.
They genuinely had a long stop for McKay as well, Jim. You would have enjoyed seeing that. They had a player on the fence behind the keeper at one stage because he'd hit so many over the top of the slips or the keeper. He was top-edging everything. But nothing went to hand after the Marsh no-ball catch. It was a great catch, too, from Marsh. One-handed, snaked out an arm, was flying in the gullies, reeled it in to no avail.
Marsh in again, pitching up, pushed away by Young, contemplating the drive, but restraining and playing it quietly down towards mid-off.
So it's interesting sitting here watching this, a very different style of innings and remembering what was happening on the first day last time we were here so long ago, 8 years ago. It seems extraordinary that was the last time that we as touring Australians were here in New Zealand.
Has the place changed in 8 years?
Yeah, hugely. The reconstruction has come a long, long way.
Yeah. So it seems, looking around as you go, with Marsh running in and bowling it, and he's again up and outside the line of the off stump, trying to get a little shape away to the edge of the bat. So 41 on the board without loss, and Australia unchanged, of course, and New Zealand are going in with one change of young Sears making his debut. So he's replacing the injured O'Rourke.
You got Sears, you just need Roebuck.
It's it. Yep. Famous place. We had Roebuck here for many years, of course, but sadly no more. Yes, he would have enjoyed that, to be here on a day when a Sears made his test debut. Look at this place. Full to the brim, it seems. What have we got, 8,000 in here, Wads? What's the capacity of this place?
That's the estimate, yeah.
Yeah.
So they got about 12 in during the World Cup with the temporary stands that they had assembled. I saw on the official documentation it was saying 18 to 20,000 was the capacity, which is absolutely not true. There is no way you'd get 20,000 people in here unless they were taking up half of the park behind us.
Well, with a lot of scaffolding, I suppose you could push it, but I don't think that's going to happen. Here is Starker's bowling now, and he's pitching up, right up, and is dug out by Latham back down the pitch. And you feel very ancient almost, if not, I can't say nostalgic because I wasn't around then, but this is how cricket would have looked on most major grounds 100 to 120 years ago. Very few stands, lots of sort of tents and marquees, and plenty of open space.
Not so many floodlights back then, probably.
No. But the rest of it, just like this. You might have a better quality food in those days too. Here comes Stark, charging in, pitching up and pushed away on the on-side. I was asked by a friend of mine in the night, he said, have they got white bait fritters at the ground? I said, I think it's just dogs and chops.
Yep. Yeah. What would they have had at the cricket 120 years ago? They would have had trays of roasted chestnuts and baskets of fresh apples or something like that.
There were a lot of cakes, I think.
Sandwiches.
Sandwiches and cakes and tea and scones, that kind of thing. I don't know whether in the outer they had booze for sale. You probably had to get into the member stand or something in those days.
Bring your own, I'm sure.
Yeah, Stark bowls it now and it's pitched up and it's pushed away on the onside. But there's that wonderful photo with the SCG, that panorama in 1894 of the ground. And I doubt if any of those people who are standing there in their very neat, with their trilbies on and the rest of it, were looking very, very respectful, reverential of what was going on. I don't think there was much drinking.
Okay.
Not in the mob.
Right.
Maybe if you're in the stand.
The larrikins, the punters probably had a few hip flasks going around and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Pop it in your inside coat pocket next to the fob watch.
Stark tries again. He bowls to Latham. Latham forward, takes it on the rise into the covers. Wide of cover, and Labuschagne darts around to collect it, and they get another run. Run for 42.
The 1879 riot at what became the SCG between New South Wales and the England touring side. I'm tipping that those 2,000 guys who ran onto the field and stopped the game on the Sunday probably involved a few beverages.
I think so. They were betting, of course.
They were.
They were betting, and they didn't like the umpire's decision when Murdoch was run out, I think.
That's right.
And
following on,
Edmund Barton was one of the umpires who apparently diffused the situation, and out of that he was offered pre-selection for a seat in the state parliament, which of course led him to the prime ministership eventually. Here's Stark bowling now, and he goes right across, but he stabs it out on the offside. So the cricket's a bit predictable at the moment, you'd have to say. The batsmen appear to be settling, and so does the pitch. And it's all a fairly tranquil outdoor setting for watching some kind of spectacle, but without any drama to this point.
Well, the trick is that New Zealand have to make the most of this. This has been their problem against Australia. They do well for a while. They have a good hour or two. They get into a decent position and then let it go. So this is the key bit, really.
Stark tries again, and it's a bouncer. Oh, but it's a wayward bouncer. It's going down for wides. Yep, 5 wides. Hard done by for Carey if they were buyers. It was banged in, and it took off, and it went so wide, Carey didn't even wave it goodbye. 5 more to the score.
It's a dilemma for the keeper, isn't it? Do you want that to be called past to...
We're seeing a replay of that.
To avoid your team getting cost an extra run, or do you...
That trampoline, didn't it?
It was higher over the top of Carey than it was over the top of the batter.
Yeah.
It just kept going up and up.
None for 47. Stark has another crack. He runs in, and Young leaves the ball outside the off stump. As you'd expect, there's been a bit of leaving in this partnership. Okay, 47, Latham 27, Young 14. Time for Brian Waddle to come in and join Geoff Lemon.
Well, there you are. If that ball had somehow been stopped, and then you'd had a DRS ball tracking simulation predicting that bounce that took it about 3 metres over Alex Carey's head, everybody would have said, DRS is broken. There's no way that's true. There's no way the ball tracking could be accurate. But sometimes cricket ball behaves very unpredictably, as does Brian Waddle sometimes. Good morning.
I can't remember ever being unpredictable. You know I'll be right on New Zealand's side all the way through.
That is true. We can rely on some things.
Exactly. Yes, it's been a sedate start, as Jim said, but from New Zealand's point of view, that's
perfect.
Probably what they want. They've got to be picking up runs, of course. You can't just sit there strokeless, and they've been looking for chances, but they don't get too much against this bowling attack. Here's Marsh going in, bowling to Latham. Latham leaves at the delivery, and there's been a lot of leaves today. Unlike the way Brendan McCullum would have played 8 years ago.
Yes,
or he did play 8
just
years
discussing
ago.
that with Jim, who wasn't lucky enough to be here, but you and I were.
Yes, indeed.
What a morning that was. Morning and afternoon, either side of the break, just...
Yeah, it was almost unfair that he was out. I mean, they're the sort of innings you like to see at Test cricket, and it's not fair that batsmen get out in those circumstances. 47 for no wicket. 18th over in progress. Marsh goes in, bowling to Latham, who's defending at the delivery. Appeal for LB. Was he appealing for pad bat? It looked as though there was a bit of bat in it, but second slip is Steve Smith, and he sort of appeals for anything anyway, doesn't he? So he leaves you in no doubt.
I wondered, Alex Carey a couple of overs ago was saying 15 behind, and I was trying to work out what he meant. He was standing up to the spinner, so it wasn't paces behind the wicket, but was he telling the New Zealanders they were 15 behind where they should be? I don't know.
Well, there's all sorts of help for batsmen when they get out there, isn't there?
Just trying to disrupt their rhythm a bit, perhaps.
Getting in the head. Marsh goes in, bowling to Latham, and Latham defends. No appeal this time as the ball comes from bat along the pitch to the bowler. And it remains 47 for no wicket. This is the 18th over, a run rate of 2.69. And, well, that's about what you expect when the side has put you into bat. Tom Latham will know what's in store for him. This is his home ground. He's played a lot of innings here.
Needs a score.
Yes, he does. He's had different opening partners in recent times too, hasn't he? He's got Will Young now. Normally it's Devon Conway. Marsh goes in, bowling to Latham, who leaves down the leg side. Poor old Carey's had to do a fair bit of diving today, hasn't he, in terms of getting in some wayward deliveries, whether it's movement or whether it's wayward. I suppose there's a bit of everything in it.
Several have gone sharply after passing the bat, so he's had to anticipate that sort of more English style of swing that's so late that it's no use to the bowler, but it's difficult for the keeper.
And the ones that particularly go down the offside and then come back afterwards and force him to go leg side of the ball. Marsh in, bowling to Latham, no stroke again. We could probably just record that comment and replay it a number of times because that's been the case. Latham 27 from 56 deliveries. Young 14 from 52. That's patience personified. Of course, we've had one, takeable chance, isn't it? Travis Head put down bat closer on the onside. But New Zealand will be happy. 47 for no wicket. What have we got? About 35 minutes to go until lunch. 60 or 70 without loss by lunch in the first session of a test, you'd be reasonably comfortable. Marsh to Latham, who's defending. Back along the pitch to the bowler. No power on the stroke, just letting it run back. And left by Marsh to complete it over. None for 5 from the 2 that he's bowled. 47 for no wicket. New Zealand sent into bat today. One change to their side, of course, was Will O'Rourke being left out. Ben Sears coming into the New Zealand side. They decided that there was no need for a specialist spin bowler. They're using their part-timers, basically, and that will be the Glenn Phillips and also Rachin Ravindra. They're required for their batting in this side. Australia, not surprisingly, didn't make any change, didn't have to make any change. They are a settled lineup. The only changes they ever seem to make are in their batting order, aren't they? Xavier Doherty comes back to join me, providing the expert comments, looking out on a field that is very pleasant to the eye.
It is, Wads. It's a beautiful cricket ground. We were just having that exact same discussion at the back of the box. It's great to see, and it's great to be here.
Well, here's Stark bowling to Young. Leaves the delivery first. Ball of the over. Yeah, it's interesting cricket ground, but a lot of cricket is seen in big stadiums, isn't it? Concrete jungles, and I've experienced, and you've probably experienced cricket in all sorts of grounds, but this to me is aesthetically pleasing. It's a lovely atmosphere, and the Basin Reserve is much the same. It's probably more frenetic than we've seen here. People are just sitting on the bank enjoying a lovely Christchurch day, and let me tell you that people will say that this is the coldest it's going to get during this test match.
It's warming up for us.
Yeah, it is. 47 for none. Stark in, bowling to Young, and Young drives up towards mid-off. There's no run for him, though, as it deflects away towards the mid-off fieldsman.
Is that what this pitch needs? A bit of sun? Probably not too much more. It hasn't played too many tricks, if we're going to be brutally honest. The Australians have been okay, but without... there've been a few balls past the bat. We've already tried spin, 50 minutes into the test match.
I don't necessarily think it needs sun as such. That means drying out, doesn't it?
It does.
I think it's in pretty good shape for a test match now.
Yep.
It looks as though it's been prepared for batting.
It does. That was the feeling at the start of the day.
Stark bowling to Young. No stroke. As it's taken wide, almost in front of the first slip field. In fact, it was. In fact, Husband Kawaj just stepped away, and you can take that. I'm not going to take it on the toe.
Yeah, so chatting with Chris Harris, he's a local, isn't he? And Frankie McKay, who I think is going to join us a little later. They're the locals here. They felt it had been prepared this weekend, despite the fact there was plenty of grass. It was still quite firm, but the feeling from the locals was that it would flatten out really quickly, which would appear to be the case.
Stark bowling to Young, who's defending and missing the ball. He was in defensive pose. The ball beat the outside edge of the bat through to Carey. Well, I guess as you talk about around the world, if New Zealand and this ground in particular cannot prepare a pitch that New Zealand will find suitable, there's something gone wrong in the game. Because everybody else does.
Well, they got the last one wrong. If you're going to roll out, and great from an Australian point of view, and great for cricket that there was always something happening. But the fact they prepared a turner when we had one of the game's greats in our lineup counted against the hosts.
Stark bowls to Young, who is getting the edge. caught as he looked to turn it on the onside. Young is just asking, did it carry? And he's going to get the umpire's assessment as he's walking away. But the ball has flown away towards the slip. Mitchell Marsh, I think, has taken the catch. And if it's been taken cleanly, it'll be the first wicket. Young is slowly walking away. And he was turning it into the onside. Got a leading edge. Let's see. Yes, that's carried and well taken by Marsh, so he has to leave. The first wicket has been taken, and it's the wicket of Will Young. Out for 14, caught by Marsh, bowled by Stark, and New Zealand 47 for 1, half an hour before lunch.
Exactly what Australia were after there. It was some great bowling from Mitchell Stark. It was a scrambled seam or a big off-cutter, and it caught the leading edge. Big off-spinner, Jim's saying. They need more left-arm off-spinners. They're calling from the back of the box.
Yes, indeed, and the crowd standing and applauding the arrival of Kane Williamson, playing his 100th Test match for New Zealand, a man who will show no emotion as he walks out to the middle, but the crowd are emotional, and as much as supporting Kane Williamson, one of their favourite sons, even though he doesn't come from the Canterbury region, they respect a man who is currently the best batsman in the world, and they're probably trying to give him some encouragement to prove it today.
Well, they want to see a Kane Williamson masterclass here, don't they? The Wellington crowd missed out on seeing the best of King Kane, but the optimistic crowd here in Christchurch giving a great welcome to a great player of this game. But getting back to that was fantastic bowling there, Wads. A big off-spinner from Mitchell Stark. That's what the Australians have gone back to, just changing it up. A leading edge from Will Young, looking to turn it into the leg side. It was a leading edge. I've never fielded in the slips a lot, but so they tell me it's really hard when they come off the leading edge. So
you don't see it coming, do you? From the back?
You don't get any indication that it's coming your way. So a fantastic catch from Mitchell Marsh at third slip.
It was one of the reasons why I always opted out of the slips. I like to be able to see the ball coming, and if you got into that situation, it was difficult. Williamson to face his first ball. Here's Stark into the former New Zealand captain, who guides it away to gully. A little tentatively as he played it out into the gully where it fielded there, and the over is at an end. 47 for 1. 19 overs have been bowled. The batsman out was Young. Let's have a look at pitch. Leg stump. And he basically played it the way he should. It was outside leg stump, wasn't it?
He did. He got defeated. It was some really good bowling from Mitch Stark. We haven't seen any seam movement so far. There was a little bit of swing in the first over or two, but that's some really good cricket smarts from Mitchell Stark. Lowe was a big off spinner. It was a one day or a T20 delivery, and it just straightened a little bit to the right-handed Will Young, turning the face of the bat, hitting it to where you should, like you mentioned, Wads, hitting it to the leg side, but just sort of straightened a fraction and caught the leading edge. And Mitchell Marsh, I think Will Young sort of hung around a little bit, but then took the word of the fielding team that had carried.
Well, it's Marsh who's got the ball now, and he's bowling to Latham. First ball of a new over has Latham tucking the ball into the onside. There's no run for him as it goes out towards square leg. Yeah, well, I mean, you're taken by surprise anyway that the ball ended up at third slip, and it was a good catch by Marsh because he didn't get the initial view of it, and he had to go down low and take it, and that's a very good in front of Smith at second slip almost, wasn't it? As though it wasn't going to carry to second slip.
No, that's right, yeah. He late to move, Mitchell Marsh, as you'd expect. He wasn't expecting it, so he's got a big set of hands. He played a little bit of Aussie rules as a kid, Mitchell Marsh.
Here's the next delivery from Marsh, bowling to Latham, who gets one down the leg side. It's through to Carey, bit of extra bounce. Yeah, we don't have to be able to catch in Aussie rules, do you?
But you don't have to?
Be able to catch?
You watched last night.
Yeah.
Were you impressed by the skills or not? Or you were just trying to figure out the rules for most of the night?
I'm trying to get them to play rugby.
I was trying to figure it out. You've got your work cut out because that was rugby heartland where that game was last night. And 40,000 locals turned up, and it's very well supported in the northern states. Australian rules.
47 for 1. Up goes Marsh, bowling from the Port Hills end to Latham, who's on the front foot, nudging it out into the offside and sets off for a single too. Starting to rotate the strike. That sort of thing is what New Zealand need, as Cummins has to do the fielding. They take a single. 48 for 1. Latham goes to 28.
One thing that's interested me is that they've kept with Mitchell Marsh here. They've got the breakthrough, Australia, and it's taken them so long to get there. Nearly an hour and a half of this morning's play, but they've kept with Mitchell Marsh. Pat Cummins has only bowled 5 overs. Hazelwood 5 overs. I'm surprised they didn't go back to one of their strike bowlers here. You know, it's a really important half an hour. As we just touched on a moment ago, there's not the life in the wicket that everyone may have expected, you know, particularly the visitors. So I think it's really important they just really cash in while the ball's still new and any life is still in this wicket.
Yeah, it's not as if Marsh has taken much tap, though, has he?
He hasn't, but it's he doesn't seem to be troubling, well, particularly Latham at the other end. He'll get his first crack at Williamson here.
Well, Williamson goes through his batting routine as he waits for his first delivery from Marsh, and he's onto the front foot, but the ball beats the outside edge of the bat. And
of course it does. Of course it beats the bat. As I mentioned that he shouldn't be bowling. That's nice. Nice from Mitchell Marsh. A little bit of outswing. The big Western Australian, that's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah,
some nice shape.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it was swing or seam. It just moved away nicely from the edge of the bat, wasn't it? Lovely delivery.
A bit of Jasprit Bumrah.
Yeah.
That was a display of new ball bowling last night.
Yeah, but he was hitting the pads. Oh, no, that was Kuldeep and Stasia. 48 for 1. Marsh in from the Port Hills end. The sun clouded by a bit of cloud at the moment. Yes, Williamson pushing the ball into the offside, stroking it pleasantly out to extra cover. Chase for Cummins. They've taken 1. We'll get 2. I don't think it'll go for 4. They may come back for 3. Flicks it back to the fieldsman out in the deep, and that's the New Zealand 50 posted as Williamson gets 3 through the extra cover region to get off the mark. Latham is 28. It's 51 for 1 in the 20th over.
Yeah, nice solid start here for New Zealand. They've lost the wicket of Young, but and a nice start for Williamson. He was beating the ball before, just lent on that delivery from Mitchell Marsh and didn't try to overhit it and made it almost all the way to the boundary, but some lovely timing from Kane Williamson to get his innings underway.
Man out for New Zealand is Will Young. Out in the previous over, bowled by Stark. Here's Marsh bowling to Latham, and Latham turns towards long leg. There'll be an easy single as the man in the deep, Stark, picks up to complete the 20th over. 52 for 1. Latham is 29. Williamson is 3. Marsh now has completed 3 overs, has none for 10. And the New Zealand 52 for 1. They were sent in today with a new test player in the New Zealand ranks, and that player is Ben Sears, in place of Will O'Rourke, who was injured in the last test matches, hamstring. And this is actually Will O'Rourke's home ground. Although he comes from Auckland, he's been playing for Canterbury and he's been doing it most effectively. Ben Sears, of course, is a Wellingtonian. Might have been interested in bowling at the Basin Reserve, particularly with so much bounce.
I think so. I think so. Did it surprise you that they've kept Kugelheim in the lineup and if there was another quick option, maybe they rotated, but it was either he or Satner, wasn't it?
Well, that was basically the final choice for them, wasn't it? Here's Stark picking up the attack again from the Botanical Gardens end. Bowls to Latham, who drives into the covers, through the covers. Nice stroke out towards the extra cover boundary. They've taken 1 and won't have to go any further because it's gone to the boundary for 4. That's a good stroke again. He's getting confident on the front foot. He hasn't played a lot of those, but he's certainly been able to play again without really much follow through, just playing with a nice full blade.
A punch, wasn't it?
Yeah,
almost a defensive shot, but he's hit it so well that it raced away, and he got a nod of approval from Mitchell Stark. It wasn't a bad ball. I think he's been encouraged by the fact that Mitchell Marsh has been able to swing it at the other end. That one just went away from Latham a touch, but a beautiful shot from Latham. He moves to 33.
56 for 1. Stark, the left armer, coming in again with 3 slips in the gully in place. Bowls to Latham. He leaves as it goes through to Carey. Well, Carey's been a busy man this morning. He's had to take him on both sides of the pitch.
And let one go too, didn't he? He had to, there was, I'm not sure if you watched it. There was one from Mitchell Stark.
Couldn't reach it.
He could not reach it. Only bounced once or twice before thumping in to the boundary in front of the side screen, but it was...
he wouldn't have got there if he was sitting on Cameron Green's shoulder. I don't think it was...
He wouldn't have.
So high.
He wouldn't have.
And he was let off. It was called wides rather than buys. You sort of feel sorry for wicket keepers when they see so many buys and it's not their fault. 56 for 1. Latham waits. Stark comes in to bowl to him, and this one has him edging down through the slips for 4. Past third slip, not a chance. It was all along the ground. Just getting the thick edge, keeping it on the ground, down to the boundary. 60 for 1. He moves to 37.
I think you call that a moral victory from Mitchell Stark.
No, it's a good shot.
That's a good shot. And to be fair, that's not the first time we've seen it from Tom Latham. Just open the face of the bat. But he sort of threw his head back not in disgust, but more of the fact that you beat me there, Mitch, but I'll take my 4 runs.
Yes.
But, yeah, you're certainly happy to see those. As we see a change in the field, it's great. They've got rid of the third slip and put in almost a floater into gully now, so they're sort of just trying to plug that gap where it's Latham's found a few times.
Yep, there's still a gap there between second slip and gully, though. Here's Stark bowls to Latham, who's on the front foot, driving up towards mid-off. There's no run for him. Loud call of no, quite rightly so. Getting a good crisp punch, but didn't beat the fieldsman at mid-off.
He's been quick onto him, Tom Latham. Anything slightly over pitch this morning. Picked out Marnus on that occasion. A very quick, it's a good sign of a good wicket when you can, on the morning of day one, punch the ball back down the ground.
Well, I guess to a certain extent, that's the sort of encouragement that New Zealand needed, didn't they? A pitch that they can play like that and get nice reward for good straight bat cricket strokes. 60 for 1. Stark bowls to Latham, who's turning it into the onside. Easy run as it goes out towards square leg. Just forward of square. The fieldsman was at backward square, so it's an easy run for Latham, who's starting to get some rhythm about his batting at the moment. He was strokeless for a period of time because he was basically facing some demanding bowling, and they were within the area of fourth stump, weren't they? And
that's right. I know that's the job of an opener, isn't it?
Exactly.
Sometimes you've just got to weather the storm, but you're going to have some troubles. I think that's just part of the game. So
exactly.
to navigate your way through that and then cash in when your time comes.
38 Latham. Williamson back on strike, staying over the wicket. Stark to him. 3 slips into gully in place. Stark bowls. Williamson gets it on the pad. Hill for LBW. Everybody's interested except umpire Murray Erasmus, who walked away towards the onside and gave it not out. There was no talk of going for the DRS. They're quite happy with the decision, although the DRS timer clock is still counting down. 3, 2, 1, the end of the over.
Yeah, not a lot of interest there from the Australians. A little bit of shape back from Mitchell Stark, but just started that one a little too leg side. But some encouraging signs for Australia. They've taken a little while to get into their work. As I called for, Wads, Josh Hazlewood back into the attack. I think they've just a little slow on the uptake there, Australia. It is a crucial period in the game. Arguably the two most established batters in this New Zealand lineup, Williamson and Latham. It's a crucial little period for Australia if they want to get into that middle order.
Yes, well, Marsh only had 3 or 4 overs, and he's not bowling the bowlers in long spells, is he? Hazlewood is going to return. He's going to go round the wicket. 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 12. His figures, 61 for 1. And he's bowling from the Port Hills end, the pavilion end of the ground. Goes into Latham round the wicket, and Latham plays into the onside, up towards mid-on. Fielded there by Cummins, and there's no run. Will Young is the batsman who has been dismissed. He was out caught by Marsh from the bowling of Stark for 14. New Zealand batting lineup is certainly being exposed to some demanding stuff. It's not fiery bowling. There's not a lot there in the track for the bowlers, but they're looking to gather as much as they can in the early stages to impose a bit of pressure on New Zealand's top order. Up goes Hazlewood to Williamson, and Williamson leaves. Latham, leaves down the outside.
Tell us a bit about Sears. Wads. I've seen it. I saw he played one of those T20 games, didn't he? A guy who bowls with some good pace.
Yes.
Brings the ball back in generally to the right-hander.
Goes wide of the crease.
Yeah.
He's not a great user of the crease, but he does generate good heat.
Yeah.
As I think somebody pointed out that, there's might have been Gary Stead, there's all arms and legs, and then all of a sudden the ball arrives. It's got
a little bit like Kugelheim then as well, is he? Like there's a lot happening, and then.
Yeah. 61 for 1. Goes Hazlewood to Latham, who's caught behind. Lunging forward, got the edge. The change has worked. Hazlewood has been able to remove Tom Latham. Caught behind for New Zealand, 61 for 2. He's out for 37.
Yeah, just a little disappointing there from Latham. He just sort of nods his head and almost just concedes. That was such a good ball. Not much I could have done about it. I think you heard in the sound effects that they were giving Alex Carey a bit of stick about tackling that one. The ball just after it passed Latham just wobbled a little bit. He had to sort of corral it, and it wasn't the cleanest take by the wickie, but such a good start. He's just starting to be undone here from New Zealand. Latham goes for 38. He looks so good. Until he just found a little feather off Josh Hazlewood. And the return of the big quick has brought about another wicket.
Yeah, and that's the danger sign for New Zealand. A wicket just before lunch. They've got, a guy who's been pretty successful in terms of run accumulation. Rachin Ravindra coming out. Kane Williamson can bat for days if he gets the opportunity. But this is now where New Zealand have got to establish their position, or else they're under a lot of pressure.
Well, this is the criticism, isn't it? You know, you get to 1 for 60, such a good start. This is what we saw so often in the first Test match. They get into, decent positions, and then it just falls away. So it's a big New Zealand watch here. This has been the part that so many people were so critical of with their cricket, particularly against Australia. They're competitive for so long, but then just let themselves down. Let themselves down. That was a very good piece of bowling from Josh Hazlewood. Just the tiniest feather. He's come around the wicket and straightened the ball to the left-hander. The tiniest feather.
Yes, hardly ever touched the bat. The noise on the little meter was very minimal, but it was enough to get the edge and send Latham packing. 61 for 2, Ravindra and Williamson. 2 new men at the crease. They've got to re-establish their position. Losing 2 quick wickets. New Zealand's batting still has some very good players in terms of Mitchell, Blundell and Phillips, but they don't want to expose them to too much before the later sessions. Hazlewood to Ravindra, who's playing at a delivery and appeal, or more a shout from the slip field. Went into the pad, did it?
It did, a little bit. Inside edge is what I picked up through the sound effect mics there. Some great bowling from Josh Hazlewood. Ravindra just covering the seam movement, seeing that he's just seen Latham nick one with the ball that moves away, expecting a similar delivery, and it's just come back into the left-hander, caught the inside edge and hit him on the back inside thigh.
Up goes Hazlewood again, bowling to Ravindra. This delivery has him on the front foot. It's taken on the pad, appeal for LBW. Not quite getting the line of that delivery. He'll be under a bit of pressure too for a fair bit of the time up towards lunch now as he looks to try and establish himself. Where did that one go? That was fairly high on the pad. Probably going down.
He's got the ball coming back into the left-hander, Josh Hazlewood. So I just feel like the setup's on. He's around the wicket. It's a wide angle. He's coming from wide of the crease and bringing it back into the left-hander at the moment.
Last ball of the over. Hazlewood bowls to Ravindra, who's playing and missing. So an uncertain start from Rachin Ravindra to end the 22nd over. 61 for 2. He is 0. Williamson is 3. And Hazlewood now from 6 overs has 1 for 12. More from Xavier Doherty. And then through to lunch, Corbin Middlemas.
That is a display of high-quality seam bowling there from Josh Hazlewood. He's picked up the wicket of Latham. Left-hander in Ravindra comes to the crease. He's trying to cover that seam movement away. He brings the ball back twice, clips him on the back leg, and just to finish the over, gets one to straighten up. So fantastic bowling from Josh Hazlewood. Exactly what Australia needed, the breakthrough. Welcome back, Corb.
Thanks, X. Gee, good stint from Waddle. A couple of wickets falling. It's pretty slow going at one point. None for 47 and now 2 for 61 with both openers back. Latham out for 38. Hit 7 boundaries in that knock. And Young, the first to go for 14. Court Marsh bowled Stark. So 1 for Hazlewood, 1 for Stark. And a bit more of Mitchell Stark here from the northern end as he bowls outside the off stump. And Williamson lets it past. It thumps into Carey's gloves. All of a sudden, they got their ends up here, the Aussies. They're buoyed by what they've seen right on the stroke of lunch. We're about a quarter hour away from the first break in the Test match. Australia winning the toss. They decided to field first. There is no change to the Australian 11, while Ben Sears is on debut for New Zealand, and Will O'Rourke out with his hamstring niggle. There's no Santner, so Kugelheim holds his place. And our broadcast booth, which is our container on top of the hill. A beautiful Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Stark on his way in as he bowls to Williamson. It's a nice drive through cover. There was some hesitation about whether they wanted the single. It breaks the infielder, and Labuschagne giving chase downhill. Pulls it up. And a couple for Williamson takes him to 5. New Zealand 2 for 63.
I love that from Marnus Labuschagne. That's what he brings. You know, he's put in the hard yards there to keep Kane Williamson on strike. I think in a normal situation, or if you had one of your big quicks just sort of hiding at mid-off, that's 3 runs every time. But Marnus has given everything to chase that down. The big slide and quick return in, and they keep their man Williamson on strike.
Williamson whacking away at the crease, as you can hear. Awaits Stark. He lets it go. Good carry. Through to Carey, the keeper. There's a really good crowding as we look right around Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Great day for it. 18 degrees currently. Forecast top of 19, and the grass bank is packed right around this ground. There's only one stand, and that's the Players' Pavilion, which is around to our right. We are essentially at fine leg. Josh Hazelwood standing with his hands on his hips in front of us. Plenty of people on deck chairs in front of us watching the cricket. Hats on. Very comfortable day. This beautiful cricket ground in Christchurch as Stark bowls to Williamson, who lets it go. Through to the keeper, 2 for 63.
It's a proper cricket ground, isn't it, Corb?
Yeah.
Like this is when you think about, the traditional games, and Jim touched on it before, what it might have been like, 120 years ago. This is what cricket was like, the grass banks and the beautiful green field and a nice playing strip out in the middle. It's a real treat to have been a part of this tour and see games of Test cricket at proper cricket grounds.
Well, it's Friday morning today. We were here on Wednesday for our first setup. You came down to have a look, thinking that you were visiting for the first time. There was one part of the ground which looked familiar to you. It was Stark on his way in, bowls to Williamson, who chops down on one out through point. There's no run. He's on 5. Ravindra yet to score. New Zealand 2 for 63 just before lunch on day 1. What did you see?
Yeah, so I came down here. What time? We got here about 9:30. And I think by 2:30, I'd actually clicked to me that I'd been here before. So there's a little pavilion, and I wouldn't say, I'd probably say something in the early 1900s. It's the old pavilion when this was just open fields. And I was like, that seems vaguely familiar, that little pavilion.
You ended up finding a photo where, sure enough, the team photo was in front of that pavilion as Stark bowls a Yorker. It's dug out by Williamson as he squirts it away out the line at point. 2 for 63 at the end of the Stark over. Ravindra yet to score. Williamson on 5.
Yeah, so 22 years ago, I came here for an under-19s tour, and we actually played England on this very ground. Of course, it's changed a little bit with the grass banks that have been built up, and there's a stand that's been erected, and then the light towers and those sort of things. But the little old pavilions, quite unique and distinct. So, I remember seeing that. I've got a little picture on my wall at home of that under-19 tour, and with the pavilion in the background. So,
and that's no longer in use. That's not the pavilion these days.
No, is that the groundkeeper's sheds or something like that?
Yeah, we've seen the curators bump in and out through there. Here's Hazelwood continuing his work. 1 for 12 off 6. Bowls to Ravindra, who works one around the corner, backward to the square leg umpire down the fine leg. He will get just a single for it.
Yeah, but my cricket recall is pretty poor at the best of times, Corb. Right. So I took a little retake of thinking back to my under-19 days to recall that I've actually visited this ground before.
The Australians won the toss. They decided to field first, as we touched on a couple of times. So the opening few hours of the broadcast, that the locals here have actually seen a lot of pitches with a lot more live grass on them. Pat Cummins had an interesting quote, I thought, yesterday at his presser, where he basically said, when we decide what we're doing to the toss, we're basically deciding, is it going to be harder to bat first, or is it going to be harder to bat last? And essentially that's how we make our decision as to whether we want to bat or bowl, which I thought was a great way to simplify it. As Williamson's on strike, awaits Hazelwood, and he just knocks the ball back down the pitch in front of the non-striker.
Yeah, it was very honest, wasn't it? Basically saying, is batting going to be hardest on day one when the ball's seaming and whatever life might be there will be there with a new ball on, the very first up, or is it going to deteriorate? Is day 5 batting going to be that hard that, we want to go that way. So, yeah, a very simple way to put it. And obviously, and like you mentioned, Corbin, in your first little call, I'm pretty sure that Pat Cummins would have liked to have lost this toss and not have to have made a decision at all.
Williamson on strike, awaits Hazelwood, and again he's solid forward defending out on the offside, so 2 for 64. So essentially all we can ascertain from all of that is that Cummins and the Australians clearly think that this is just going to get better and better to bat on as the match progresses.
I think so, yeah.
The best chance to get 20 wickets is to try and get as many as they can on day one.
Have first crack, and it didn't look great for a while, but it'd take about 90 minutes before Mitchell Starc got that first breakthrough. Josh Hazelwood followed it up a few overs later, but it feels now that they've sort of knocked the top off and gotten into this middle order.
Williamson turns the ball to short leg and he's going to take a single. So trots through on Travis Head, who's at square leg, and thought there was one in it, and there clearly was as he runs through and moves to 6. New Zealand 2 for 65. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty, ABC Cricket. Live from beautiful Hagley Oval in Christchurch. The grass banks right around the cricket ground here with the picket fence. They've actually put their own fence with the LED boards and the advertising hoardings on the inside of that. And then you could argue there's a third boundary with another perimeter with the Toblerone and the rope that goes around on the inside.
The game's changed.
Hazelwood coming around the wicket, bowls to Ravindra, and he just pulls his bat inside that as it passes through to Carey. The milestone for Williamson, we've spoken a bit about it during the week, with 100 test matches for both Southey and Williamson, two guys from a country that don't play as much test cricket as perhaps the Australians or the Indians or those from England. He joins the likes of Fleming, Vittori, McCullum and Taylor. I say he. They being the two New Zealanders. So they go from a group of 4 to 6 that have played 100 test matches. Hazelwood around the wicket. Bowls to Ravindra, forward and just defending out towards Labuschagne at mid-off. He collects. It's the end of the Hazelwood over. So going at just 2 and over, Josh Hazelwood. 1 for 14 off 7. Ravindra's 1 not out. Williamson's on 6 and New Zealand 2 for 65. They played their 50th test match together against Zimbabwe. They're now playing their 100th test match together. And Tim Southey, it's a nice little stat, isn't it?
Good. Yeah, I like that.
And Tim Southey also joins another club by playing 100 test matches here, which is expanding. Picked up David Warner recently, Ross Taylor, Virat Kohli, and now Tim Southey. Only 4 men that have played 100 internationals across all 3 formats of the game. So
there you go.
T20s, ODIs and Test cricket.
Which, of course, we called that game, didn't we, in Hobart, where David Warner ticked that box. So, yeah, fantastic effort. Tim Southey, particularly as a fast bowler. Who are the others there that you just mentioned?
Fleming, Vittori, McCullum, Taylor. So he's the first New Zealand fast bowler.
Yeah, fantastic effort.
To reach the milestone. Here's Mitchell Starc, 1 for 30 off 7 on his way in. Bowls a short ball and Williamson ducks underneath it. Through to Carey.
You know, a few months ago when he sort of thought forward, Tim Southey, about how he might spend his week leading up to his 100th, do you think he would have envisaged the amount of grief that he was copping a part of the plan? You know, Ross Taylor having more than just a chip.
What do you think about that as a past player?
I don't like it at all. He's got to be right, Ross Taylor, doesn't he? But it felt like some of his comments, he'd had some inside knowledge as well. You know, the fact that he criticised for, particularly the part where he said they haven't treated Wagner and they forced him into retirement. It felt like there was some inside knowledge there, which I don't quite like.
Starc to Williamson on the back foot defending.
And I thought they were overly generous to give him, a guy that they clearly had no intention of giving the test match. It was purely there as a celebration, and the fact that he was in no consideration when O'Rourke went down to be considered for the second test. So the fact that I actually gave him an opportunity to be there with his family, to carry the drinks, to, say g'day to the crowd. He got a huge round of applause every time he came out into the ground. I thought it was overly generous if that's the way you're going to go. So clearly Ross Taylor didn't think that. He felt quite the opposite. But, some interesting comments.
Williamson awaits. Starc delivers. He's forward and driving. Can't beat Labuschagne as he works around from mid-off to extra cover to retrieve it. Williamson 6, New Zealand still 2 for 65. He also criticised Tim Southey for his dismissal in the second innings. And Geoff Lemon was quoting these numbers during the Wellington Test about where he sits on the all-time mark for most sixes in a test match. And basically said that him and Baz McCullum are having a bit of banter about whether he'll get the record, Southey, whether he'll hit the most sixes and break the record, and almost implying that, look, he's batting for that. That's what he's trying to do, which I imagine as the captain of the team, even though he's not in the team for his batting, that felt pretty close to home as Stark's on his way in again, bowls to Williamson, who lets it go.
Well, the fact that he's actually up there tells me that that's the way he's always batted. That's just how he plays. And I think sometimes that can be a bit of a cop-out, particularly when the result of the team doesn't go your way if you come out towards the end and just try and hit sixes. But they were in a position where they weren't going to win anyway. You know, there was no point in him blocking it around. And if there was another player, you know, I don't know, the Matt Henry or someone like that, well, Matt Henry plays exactly the same anyway. But, you know, they tend to play that way. So I think you can be critical either way, whether they change their game to suit the situation or they play their natural game. You're going to cop criticism if the result doesn't go your way.
Stark to Williamson, whips the ball off the leg stump. Out past Travis Head, finds the gap at mid-wicket. Head's got a chase on out to the western side of the ground. It won't be 4. Williamson will get back for 3. It's his second triple of the innings so far for Kane Williamson. And he moves to 9, which takes him to his highest score in the series thus far. New Zealand 2 for 68, approaching lunch on day 1.
Yeah, so the fact that now Tim Southee is captain, he's not only got to change his game to suit the situation, he also can't be reckless. So I think it's a bit of a stretch to be critical of that. You know, I think at the end of the day, if the result doesn't go your way, you can wear that criticism, but I think to criticise him for some of the selections and particularly the way they treated Wagner, I think is a bit unfair. That's my opinion anyway.
That's, as a media person though, Xavier Grubbs adds a nice little bit of spice into the series. But he did field a lot of questions about that yesterday, Tim Southee, despite the fact that he's playing a milestone game as Stark's on his way in, bowls to Ravindra, who opens up the face of the bat. In the end, fortunately, finds the gap between gully and point. It'll race away towards the third-man boundary. Head scoops it up. Has it in on relay with Cam Green. And in the end, Ravindra is going to trot through for 3. So he moves to 4. New Zealand 2 for 71. And two of their star players, their all-time greatest ever bat, Kane Williamson's 9 not out, and Rachin Ravindra, who could be the future of this team, is there on 4. New Zealand 2 for 71. The openers are out. Latham went for 38. He moved up to 6th in the all-time run scorers list in New Zealand cricket. Caught edging through to the keeper off Hazelwood's bowling. He followed his opening partner Will Young back to the pavilion. Young caught Marsh at second slip off Stark's bowling for 14. So both out, caught behind the wicket. The openers put on 47 for the first wicket stand, but then lost 2 in a hurry. And after being 2 for 61, they're now 2 for 71, about an over before lunch.
I think with another wicket, it becomes Australia's session, doesn't it? I think just at the moment, given the fact that Australia have had first crack on this wicket, 2 for 71 is about par for both teams.
Hazelwood's bowled well around the wicket to Ravindra, who blocks it away out to cover.
So what have we got? This will be the last over, won't it? So we've only got a minute or 2 to go. So yeah, you feel as though if Ravindra can get through this over, it becomes a level pegging game. But if Australia can manage to see the back of one of these two in particular, given how much rides on Kane Williamson, if they could see the back of him, that would be huge for Australia in these 5 balls.
I've got a few notes to get through before the lunch break as well, so watch me clear these in a moment as Hazelwood comes around the wicket to Ravindra, who's necking, he's caught. Taken at first slip, Khawaja hangs on to it. Rachin Ravindra is out, and the Aussies are on top in the test match. They take the honours to lunch. New Zealand 3 for 71. After such a positive start by the hosts with the bat, the tourists have struck back as they so often do. And New Zealand are 3 down for 71 at lunch. Ravindra chased a wide one, nicked it off. And Khawaja takes the catch. And he will not like seeing that back. Josh Hazlewood on the money again. And in the end, Ravindra is out for 4. New Zealand at lunch, 3 for 71.
That's a disaster, Corbin. That's an absolute disaster. A length ball, wide of off stump, 4 balls to go before the break, and he's thrown his bat at it. We've seen the class of Ravindra. We've seen how good he can be, but he's really let himself down there. There's no need to play at that. Absolutely no need. It's such a low percentage shot against a newish ball, an all-star attack on a fresh wicket. See that through to the keeper. I'll get a bat after lunch. You don't throw the bat at that in this situation. That is an absolute disaster for New Zealand.
That is not good cricket.
Nah, that is not good cricket.
None for 41, New Zealand a short time ago. At lunch, they head in at 3 for 71. The Aussies won the toss, decided to field first. we haven't seen any kind of great seam movement or anything like that in the pitch for the first hour and a quarter. Oh, hour and three quarters, really. And then in the last 15 to 25 minutes before lunch, bang, bang, bang. Young out for 14. Caught Marsh second slip bowled Stark for 14. Latham for 38. Caught the keeper. Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood. And Josh Hazelwood soon had 2. Ravindra right on the stroke of lunch. Chased one outside the off stump. Nicked it off. Kawaja took the catch. Hazelwood doubles up. Ravindra's out for 4. And as a result, New Zealand, after being none for 47, find themselves 3 for 71 at lunch. I'm no maths major, Xavier, but I think they've lost 3 for 24 in all of that. So none for 47 to 3 for 71 in 25.2 overs. Hazelwood 2 for 14 off 7.2 overs. Mitch Stark has the other wicket, 1 for 36, albeit a little expensive off his 8. Pat Cummins bowled well, only the 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 5. Nathan Lyon, 2 overs for 6. Mitch Marsh, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. The Aussies winning the toss, deciding to field first. New Zealand 3 for 71 at lunch.
It's hard to put it into words, Cole, because we've spoken about it so much this series already. And that was the criticism of New Zealand after the first test, is they lose the critical moments. Like they've played quite well there. And as I was talking about in the lead up to that delivery, a 2 for 71 was par. And, you know, they've actually done quite well to negotiate that session. But then just to play a shot like that and just to fall into a trap so easily and hand everything over to Australia is exactly where we're just repeating ourselves. They keep making the same mistakes in New Zealand. They're competitive for a while and then they just hand it over. Yeah, I'm a little bit, I'm just lost for words. Like just keep repeating exactly the same thing over and over and over.
That's how it's played out. So 3 for 71 at the lunch break. A couple off the SMS, 0467920222. Cricket tragic. Trace from Launceston. Can understand if Xavier keeps comparing Tassie to New Zealand. Both beautiful places. Loving the commentary, everyone. There's a few more little hot button issues that are popping up in Christchurch when it comes to a fully functioning cable car and a new stadium that's being built here in Christchurch that relate back to what's happening in Hobart that I'm sure we'll get to as the test progresses. Listening at home, managed to sync the TV and the radio up more or less. It's just right listening to an Australian-New Zealand test and hearing Brian Waddle on commentary. Stephen from Engadine. So nice to hear from you, Stephen. From Johnny, good morning to the voice of summer on this warm autumn morning. Listening from the white sands of a secluded Bawley Point beach. Go the Aussies. So a little shout out for you, Jim, from Johnny. Listening while moving 4 cubic metres of river pebbles on a long driveway. The bowling strike rate is a wicket every 4th wheelbarrow. That's from Mark in Mystery Bay, New South Wales. Nice to hear from you, Mark. And keep us updated with the strike rates as to how the wheelbarrows and the wickets are progressing. Rick Finlay's with us from down in beautiful Tassie. He's got some numbers for us. Best bowling quartets. We've been following this right throughout the Australian summer. What we're calling now with the 2 tests here, the Southern Hemisphere summer with the 7 test matches. But if we look at these 4, so Cummins, Hazelwood, Lyon, Stark, phenomenal. They've played all 7 test matches together. 482 wickets now in this, their 30th test match. So they are already the most successful quartet in test cricket history. They went past the 4-man combination of Mawell, Ali, James Anderson, Stuart Broad and Ben Stokes. And they played 31 tests together, and the high water mark that they had was 415. So they've completely moved by that in the way that they're progressing at the moment, and they're off and running, way out in front. Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark and Lyon, and fast approaching the 500 mark. For New Zealand, this is the 11th overall, 293 in 20 tests. So, sorry, this is the best New Zealand quartet. Is 293 wickets in 20 tests. So that's 11th place overall in terms of quartets. And their most successful combination is Bolt, Southey, Wagner, Williamson. So again, it's really only 3 of the major bowlers plus then another a 4th to try and get a quartet in. So that shows you what this Aussie quartet has been able to do over a long period of time. And Rick also notes if this Aussie quartet does take all 20 wickets, they'll end up with 499 at the end of the test. So they can't afford Marsh or Green to burgle any of them if they want to be on the precipice of 500. Last one from Rick, most runs in 100 tests. So obviously Kane Williamson reaching the milestone here. He has the 3rd most amount of runs to 100 test matches. Do you know who got there quicker than him? More runs in 100 tests?
Yeah, I'm looking at the screen.
Oh, meant to just have a guess, and I would have said, that's all right. BC Lara is second, so 8,916 runs he had after he reached 100 test matches, so completed his 100th test. And way out in front, SPD Smith.
Yep.
Steve Smith, the best since Bradman, so 9,137 runs after his 100th test match. So there's some numbers for you from Rick Finlay. That's lunch. We've heard from everyone. We're up and running. The Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And what a scene this is. You love this in Wellington.
I love this. For cricket officials listening back in Australia, we need this back in our home country. Open up the gates at lunchtime, rope off the pitch, let the locals have a nice up-close look at the playing surface, let the kids have a game of cricket on the outfield, kick the Sharon. There are guys kicking the Sharon. Love to see this. Such a simple thing that brings a lot of joy to the locals.
Plastic bats and tennis balls are plenty. There are people streaming onto the ground. So they've roped off the centre square area, but a chance for all the punters to get out there and have a look at the wicket. And then there's other parts of the playing surface that is roped off, but a huge chance to go out and have your own game on the outfield or take a look at the pitch. So what a scene it is, the Hagley Oval in Christchurch. A sellout, so well populated, the grass banks here. It is lunch on the first day after Australia won the toss, decided to field first. New Zealand 3 for 71 at lunch. This is ABC Cricket. Through the ABC Listen app, you can find us on that red cricket ball button right throughout the Trans-Tasman series. Now, the footy codes are underway. We heard from Pat Cummins yesterday, had the chance to chat with him. He mentioned he was keeping a close eye on the opening round. His Sydney Swans were in action last night. After the latest from the ABC newsroom, Aaron Bryans will bring you up to date with what happened last night in the footy for both the AFL and the NRL. But lunch here, a chance for us to have something to eat. The second session begins in just over half an hour from now. So at lunch, New Zealand 3 for 71, Williamson 9 not out. An opportunity for us to see what's happening in the ABC newsroom.
I'm Sally Ann Young with ABC News. The Mayor of Ballarat is urging community members to refrain from rumour mongering and speculating over the killing of Samantha Murphy as police step up their search efforts to find her body. Yesterday, police charged a 22-year-old Scotsburn man with Miss Murphy's murder. Police are appealing to the public for information to help find her body. Mayor Des Hudson says the community needs to let the investigation take its course.
Just let the investigation take its course. That's where all of the evidence will come out and there will be an opportunity to follow that. But the detectives that have done an amazing job getting to this stage trawled through thousands of pieces of evidence, and now my message stays the same. Please let that follow through to its natural conclusion.
Meanwhile, community members mourning the death of Samantha Murphy will gather in Ballarat tonight in a show of support for her family. Locals will gather at the Eureka Stockade Memorial Park in Ballarat at 7:45pm to pay tribute to the 51-year-old and offer their condolences to her loved ones. Malaysia's Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim has urged Australia to restore funding for the United Nations aid agency in Gaza and take an aim at the approach of Western countries to the Israel-Gaza conflict. Mr Ibrahim says he raised the matter of paused funding for UNRWA directly with his counterpart Anthony Albanese earlier this week. Australia is among many countries that have paused funding for the agency after Israel alleged some agency workers were involved in the October 7 terror attacks. Mr Ibrahim used a speech in Canberra to criticise what he views as selective interpretation of international law, particularly in relation to the conflict.
Why, for example, has the West been so vociferous, vehement and unequivocal in the condemnation of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, while remaining utterly silent on the relentless bloodletting inflicted on the innocent men, women and children of Gaza?
Former US President Donald Trump has criticised Joe Biden's policies ahead of his US President State of the Union address. Mr Trump is the only Republican candidate left in the running for November's presidential election and delivered a so-called rebuttal to Mr Biden's speech. The president is expected to sharpen distinctions with Mr Trump on the economy and try to ease voter concerns about his age and the war in Gaza. In a video released on his Truth Social website, Mr Trump says the president has squandered his 3 years in power.
Joe Biden is on the run from his record and lying like crazy to try and escape accountability for the horrific devastation he and his party have created. All the while, they continue the very policies that are causing this horror show to go.
The headmaster of Cranbrook School in Sydney's eastern suburbs has resigned after new allegations concerning a teacher. Nicholas Sampson was featured in an ABC Four Corners story this week that was critical of the culture at Cranbrook. Mr Sampson resigned this morning after an emergency meeting last night of the school council. Following revelations, he allowed a teacher to stay on staff after discovering he sent multiple graphic emails to a former female student. The council sent a statement to the school community this morning saying Mr Sampson's failure to disclose the information about the teacher led to irrevocable breakdown of trust between the headmaster and the council. Cranbrook has confirmed the teacher is on immediate leave pending an investigation. Engineers Australia is calling for greater government assistance to help encourage more women to pursue a career in engineering. Research conducted by the body found 14% of Australia's engineering workforce is female, noting most Australian-born girls don't consider engineering as a career option while in school. Not all regions have such low representations of women in engineering, with countries including India and Pakistan even reaching gender parity. Chief Engineer at Engineers Australia, Jane McMaster, says Australia's problems are cultural.
There is a relatively low level of understanding of what engineering is. Only 14% of the engineering workforce in Australia are women, but even more interestingly, only 3.8% of them are Australian-born women.
And Rupert Murdoch has gotten engaged to his girlfriend, Elena Zukova. The 92-year-old Australian-born media magnate will marry the 67-year-old retired Russian molecular biologist. A Murdoch spokesperson says the wedding will be held at his vineyard estate in California. Mr Murdoch has been married 4 times and was briefly engaged to ex-partner Anne Leslie Smith in April last year. You're up to date with the latest ABC News.
This summer, have a safe one by learning your ABCs. A is for action plan. Having an action plan means you know what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. B is for be safe. Be aware of the hazards you may face in the local area. C is for connect. Connect to abc.net.au/emergency for the latest emergency information. During an emergency, listen to your local ABC radio station. ABC Radio is your emergency broadcaster.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
From the Botanical Gardens end, here comes Stark. Bowling to Latham. Latham forward, nudges it down through the gully. Wide of green is racing across the turf towards the boundary. Will it be stopped? A diving, sprawling save. Does not save 4 runs. Last ball of the over and Latham's forward to a full length delivery and drives it crisply through mid-off, past Labuschagne, heading up towards the boundary for 4.
Here's Latham driving down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Timed it perfectly on the front foot and showing the maker's name, as we used to say, down towards the long off boundary from Latham. Takes his score to 14.
So far, so good for the Kiwis as Latham awaits line. He's down on one knee and sweeping. And sweeping very fine. There's a deep backward square back in Stark. He's sliding. He doesn't get to it. It goes for 4.
Stark bowls to Young, who is getting the edge. Caught as he looked to turn it on the onside. Young is just asking, did it carry? And he's going to get the umpire's assessment as he's walking away. But the ball has flown away towards the slip. He has to leave. The first wicket has been taken. And it's the wicket of Will Young. Out for 14. Caught by Marsh. Bowled by Stark. And New Zealand 47 for 1, half an hour before lunch. Here's Stark picking up the attack again from the Botanical Gardens end. Bowls to Latham, who drives into the covers, through the covers. Nice stroke out towards the extra cover boundary. They've taken 1 and won't have to go any further because it's gone to the boundary for 4. Hazelwood to Latham, who's caught behind. Lunging forward, got the edge. The change has worked. Hazelwood has been able to remove Tom Latham. Caught behind for New Zealand, 61 for 2. He's out for 37.
As Hazelwood comes around the wicket to Ravindra, who's necking. He's caught. Taken it first slip. Kawaja hangs onto it. Rachin Ravindra is out. And the Aussies are on top in the test match. They take the honours to lunch. New Zealand 3 for 71. After such a positive start by the hosts with the bat, the tourists have struck back as they so often do. And New Zealand are 3 down for 71 at lunch. Ravindra chased a wide one, nicked it off. And Khawaja takes the catch. And he will not like seeing that back. Josh Hazlewood on the money again. And in the end, Ravindra is out for 4. New Zealand at lunch, 3 for 71.
That's a disaster, Corbin. That's an absolute disaster.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to ABC Sports coverage of the second test between Australia and New Zealand at Christchurch. As you just heard, the Black Caps 3 for 71 at lunch. Australia won the toss, elected to bowl, a relatively green wicket. But the Kiwis seemed to survive pretty well early. They were none for 47 at one stage. And a really disappointing end to that session, losing 3 wickets for just 24 runs, finding themselves now at 3 for 71. Tom Latham made 38 from 69 deliveries. Will Young was the first to fall on 14. Rachin Ravindra only making just 4. And Kane Williamson now out there, not out, 9 from 18. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand Host Studio, getting you through the lunch break before we head back to Christchurch to continue day 1 of this second test between Australia and New Zealand. But there's plenty of other sport to get stuck into as well, as the AFL and NRL seasons have got underway. The basketball's in its way to its playoffs as well, so we'll run through all the news from around the country. We might start with opening round, which is the AFL. It did get underway last night at the SCG, with Sydney defeating Melbourne by 22 points. Brodie Grundy had a field day against his old side. He finished with 23 touches and 33 hitouts against Max Gawn. Isaac Heaney as well, cashing in on some increased midfield time. He had 26 touches and a goal. Inaccuracy plaguing in the Demons early, so they kicked 1 goal 6 at quarter time. Eventually they were able to fight back and hit the front midway through the third term, but the Swans put it to bed with a 5-2 final term, despite 4 goals from Melbourne forward Bailey Fritsch. Swan Chad Warner joined Declan Byrne after the win.
Yeah, we've got Chad Warner down here. How good's a round 1 win?
Oh, I mean, round 0, but yeah, it's pretty good. We'll have all the fans here, 40,000, I think, a couple of streakers. It's great. There's a great vibe in the room and great to start the year like that.
Take us to the start of the game when you got to run through with all those club champions here, all those past greats. What did it feel like? And is there someone that maybe makes you a little bit nervous from all those greats that were standing there?
Yeah, I mean, it was a massive buzz. I think everyone can say the same. It hyped us up a lot. It was a great initiative from Horse. I loved it. And I think seeing Paul Kelly there, obviously hard, tough blood, really got me going.
Talk us through that goal. That was you pumped up. That was close to as pumped up as we've seen you on the SCG. To get a goal in game 1, what did it feel like?
Yeah, I mean, it was epic. I was a bit slow up until then, so to get that right when we needed it, I was pretty happy.
What did it feel like out there in terms of first game of the season? You said you felt a bit slow. Was there a feeling out there? Were you blowing early? How was the team feeling at half time?
Yeah, I think we did really well to stop them scoring. I think we weren't scoring too much ourselves, but I think the way we were able to fight in times when they were out was really, really good. You probably saw it was pretty slippery and humid out there, so that costed a bit, but I think our legs just ran over the top, which is great to see.
You've got one of your new guys behind you, Brodie Grundy. What was it like having him in the ruck, palming it down to you and the rest of the boys in the midfield?
Oh, it's such a difference, isn't it? He's a generational ruckman, and so thankful to have him here, and the boys are just relishing it, and we can't wait to see what he brings this year.
Let's head upstairs for a few more questions.
Hey Chad, it's Tyke here. I'm just a small bit pissed off. You didn't mention past legends and looking at me when you were coming into the game.
Mate, I didn't see you.
Well done, mate. Slowest start by yourself, and it was great to see you going. You had a huge influence in the game in the second half. What did you take at half time?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'd like to say there was something that helped me, but I just got back to moving my feet. I think I was a little bit stagnant in the first half, and I was just really conscious about getting on the move and making sure I get to a man and then just turning it from there.
Now, Benny Cameron, one of the commentators, mentioned it just before. It really felt like an old school bloods battle, get into the game, make it hard for the opposition. It was low scoring, and eventually the damn wall broke. Did it feel like that?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think the work in the pre-season we done with our running. We did a lot more Ks this year, and I think that's really helped run out the last quarter, especially in these conditions that were really humid. We've been training that a fair bit.
Chad, Mick Mulder, just a few things you just might clarify. We thought the first quarter was always going to be a bit of a battle.
Yeah.
And then the second quarter, it looked like it was a piece of slippery soap. Is it fair to say that a lot of dew was in the ground? Because we couldn't tell from here.
Yeah, I don't think it was dew. It was just sweat and water in the air, I think, to be honest.
Right. Okay.
It genuinely was a bar of soap, but it was purely just sweat. The humidity just got us today.
Yeah, and I know that we've already touched on Grundy, but just tell us a bit about what he's like in the club and how you find him and how the boys find him.
Yeah, I mean, he's such a great change to the club. He brings such a unique character, and everyone's relished him so well. And everyone just loves having him around. He's a great role model for everyone too.
Is he off the ground? I notice he is different. So what's his ticket at this stage? Is he off to the museums? Is he a surfer? What's he doing?
I think he does a bit of everything. He does a bit of home hardware, bit of surfing, bit of everything. But he's just such a spiritual, lovable character as well, who's always up to listen to you if you're down, always up to help you. He's just one of the all-round fellas.
Yeah, and sorry, just finally on Heaney's kicking ability. Last year, I was just probably a bit critical of the fact that. Yeah, at clutch moments, he'd missed goals that were right in front. He kicked left, he kicked right, he overthought. He just seemed to be such a better player. I know that they say it's his first pre-season for a long time, but he just looks like he's got a lot more confidence in his kicking, but a lot more confidence in himself.
Yeah, 100%. This is the first pre-season he's trained fully with the midfield group. I think that's helped him a lot, helped him to adapt to the new role. I think he's definitely built to be a midfielder too, which is great for him. And like you said, that kick, it's been able to be used a lot more through the middle of the ground, which is great for such a talented player.
Yeah, well done.
Thanks, Mick.
Chad, just quickly, you mentioned about the fact that you've done a lot more running this pre-season than usual. How much more do you know in terms of kilometres? Is that extra running without the footballs, or was it just built into the drills?
Yeah, it was kind of a bit of both, actually. It's more just total volume, more total kilometres. It kind of killed me a little bit. I was struggling through the pre-season, but it's helped us out today, which is great.
Chad, I'm always keen to mention East Freo when I can. It's Brett Sprigg here. But you, like me, you've been here for a few years now. What do you like about footy in Sydney and the opening round concept? Do you like this opening round concept?
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. It's a great initiative from the AFL. I was coming into the game thinking if I was any of the other teams not playing, I'd be absolutely spewing tonight. So I was so excited to play. And obviously, being all the games in Sydney and Brisbane and Gold Coast, it's a great initiative, I reckon, to grow the game.
And you're back in football heartland next week at the MCG against the Pies. It'll be another huge game.
Yeah, I can't wait. I mean, the crowd's probably going to be just as big or even bigger next week. Which is great. We're going to have a lot of supporters down there and face another very quality side. Clearly, they speak for themselves, so I can't wait for the challenge.
Chad, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Well done, mate.
Sydney Swan Chad Warner speaking there to the ABC Sport team after their 22-point victory over Melbourne to kickstart the AFL season at the SCG last night. Chad had 26 touches and a goal, so a team high for him. Certainly plenty contributing across the board for the Swans. Meanwhile, for the Ds, they certainly had contributors, but rather they just couldn't get the job done, unfortunately for them. A straight set exits in the finals last year, a really tumultuous off-season. Clayton Oliver, personal reasons, having to leave their pre-season camp, his mental health battles on top of his drug issues as well, finding his way back into the team, but then multiple injuries, the retirement of Angus Brayshaw. There was hope amongst the D's camp that they'd kickstart the year and put it all behind them with a win, but unfortunately they couldn't get the job done last night at the SCG. Here's Bailey Fritsch speaking to the ABC Sport team in the aftermath.
I've got Bailey Fritsch with me. Bailey, a bit of a solemn mood down here. What's the feeling after that loss?
Yeah, obviously disappointing. You want to start the year off to a flyer, and unfortunately we probably did that for 3 quarters tonight, although we started a little bit slow. I thought we got our game going between the second and third quarter, but I think in the end they were just a little bit more cleaner with the ball when it mattered and took their opportunities, and it's a credit to them. They played well. They had high pressure for the whole game, and well done, Sydney.
Talk to us about that frustrating start. Some missed goal kicks. I think you guys were 1-8 yourself. You missed that one around the corner. What's the mood at that point, and how did you turn it around?
Yeah, we talk a lot about staying in the moment, and we can't control. I missed a couple, or whoever misses. We just need to stay in the game, stay in the moment, and that next opportunity is going to come, and it might be 10 seconds later, it might be 10 minutes later, but we want to consolidate when we get that next opportunity. So the challenge is to stay in that moment.
Brett just mentioned touching the headgear before you ran out. Was Angus Brayshaw a big part of this week, today, just before the match? What was the thought behind that really touching gesture?
Yeah, he's been a big part of our footy club and our culture and where we are today for a number of years now. Obviously, very emotional time, a couple of weeks ago when he had to hang up the boots. But his legacy will live on through our footy club for many years to come. And, obviously it would have been great to be able to have him here, but unfortunately he can't. So, if we can do little things like that, that helmet will be there every week, and we'll be touching that's for sure.
It was a tumultuous off-season, everyone can admit that. So talk to me about the resilience of the group. You've lost the first game now of the season. How does this group, how are they placed to bounce back, regather and regroup?
Yeah, internally, we just worry about what we can inside the four walls. We think we're in a really good spot as a footy club. Obviously didn't get the result tonight, but I'm really confident that we'll bounce back. And, we've got 10 days to bounce back and, take some learnings from tonight and implement them going into the doggies. And I'm really looking forward to getting another shot round one.
Yeah, what did you make of round zero? Are you a traditionalist? Do you prefer to see it in Melbourne, or are you happy to come up here and launch it in the eastern states?
Oh, I'm all for trying to grow the game of footy across Australia, and if it means that, we have some games up here at the start of the season to try and get the crowd and get more kids involved, I'm all about that, and if hopefully it's worked.
Well, let's head upstairs for a few more questions.
Hey, Bailey, Ty Kennelly helmet. Unlucky. Personally, great response from yourself. Obviously, the first half itself, things just didn't quite go your way, but well done in the third quarter. How do you feel you got the struggles of moving the ball in the SCG itself? Did you feel it was hard for you as a forward at times?
Yeah, definitely. I think the conditions probably caught us a little bit off guard. It was like a wet weather game out there, and as I said earlier, Sydney definitely adjusted a lot quicker than what we did. And I think, with the ball in hand, we may have overused it a little bit, but we'll go away and look at that, work on that, and try and implement that next week.
I know it's not your part of the ground, and looked like you struggled to move the ball out of the exits in the back half of the ground at times. Is this an area that could he talk to you after the game? Did he address the exit piece from the back half of the ground or not?
We haven't looked too much into the game. The coaches will go away and they'll review the game, and I'm sure they'll have some big points for us to work on. But, Sydney are a great team, a contested team, and they're a forward half team. So, if you want to play against the best teams, you've got to be able to get the ball out of D50. And unfortunately, they've probably locked in a few too many times tonight. It's something that we can keep working on moving forward.
Bailey, appreciate your time. All the best.
Beautiful. Thanks, guys.
Bailey Fritsch speaking to the ABC Sport team at the SCG last night. His 4-goal effort, not enough. They had a 22-point loss to Sydney. So the final scoreline there, 12-14-86, the Swans to the Demons, 9-10-64. And as you might have heard, the games to come in round one. So Friday we'll see Collingwood up against Sydney at the MCG, and then the Demons will play on Sunday against the Western Bulldogs. And the opening round of the AFL continues tonight. Brisbane and Carlton at the Gabba, so our coverage begins at 7 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. So you can hear that on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand host studio at the moment because it is lunch at Christchurch. New Zealand are 3 for 71 after being sent in. They looked pretty promising to kickstart things considering the green wicket, none for 47, but a flurry of wickets to finish finds them at 3 for 71 at the first break. So we'll head back to the team over in New Zealand in a moment. But we should code hop over to the NRL. There was a game last night in their opening round. The Canberra Raiders beat the Newcastle Knights 28-12. It was off the back of a starring display from Hudson Young. It'll be a nervous wait for him, though. A shot on Kalen Ponga that saw him sent to the sin bin, so we'll wait to see what the NRL has to say about that one. But the Raiders starting their campaign hot. Many predicted them to be wooden spooners, and they've knocked off the Knights by 16 points to kickstart their year. In the aftermath, Ethan Strange caught up with John Gibbs.
Yeah, we spoke to Jamal Fogarty singing the praises of Ethan. Ethan, I know you've had one game before, but you get the chance to start, and you've made a good start.
Yeah, it was a good game. It was definitely a tough one. It was in the balance there for a bit, but No, it was a good game. You know, we toughed it out. The boys all pulled through for each other, and it was good. Yeah, especially Jamal.
You've got one of the great halves in Ricky Stewart, your coach. What was his message coming into the game?
You know, just do my thing. To be honest, not trying to make me into someone else. Just do what I'm good at, and a lot of talk, and just make my tackles. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of the things that the Canberra side, and you haven't been involved because you've only had a couple of games, Ethan, you're only 19, but one of the things has been Canberra have faded away in games, and there was no sign of that tonight, and that's something that Ricky's obviously worked hard on, that mental aspect.
Yeah. No, we've been running mountains in the pre-season. Toughest, you know, I've only done 2, but definitely my toughest pre-season by far, and I think it paid off tonight. Yeah.
Now you grew up on the Central Coast. You're a Central Coast junior.
Yeah, Entrance Tiger. I think there was a few Entrance Tigers out there on the other team as well. I think both the Saifedi brothers. But, there's a lot of good players come out of Central Coast, yeah.
Now, Ethan, you played 5'8" tonight. You played other positions. What is your favourite position?
5'8", 100%. You know, that's where I want to play. But if I'm needed somewhere else, and I'm happy to do that.
Now, obviously big shoes, but everyone's not putting pressure on you, as you say, with Jack Whiten leaving the club. Yeah. Jack Whiten, though, was a great supporter as well. Have you? Jack Whiten gave you great support.
Oh, yeah. He's he's a legend. I looked up to him growing up, and it was great to be able to be at the same club with him for a while, and I learned some things off him, but, it's good. I'm just out there trying to do my thing, yeah.
Well, you did a great job. Now, I've got to ask you, sitting at home, what did you think as a 19-year-old, what did you think of the opening of the competition in Las Vegas? Envious?
Oh, yeah, no, it was good. Hopefully we get to go next year or soon.
But this is the Las Vegas Raiders. That's their NFL team.
Hopefully they take that into account, the Raiders. But no, it was good. I really enjoyed watching it. Good atmosphere too, especially for another country.
Yeah, it was a great atmosphere. West Tigers at home next week. Congratulations, Ethan. Good start to the season. Well done.
Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate it.
Ethan Strange speaking with John Gibbs there after the Canberra Raiders' victory over the Newcastle Knights 28-12. It has been that extended first round of the NRL season, as they just touched on the fact that last week they were in Las Vegas, and now this first round continues back here in Australia. So plenty more games to come, including the Warriors facing the Sharks tonight. So our coverage of that begins at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and that'll be followed by the Storm and the Panthers. And as always, you can hear our coverage of the AFL, the NRL, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app, depending on your market. But the Listen app is certainly your home of all sport. We'll have every coverage, regardless of whatever code you're after, on the ABC Listen app. Just quickly, we'll head into the Newcastle Knights camp as well. So that disappointing loss, almost an upset loss to the Canberra Raiders last night, 28-12. Jackson Hastings caught up with John Gibbs after their loss.
It is Jackson Hastings. Jackson, disappointing start of the season, obviously in the game, but they were just too good, too enthusiastic.
Yeah, very disappointing, obviously. At half-time, we thought we were on top defensively. I know that sounds funny when they had all the ball. Just individual errors, obviously not tying in on a few things. They got us on a couple of last tackles, so it's not a massive fix. It's just little effort areas and turning up, and then just little system things on last tackle that we're going to have to work on next week. Obviously, Cowboys have a good kicking game, so, it's extremely disappointing. We had a debutant and we had someone playing their 50th game, so, yeah, disappointing to let them down on their special night, but that's round one and we're going to go again next week.
There were a lot of errors, but it wasn't for lack of trying, Jackson. Everyone's arguably trying too hard.
We've got a team full of blokes that will never give up, and, as I said, they scored their tries on last tackle. It wasn't like a massive breakdown in the system. The world's not ending. We lost one game of football. We're disappointed, but we need to move on quick and go into next week with a fresh mindset, fresh attitude, and just fix up some last tackle stuff, and we'll be right in the contest every single week. So not looking too far ahead, mate. Got to fix it up tomorrow in video, and then we wipe the slate clean and we go again.
Now, you played in the England Super League. Kai Pearce-Paul, he got a fair bit of play. Morgan Smith, his opposite, went all right too. They both played together, ironically, in the Wigan Warriors. How did you assess their games?
I played with both of them actually when I was at Wigan, so they're both young kids, raw, super aggressive and talented, as you can see. I think they both had really good moments tonight. I think they're both going to have very long NRL careers, and I'm proud of both of them. So I'm disappointed for my mate making his debut. Extremely proud of him, happy for Morgan, but yeah, extremely disappointed with the loss. They've got big futures.
Commiserations.
Yeah, thank you, mate. Good on you.
Jackson Hastings speaking to ABC Sport after the Newcastle Knights lost to the Canberra Raiders 28-12. I have to throw an apology out there as well. The great man Dennis Carnahan has got in touch with me, ABC Sports Zone, and says it wasn't an upset. I mean, a lot of people had the Raiders as wooden spooners in their season predictions, but Dennis certainly wasn't one of them, and he's very bullish after their win last night, 28-12. And still to come today, as I mentioned, round 1 of the NRL continuing. The Warriors and the Sharks are coverage from 5:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, and then the Storm and the Panthers. Over to basketball, Melbourne United pulling off a miraculous come-from-behind win last night against the Illawarra Hawks. They took game 1 of the best-of-3 semi-final series in overtime, 115-106. And it really should have been Illawarra's game. They had it wrapped up late. Carl Adnam had an inbound pass, couldn't find a teammate, threw it away with 18 seconds to go, and Chris Goulding sinks the game-time bucket. Melbourne go all the way then to win in overtime. So that kickstarts their semi-final series, the best-of-3 between Melbourne and Illawarra. And the playoffs will continue tonight with game 1 of the semi-final series between the Wildcats and the Jack Jumpers. You can actually hear that game on ABC Sport Extra from 9:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. And while we're on basketball, we should head over to America as well, because some big news for an Australian there. Ben Simmons' season is over with the Brooklyn Nets. He's going to consult with some specialists about the nerve issue in his lower back, but a pretty disappointing reflection of his career so far. He's missed 47 games this season. He's going to miss the next 20 as well. And as a total, I guess that's 57 of the last 191 total games since the Nets have required him. So he just hasn't seen a lot of time on the court, Ben Simmons, which is quite disappointing for the Australian baller over there in the NBA. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand Host studio as we close in on the start of the second session at Christchurch. New Zealand are 3-4-71 up against Australia after being sent in. We'll head back there in a moment on ABC Sport.
For all those yearnings for truly outstanding entertainment,
I have an idea of what might cheer you up.
You'll find a trove of Academy Award winning and nominated films on ABC iView.
Let's play.
Like Imitation Game,
It's beautiful.
American Sniper, Her, and Spotlight.
There's a story here, and I think it's an important story.
Brooklyn, Carol, and so many more.
Bon appetit.
Always free, always outstanding on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval. Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
It was an opening session of 2 halves. Australia winning the toss, electing to bowl first. New Zealand looked pretty comfortable on a green wicket, but they lost 3 late wickets. And all of a sudden, they're 3-for-71 heading into the second session. Day 1 of the second test at Christchurch. Let's head back to our commentary team waiting at Hagley Oval. Jim Maxwell's alongside Craig McMillan. Good afternoon, Jim.
Aaron, good afternoon. Yes, you can hear the burble in the background. A lot of the fans have had the chance to go out onto the ground and perambulate and look at the pitch and do whatever they do. But the thing is, they get involved, and that's a wonderful idea. And there should be more places on the planet doing test match cricket who allow the players, the spectators to do exactly that. But you're right, New Zealand losing 3 wickets in that period up until lunch, including Ravindra rather lazily out to a drive that nicked a slip and Khawaja from Hazelwood, and he was out for 4. Very disappointing for him. Williamson is 9. Will Young was caught off the edge of the bat trying to play to the onside, and it went to Marshlow at third slip. He made 14, and Latham caught by Carey, the finest of edges off Hazelwood for 38. So Hazelwood 7.2 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 14. Stark a little expensive, 1 for 36 from his 8. Cummins 5 overs, 5 runs. Lyon 2 overs for 6, and Mitchell Marsh 3 overs, none for 10. So, struck me as an opportunity frittered away a bit by New Zealand going to lunch. Craig, how do you see it? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Jim. Yeah, it's a common theme, missed opportunities for New Zealand. They worked really hard that session. It was almost a session of 2 halves. The first half was New Zealand. They got through that first hour. Both openers had played pretty well, and then Australia struck in the second hour.
So here we go. After lunch, Hazelwood runs in and bowls to Mitchell, who is allowing the ball to pass through outside the off stump. So a bit more doggedness and consolidation needed by New Zealand now. They were sent in, and Pat Cummins would obviously be feeling vindicated at lunch when he saw the score, 3 for 71.
Yeah, picking up those 3 wickets definitely vindicated Cummins' decision to bowl first. There's enough there. Even that last delivery It's gone past the outside edge of Daryl Mitchell's bat, who looked like he was just on the walk. So trying to take that length away from Josh Hazlewood, force him to do something different.
Hazlewood runs into Mitchell. Mitchell forward, gets it down to mid-on. A bit fuller and straighter at him. And Williamson, as I say, at the other end in his 100th test. Got a great cheer of support and appreciation from around this fabulous looking ground on a sunny day here in Christchurch. It is a picture, but New Zealand need to make a better fest of it than perhaps they have so far and keep Australia out there and accumulate. But this fella Hazlewood, he's at you all the time. Nibbles in at the off stump, the fourth, fifth stump. He goes in. Mitchell leaves wide of the off stump. And the pitch, what do you reckon so far?
I think it's played pretty well, Jim. I really do. I think there's been a little bit there for the bowlers, which you expect in the first session of any test match around the world. But the way New Zealand batted through that first hour, there wasn't too many terrors. There was the odd ball that nipped, but there's some bounce, which the bowlers always enjoy and like. But certainly I think it's going to just be a good cricket wicket. I think as the sun continues to beat down on it over the next couple of hours, that batting should become easier and easier as the day goes on.
Hazlewood starts his run, goes in and bowls it at Mitchell, who plays away looking for a run on the onside, but he hit it too well and straight to Cummins, who's down there at mid-on. So that ends the over that started before lunch, and the wicket of Ravindra. 3 for 71, 26 overs bowled. And if you're out in the crowd today, you want the slip, slop, slap. It's building up. That did you get badly burnt down here? You in the sort of ozone here?
Yeah, we've got bad ozone here, Jim.
Yeah.
Really bad. So while it might not be that hot in terms of degrees, the burn factor is still very high. So you're right, sunscreen important. And there's not a lot of shade here at Hagley Oval either. I see there's a few marquees up that aren't normally here, but there's not a lot of shade for most of the fans. So, yeah, it's going to be important.
Yes, they need more Pohutakawa trees.
Yeah, that would be handy. Just a little bit more shade so you can duck for cover when it's hot and the sun's out.
Yes, it's the classic old sports ground, cricket ground. If you want shade, go to the bar or go to the loo. That's the only option.
Yeah, I know where most are heading, to be fair.
All right, it's Cummins. He's got the ball. He's bowled very economically, and he has him edging here, Williamson, as he gets up over the bounce and steers it down to Cameron Green, who's there in the gully. Do they have bars around this ground? Under the marquee somewhere? How do they manage that exercise? You go over the bank?
Yeah, I think there's eateries down the back of the bank, and I'm sure there's definitely some fluid stops, Jim, that are being frequented throughout the day.
Oh, well, you've got to keep commerce going here. 3 slips the gully, waiting for Cummins to bowl, and back and across goes Williamson. Slants it off the back foot. Back across. Economical in his movements, but certain in his punch when he puts the ball away. He's only 9, but with him you think Williamson and New Zealand's sort of a combination that adds to a big score. And last for Williamson, playing against Australia has not been much fun. In his last 5 hits, I think 32 runs against Australia, which against his overall record is a bit of a surprise. But let's see what he can do with Cummins, who runs in and bowls to him, and he leaves the ball ostentatiously. He has that mannerism when he decides that he's going to leave. He doesn't just sort of quietly move inside it. Everything goes.
Yeah, I mean, this Australian bowling lineup, Jim's so relentless. They just keep coming at you, keep challenging you, keep forcing you to make good mistakes, good decisions. If you make a mistake, you're in trouble. And Kane, this partnership's the key. Mitchell and Williamson, 2 guys that can put on a big score together, have a big partnership. This is the key right here for New Zealand, this partnership.
Well, Cummins is beavering away. He goes in, and Williamson leaves another ball just outside the off stump. Will I, won't I? And that's what Cummins works with the batsman, trying to create a little indecision as he peppers away on a pretty, like Hazlewood, a pretty immaculate line and dot ball length. Just is a recurring theme for Cummins at the moment.
Oh, he's a handful, Jim, isn't he? You're right, because he gets the movement both ways as well, which is always difficult.
He's on his way in from the Botanical Gardens end. It's slightly wide of the off stump and it's allowed to pass. It was interesting watching Stark bowl before. Quite a lot of those deliveries to Latham that he let go that were full was swinging a long way after passing. Is that a feature of the fast bowling on this ground?
Can be, yes. Yes, that ball was swinging after it got past the batter and been left alone. What you normally see in England, don't you, with the jigs ball, and wicket keeping can be difficult because of that late swing. Don't see it a huge amount here, but it was certainly happening this morning.
Yeah, well, Stark was expensive, but he picked up a wicket, as is sometimes the case. Here's Cummins pitching up, right up and straight, and shuffling into line. Williamson knocks it away down towards mid-on. Over bowled, the maiden, 3 for 71. New Zealand getting in for the fight here, but they just want to be careful that they don't get bogged down to the point of not turning the strike over. And lots of teams have suffocated against this bowling as a result.
Yeah, it's sort of, we don't need Bazball, but we don't need blocking it either. We
love Bazball.
We need something in between, Jim. Something in between. Just keep rotating the strike, scoring where scoring is offered.
We want Phillips' ball.
Well, I'm sure you'll get it when he comes out to bat.
Hey, he pogated in Wellington, didn't he?
He did.
That's
Played
71.
nicely.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Love that.
What were New Zealand? 29 for 5.
Mm-hmm.
So he fired a few shots, didn't he, at that stage?
Hazelwood starts up again. He goes in and it's left alone by Mitchell outside the off stump. So this is a tricky period. It's not as if they're coming off a good base, New Zealand, in terms of being in control to an extent with their batting. They've got to retrieve an awkward position. And what do they say? Yeah, just add 2 wickets and see what the score would be.
Yeah, and if New Zealand do that, they're in a real spot of bother. So, again, as I mentioned, this partnership's crucial if New Zealand are going to get a big total.
Still 3 slips to gully. Hazelwood sidles up and bowls it, and it's pushed and missed down the line. He's hitting that spot. He's hitting the sixpence around a length at the off stump or the 5th stump and getting the ball to do just a fraction. The bounce is the thing. A bit of bounce and a little bit of movement. Just missed the bat.
So good. So good. That is just classy bowling. Not far away from that outside edge. On a length that dragged the batter forward, Mitchell. And in the end, he was groping at thin air. But that is some quality bowling from Josh Hazelwood.
You must chew on your mind when you're trying to get the ball away, as Hazelwood has him leaving the wider ball outside the off stump that bounced high too to Carey. You just want to get the feel of bat on ball and, well, score a few runs, but just getting the bat on the ball. What did you think of young Ravindra? He seemed to be getting in just at the time he got out.
Loose, really loose, because he already played and missed at a previous ball. And that should have been the marker to say that's not the option. Final over before lunch. Big cover drive with cover open is not the option. I've got to tighten up a little bit here. And he didn't, and he paid the ultimate price.
Hazelwood bowls, forward he goes. That's taken low on the bat along the ground to Cameron Green, who's there in the gully as he pushed at that fuller length delivery. But runs are drying up. I have been for a while, even at the back end of Latham's innings.
But that Ravindra innings again showed me, Jim, it's a young player that's still trying to find his feet at test level. I know he's scored a 240 against South Africa, a couple of tests previously, but it's only his 7th test match and he is still trying to find his feet in his game at this level. He hasn't done it yet. He will.
Hazelwood bowls, left alone outside the off stump as it fizzes past once more. Yes, fantastic performance in the World Cup recently before that double 100 he made. Yeah, well, he'll come again, but New Zealand need to try in this game to make sure they keep taking the fight to Australia, and it's not easy to do. You switch off for 2 seconds and they're all over you. This attack is just relentless. The discipline we saw back with McGrath and Gillespie, and now Hazelwood as he draws him forward and he defends down towards mid-on. And that's another maiden. 2 maidens in a row. Always a danger sign in the modern game. They reckon you get to 4 maidens and the wicket's going to fall.
Let's see. But the bowling's been quality after the break. They've been on the mark. New Zealand have respected the bowling that they've had to encounter. And they just have to weather the storm. They do. They have to be patient. Have to be patient against this attack. But when they miss and when they offer you a scoring opportunity, you've got to make the most of it. Otherwise, it's going to be a long day.
Yes, it has that feeling. And Cummins has bowled 6 overs for just 5 runs. They're quite a pair, these two. They're like little beavers gnawing away at the batsman. They love wood beavers. Here comes Cummins, short cut and cut for 4. That's a good stroke from Williamson. He got some width and he's hit it away down to backward point. It hits the rope. Oh, I think it just cut off inside or not. No, he didn't quite. Nathan Lyon had a long chase and it seemed to strike a bit of treacle in the last 20 yards and was pulling up. And he almost nicked it back from the rope. But he got 4 for a good stroke. Airily played, but nonetheless, it was a freer strike than before.
Yeah, a little bit of width. And on the surface, sometimes, Jim, you've actually got to go up and over. If you try and hit that along the ground, sometimes you can hit it at a catching height. So it was a good shot.
Williamson waits and leaves a ball outside the line of the off stump. 3 for 75. Williamson's into double figures with 13. I wasn't here in 2016 when McCullum went nuts, but that must have been exciting.
As batting coach, New Zealand batting coach, it was nerve-wracking.
Was it? You just thought he might make a mistake somewhere.
The ball was flying everywhere.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, everyone else caught onto it. It was an amazing day. There was over 400 runs on day one, which is most unusual here at Hagley. But it was some spectacle. It was quite a remarkable innings.
Cummins tries again and Williamson ducks a bouncer down the leg side. And a good take by Carey. That was awkward and he made good ground. It wasn't a little bouncer. It went way over the batsman's head. But Cummins testing out the surface and hopefully the batsman, but it was a long way down the leg side in the end.
It was a slightly different Australian attack 8 years ago, Jim. They had James Patterson and Jackson Bird were playing in this test match, along with Hazelwood. Mitch Marsh did some bowling and Nathan Lyon as well. So a few players back from that test match here.
Cummins runs in and he goes back and tries to turn it away and does so to Head, who's out there at square leg. Yes, well, that was... it wasn't called Bazball then, but it could have been, couldn't it? Before the Poms adopted it.
Yeah.
Look at that bloke down here. He's all in yellow shorts with the jacket and everything else, getting an autograph signed on his jacket.
Oh, he's Australian, isn't he?
Well, you'd think so.
Yeah. As a Kiwi, you wouldn't dress like that, I would hope.
Now we know why the Australians wear yellow. That was Piggy Muldoon. In goes Cummins and back and across and defended down the pitch after the famous...
Are we going to underarm?
The underarm, yeah. Now we know why the Australians wear yellow. It was gold, actually, or whatever you want to call it, but yes.
Canary yellow?
It's probably the most significant moment in many ways in the history of New Zealand and Australian cricket, you know, that underarm, because it did more to generate interest, I reckon, in this country in cricket than anything else. That's a perverse comment, I know, but yes. Here comes Cummins again. He's bowling to Williamson, and Williamson is straightened up and pushing square the wicket on the offside. It certainly did more to have people talking about cricket in a way they'd never talked about it before, because it aroused the national passion.
Did.
3 for 75 at the end of the over. We've just had one boundary scored since the resumption.
Yeah, quite remarkable times when you think back to it that still get discussed today with a bit of fever at times. I don't think us as New Zealanders will ever let Australia forget about the underarm, Jim. It's just etched into New Zealanders' memories.
Well, so much so. He might have been playing. They did a reenactment in Auckland.
2005?
Yeah.
Glenn McGrath in that T20, the first T20 international at Eden Park, and I think Billy Bowden gave him a yellow card. Maybe a red card, actually.
Here we go, pitching up. It's driven beautifully by Mitchell. Between the bowler and mid-off from Hazelwood, and it's gone down to the rope right in front of us as Labuschagne retrieves the ball. 3 for 79. Mitchell's off the mark with a very stylish off-drive. And it flies down there, yes. Yeah, the one I remember is when they brought Trevor Chappell over to bowl the ball again to McKay.
Yes. In
the lunch break of a one-day
Did they?
at Eden Park, yeah. And I was speaking to them later, and they were, what shall I say, worried about it. Here comes Hazelwood, and he's taking him on the body as it runs away on the other side. McKay was very concerned because he knew it was a setup to try and get him to hit a 6, right?
Yeah.
And Chappell was going to bowl a dibbly-dob mid-pitcher, and he was going to smack it. But this is what you contrive, but it can go horribly wrong. He got sort of thin end of the purse. He got a 4. He hit him for 4.
Right.
Yeah. But worse would have been if he'd missed it or whatever.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. That was the one I would remember 20 years ago.
It was at the MCG, is that right, Jim?
No, that was at Eden Park. Back and across. He's nicked it. He's followed it and nicked it through to the keeper. He's out. A bit of bounce, a bit of movement. Another wicket for Hazelwood. And Mitchell is out cheaply. Just 4. 4 for 79. Hazelwood strikes again, getting a little bit of bounce, and he just played the line and nicked it straight to the keeper.
Sure did. Quality stuff from Josh Hazelwood, asking questions, and New Zealand don't have any answers right at this moment. Thin edge from Daryl Mitchell. Been harsh, maybe it's a ball you could have left on length and maybe line, but he felt it was close enough he had to play, and he departs for 4. New Zealand now in a bit of trouble. 79 for 4. Not the ideal start after lunch.
Clinical bowling from Australia is absolutely clinical. Once they get a pole or two, you know, the adrenaline, everything rises in terms of confidence. And New Zealand, okay. And then all of a sudden, 1, 2, 3, 4. And now work to be done to get a partnership. That's the hardest, isn't it? Just get a partnership going.
Well, New Zealand put on 47 for the first wicket, the openers, who did a lot of hard work, and since then Australia have just picked off 4 wickets to put New Zealand in a bit of a hole. Tom Blundell, who's been short of runs in recent times, he's got 400s, and one of them is against Australia in the Boxing Day Test back in 2019. But this is just a quality channel that, could have been left, and on another day maybe would have been left, but the pressure and how relentless this bowling attack is forced Mitchell to play, and in the end there's good carry. This good bounce in the surface, Jim.
Yep.
Comfortable regulation catch.
Outstanding bowling. It really is outstanding bowling. Hazelwood's in his pomp, banging away at that spot. A bit of bounce, a little movement. Blundell's out there now as he runs in towards him. Blundell leaves the ball outside the line of the off stump. So New Zealand teetering after a pleasant and it seemed comfortable start. They were there beyond the first hour. Looked like they were getting in. I can't remember too many false shots other than that bat pad a bit later from Young. It was a tough chance, but other than that, most of the edges were along the ground, and there wasn't much happening in terms of the bounce of the ball really threatening the survival. And now he bowls and sends him back, and Blundell defends down the pitch.
Jim, would you say that Josh Hazelwood, you've seen Australian players, Australian teams over a long period of time. To me, he looks like the closest thing to Glenn McGrath. I was lucky or unlucky enough to face McGrath over a 10-year period, but they look like they're similar sort of bowlers in terms of their consistency of line and length and how they just keep nagging away at you. Would that be fair in terms of trying to compare Hazelwood to someone from years gone by?
I think as soon as Hazelwood arrived after a few games as a youngster, they said, this is a shadow replay of McGrath as he pitches up and is pushed down the pitch. And there's a proximity to them. He's from Bendemeer near Tamworth, and McGrath came from Narromine. I'm going to move on and make way for a Waddle of Wellington with the score at 4-4-79.
Tough start for New Zealand. It's not how they would have wanted to start in the second session, because the sun's out, blue sky. It's actually a good batting day. It really is. Big crowd in. It's just a good atmosphere all around, and the surface hasn't done that much. It's done a little bit enough. New Zealand have made mistakes, and it's been costly. Hazelwood's got 3 for 18 off 10 overs and has been the outstanding bowler for Australia, Wads, and New Zealand. Similar to what we saw in Wellington, not much has changed.
79 for 4. Cummins bowls to Williamson. Williamson cuts it well through the offside. This one's gone and forward of point to the boundary for 4. Handsome controlled stroke from Kane Williamson, and it's interesting. It went forward of point, didn't go behind. Tells you a bit about the pace of the pitch, I suppose. But it's a boundary all the same for Williamson.
A little bit of width, and this time he controlled the shot into the ground in front. Had the ability to do that previously from Cummins. He went up and over point, but this time he was able to get on top of the bounce and pick his spot. So that's encouraging for New Zealand.
What the Australian listeners want, I think, is 2 New Zealanders in the commentary booth telling a different story, don't they? Yes, Cummins bowls to Williamson. Left, outside the line of the off stump, and well taken by Carey. 83 for 4. Blundell has yet to score. Williamson is 17. And Australia won the toss and decided to bowl earlier. New Zealand made one change. They had to. Ben Sears came in for Will O'Rourke.
That decision's been justified with the 4 wickets now, isn't it? After the first hour when New Zealand were 40-odd without loss, they might have been rethinking.
Yeah, New Zealand might well have been able to make some changes to their batting lineup, though, mightn't they? Here's Cummins bowling to Williamson, and Williamson gets a shortish delivery, climbs outside the line of the off stump. He shaped the play and then pulled the bat away from the line as it went through. But it's the accuracy, it's the ability then to make the judgment of when to leave and when to play. And Mitchell got caught up in that one, as you say. Many players would have played out. Some would miss. You get that. That's the old corridor of uncertainty, isn't it?
It is. Indeed, it is.
The 4th stump line. 83 for 4. Lovely day in Christchurch, sun shining brightly, warm conditions. Cummins bowls to Williamson again, another lifting delivery down the offside, and he shapes the play, then pulls the bat away. Such is the skill of Williamson. Doesn't necessarily get beaten by it, but it's there or thereabouts. It's drawing him to get to that line, isn't it?
Just seen a graph on the TV, Wads, of how consistent Josh Hazlewood's been to the New Zealand right-handers. He's just been in that 6 to 7 metre length, and on the surface is good bounce with a little bit of nibble, just asking so many questions of the New Zealand batters. Do I play? Do I leave? Do I attack? Do I defend? And
do we need a graph? Cummins bowls to Williamson, turns it into the onside, mistimes it, he gets it high on the blade, plays it down towards square leg. Yeah, I think the graph was just confirmation, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What we've already seen from him. And he's certainly enjoying conditions today.
Well, New Zealand need a partnership. This is key. These two, and Glenn Phillips to come as well. And if they don't get a partnership between these 3, then New Zealand are going to be well under a par score here.
Here's the next delivery from Cummins to Williamson, who's defending once more away to the offside. Real pressure being applied by this bowling attack at the moment. 31 overs completed, 83 for the loss of 4, with Blundell on 0, Williamson on 17. Well, if ever a game depended on Kane Williamson, who's been the strength of New Zealand's batting in recent years, it's this one, because there's so much pressure. They're very much behind the 8 ball, and we're in a position now where one more batsman and it's into the tail. Craig MacMillan has moved away, and Xavier Doherty is back to join us.
Hello, Watts. How good's this been? This has been high quality fast bowling, hasn't it?
Hazelwood goes in bowling to Blundell, and Blundell is defensive, firmly back along the pitch to the bowler. You could hear the sound of that hitting the middle of the bat.
That wasn't a question to compound the pain, by the way. But like, this
I'm
is
Australian today.
Yeah. And last night watching the AFL too, weren't you?
Yeah, definitely.
But this has just been the fast bowling of the highest quality.
That's what you want. That's what Test cricket's about.
It
isn't it?
is. It is.
You know, that has exposed weaknesses in the New Zealand game. Not necessarily all defensive. I mean, there's a couple of defensive shots that were played. Here's Hazelwood bowls to Blundell, who's taken high on the body. The ball goes away to the offside. It's starting to bounce a bit more, or the evidence is there that the ball seems to be bouncing a bit
it's just
more.
sort of kissing through now, isn't it? And like you say, they're learning some hard lessons. New Zealand just at the moment. Ravindra in particular, he played a bit of a howler in the first test and in the first innings, and then he's done the same again today. So he's a player who hasn't played a lot of Test cricket, and to be fair, not a lot of cricket at the next level down either. So he's sort of been fast-tracked, which sort of, when all eyes are on him, and I think we can see the talents there, it does mean that he's learning on the spot, and he's learning some hard lessons in front of, a couple of million people.
Hazelwood bowls to Blundell, who's onto the back foot and forcing it out to backward point on the bounce to Lyon. Well, that highlights a view that I've always held, and I don't know whether it's agreed, where we're developing Test players in New Zealand from short-form cricket game, where we should be developing short-form players and getting their techniques and their ability to play at the top level and build long innings before they get there, and that's through the first-class scene. But of course, it
is hard these days, isn't it?
The white ball game is overtaken. 83 for 4. Hazelwood bowls to Blundell, short ball, pulled away to the onside, hits down on it too, out towards square leg, fielded there by Travis Head, and they take a single. That was a Blundell-type delivery, and extracted a shot that he plays quite a lot, but he hit down on it. Hazelwood has been the key striker, 3 for 18. He's in his 11th over. Stark 1 for 36. And his wicket, I felt some sympathy for Young, because he played it basically where he should have in terms of the line. It was the outside leg stump line, but he got a leading edge. Closed the face down a little bit too early, perhaps. Here's the next one to Will Williamson, tuck it on the pad. LBWPL umpire Minton says yes, out. Williamson, has he reviewed?
He hasn't yet, but I feel it's coming. He's going to go and discuss it with Blundell at the other end. I think deep down he feels he's out. No feet movement. He was stuck on the crease. He's going to review. He's
got it. Yes.
He's beaten the timer. But I think this is just more out of desperation than anything else. He was stuck on the crease. Just a little nip-backer from Hazelwood.
Well, we're going to hear the third umpire, which is Geoff, isn't it?
Geoff, I think, is the man upstairs this week. So it was a full ball from Hazelwood. Almost a half volley. It's nipped back a little bit. It's clipped. It's thumped into the back pad.
I'm trying to find a reason to give it not out.
Well, there's not much, and he's starting to walk off, Williamson.
Yes, indeed. I think he knows it's about the knee roll and inside front leg, and New Zealand loses its fifth. It's fourth to Hazelwood, and we're just seeing the confirmation of that impact online and hitting wickets. Kane Williamson goes, and New Zealand in desperate trouble. 84 for 5. Williamson goes for 17.
Yeah, I think the review came more out of the fact that Williamson was almost the last chance for New Zealand to make a really big first innings score here. He took his full allotment of time before sending it upstairs, nearly missed the opportunity. But I think he knew deep down that was going to be bad news for him. Stuck on the crease. It was actually the fullest ball we've seen from Josh Hazelwood in quite a few overs. The ball was there to punch down the ground, but I think given just how relentless Hazelwood's been, back of a length, the batsman is stuck back, and then the change-up just caught him out. A little bit of nip back, but nothing too vicious. Again, some high-quality fast bowling from Josh Hazelwood.
Well, The new man is Glenn Phillips. He comes in to join Blundell. The pair put together a recovery partnership in the first innings of the Wellington Test match, and they're desperately going to need that here because at 84 for 5, New Zealand are in real strife. Latham 38, Young 14, Williamson 17, Ravindra 4, Mitchell 4, and Blundell is there on 1. Phillips, the last of the recognised batsmen, is coming to the crease. Then it's the bowling all-rounders, Kugelheim, Henry, Southey and Sears. So New Zealand desperately needing something special from these two players. We've mentioned about Blundell, of course. He opened against Australia in the Test match at the MCG 2019 and is capable of scoring hundreds. Whether he's in the form that in the past has shown his abilities, well, we're going to have to wait and see, but I'm sure he and Phillips have had no need to discuss too much. Phillips on strike to Hazelwood, and he's on the back foot. Oh, he's beaten again. Lovely delivery, squared around as it lifted and left him outside the line of the off stump. Through to wicket-keeper Carey to win. Another very good Hazelwood over. 4 for 19 his figures. He's bowled 11. And it's 84 for 5. Blundell 1. Phillips has yet to score. And New Zealand sent into bat earlier today when Cummins won the toss. Desperately in need of something. 84 for 5.
Yeah, it's been, like you say, Wads, they got off to a solid start, didn't they? It was 18.5 overs they got through. And you almost thought, hang on a minute, this is a lot flatter than we thought. But I think since that 19th over, it's been all Australia, as we hear some appreciation for Josh Hazelwood down in front of us. Just a proper display of seam bowling.
Do you think Cummins will take him off now?
What's he bowled? 11. He might have one more. maybe 2. Maybe 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cummins in, bowling to Blundell. First ball of a new over. Driving on the onside handsomely. Through the onside, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It'll go for 4. You can celebrate that, New Zealand fans. But they're going to need a few more of those controlled strokes. Blundell showing his ability to play through the onside. And hitting that one sweetly away to the boundary for 4. 88 for 5.
Yeah, nice shot there from Tom Blundell, just leaning on a big in-swinger from Pat Cummins, just got his lines wrong, just drifting into the legs of Blundell, and nicely timed through mid-wicket. That was a feature of their partnership up in Wellington, wasn't it? Just putting the loose ball away when it presented itself.
Cummins bowls to Blundell again. High, exaggerated leave down the offside as it goes through to Carey. Well, both of them are aggressive players. I mean, Tom Blundell, when he plays in the white ball game, is very, very attacking. Yep. He's got a very good strike rate. And Phillips is the same. But, of course, now it's decision-making time, isn't it? It's your ability to make the right decision. Because if you make the wrong one, then the trouble just compounds.
They become hard to bowl to, which is almost the opposite to what we've mentioned about Marnus. The holes he's been digging for himself. When you're looking to score,
Cummins bowls to Blundell, beaten by a lovely delivery, lifting down the offside.
So that's what these two do. If you bowl something slightly loose, they will put you away. And immediately when you take that frame of mind, you become harder to bowl to. So, yeah, of course, it's a big period of play for New Zealand at 5 for 88, but there's no doubt that these two are going to show a bit of ticker and do their very best to post a respectable total as we see a change in the field. They like this deep backward square, don't they?
Well, certainly because both players are hookers and pullers. So we'll see what Blundell is faced with. Cummins is getting reasonable bounce, good pace in bowling to Blundell, and Blundell turns him into the onside and takes the single that was easily there, and that's good cricket. There's no point in playing the big strokes when this is an easy single there, 89 for 5.
He can make Cummins look like an idiot when he bowls you one on the hip and after he's just dropped the deep square out. And you can jog to the other end and hand it over to your partner.
Well, it's interesting to see what they might do to Phillips in terms of field placement. He's come back up now to forward off square.
He's someone who'll take it on no matter what. He's, watching his innings in Wellington, he's someone who does pounce on anything loose, but given the situation of the game, you still think he would take that
I think that's the way he plays.
Yeah.
That's the old line, isn't it? Cummins bowls to Phillips, and Phillips drives up towards mid-off. It'll be fielded there by Labuschagne. There's no... I think it's actually a good move to bring him back in, because if he's going to do that, why don't you encourage him to do it?
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, get him into the groove first, and see if he wants to clear the fine leg or...
Well, you can put a band back there later, can't you?
You can do that.
At the moment, at 89 for 5, it's worth a gamble.
It is.
So let's give him the opportunity.
Before he's got the feel of the wicket and the feel of the pace of the pitch, and he might be in two minds. Do I play it, as the ball's halfway down? Do I play it when we're 5 for 90?
Here's the next delivery from Cummins. Up from the far end, bowls to Phillips, turns into the onside, mistimes it. To get him on the foot of the...
It got him right in that spot between the top of the pad and the thigh pad. He's got the old-fashioned corky, Glenn Phillips, so he'll be feeling that for the rest of the week.
Yeah, well, he's had a bit, didn't he? He got a few issues in Wellington, but of course he's got to spend a bit of time at the crease from New Zealand's point of view at the moment, as we look at the bowling figures, and they're pretty impressive, aren't they? Stark 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 36. Well, that's actually quite expensive, isn't it? The way this game is going, he's gone for 4.5. Hazelwood 11 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 19. And not surprisingly, he's going to continue. Cummins has bowled 9 overs, 4 maidens, none for 18. Lyon 2 overs for 6, and Marsh 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. But it's the trio of Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins that are creating the most threat for New Zealand. Hazelwood bowls to Blundell, who's able to get 4 inside edge. Or is it pad? It's inside edge, down towards the fine leg boundary. Once more, though, with bounce, wasn't it? Got it right up above waist height, off a reasonably good length. Hazelwood, shrug of shoulders, turns around, walks back, not too concerned.
Well, he's got 4 for 23, Josh Hazelwood. That wouldn't bother him in the slightest. Again, it's just that nagging length, a little bit of nip back off the seam. Ooh. Big, thick inside edge. It can't have been far away from the off bail.
No, as it came off his back thigh pad, didn't it? Well, Blundell is 10. 93 for 5. Hazelwood up again to him, and this delivery has him driving, but has taken on the pad. He looked to try and work it around to the onside. Beaten by the seam movement, taken on the front pad as it runs gently out on the onside. Just seeing a replay of the wickets, and they're pretty straightforward, accurate deliveries. Blundell feathered one that was close to him. Not Blundell, Latham, and then Ravindra. Well, that was a wild shot. Exuberance of youth, but not at test match level. I'm afraid you can't play like that, particularly leading up to lunch, which will be an issue he's going to have to address. Hazelwood bowls to Blundell. No stroke as it goes through to wicketkeeper Carey. 93 for 5.
Yeah, well, that's the unfortunate thing, isn't it? What is in his 6th Test match Ravindra, and when you do play a shot like that, it just exposes you to all sorts of criticism. But it's I guess it's the downfall of putting someone with so much talent in so early in their career. But they don't have a choice, of course. No. You have to invest in a player like Cameron, like Australia have done with Cameron Green. Invest in a player who's going to be there for 15 years. And when you see something like that today, I think you just sort of unfortunately, you just have to cop it, and that'll be the lesson he learns.
Hazelwood to Blundell, who's onto the back foot, guiding it out towards point. Fielded there by Lyon, and there's no run. Phillips was looking for a run, but he was sent back by Tom Blundell. Well, it's, sort of talking to people outside the box in the lunch break, saying, that it was a loose shot, and it was, and he will know that more than anybody. But, you get the suggestion it's tough when you come up against the big boys like Australia. You might be able to play like that against Afghanistan, Bangladesh or somebody else, but when the Australian attack is on top of you like this, it's probably not the wisest thing to do. 93 for 5. Hazelwood up again to Blundell. Blundell drives into the offside. It's come off the thick outside edge, out towards the cover boundary. Chase for Lyon. Taken 1, will get 2, and they'll come back for the 3rd. He just gets it to inside the boundary, and they will take a 3rd run. This ground, of course, is very long, wide.
It's a big ground for New Zealand standards, isn't it?
It's very wide. There's quite a distance there, and once you beat the infield, and if it doesn't travel to the boundary, you'll get 3. And I don't know if you look at stats. There's not a lot of 3s scored in Test match cricket these days, is it?
I reckon that's the 4th or 5th we've seen today already. So it's a good footy ground. This one, an AFL ground. nice and long. You stick a couple of posts there and we can drag a team over here.
My boys, the Swans, will be able to play anything, would they? Here's the next delivery from Hazelwood. Miles to Phillips, who's taken on the pad. And might have been a bit of bat in that one as well. Hazelwood didn't appeal. Every slip field peeled. And there seems to be about 7 of those. And it's not out 96 for 5 at the end.
Are they discussing whether they throw it upstairs here? Josh Hazelwood's got some interest. Down to 3, 2, 1. No, they're going to pass it up. It was he was stuck on the crease. Phillips, but no, they haven't sent it upstairs. You're off for a break, Wads?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I won't cry in the corner.
Yeah, it's been a nice little session from Australia here, in particular Josh Hazelwood. So, again, it's just been some high-quality fast bowling, giving nothing away, occasionally encouraging the drive, which is, more than once has brought about an edge from New Zealand. So Australia well and truly on top. 5 for 96. Mitchell Stark, the man who started the rot. To resume, Corb, welcome back.
Thanks, X. Xavier Doherty, Corbin Middlemas, ABC Cricket. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number, by the way. We're at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Still 3 slips in a gully. New Zealand were none for 47, Xavier. They're now 5 for 96. As Stark rumbles in, bowls to the keeper, and Blundell drives back down the ground. That's a nice shot. Past the non-striker and runs away in front of the side screen in the scaffolding at the northern end, and Labuschagne pulls it up 2 metres inside the boundary, whips it into the keeper, and 2 more for New Zealand, 5 for 98.
Not for the first time. Marnus he should almost start his innings plus 2 or 3. We should be adding these runs up that he's saving. Blundell just watched that one off the bat. It was a nice shot straight back down the ground, but didn't run initially. And Marnus, as we've seen more than once this Test series, has given it absolutely everything. So, he's not making the runs just at the moment, Marnus Labuschagne, but he's certainly giving it everything in the field.
In comes Stark on his way in again. He bowls to Blundell, who opens the face of the bat and just defends out to point. There's no run there. What do you made of Stark's efforts so far today, X? So 8.2 overs, 1 for 38.
He's been okay, hasn't he? And same as in Wellington, he's sort of... It's not the best we've seen of Mitchell Stark, the most destructive... a wicket in Wellington that probably I would have thought would suit him. Some really good bounce and some inconsistent bounce at times. I haven't got the numbers in front of me, his return, but it just wasn't not quite the Mitchell Stark we've come to know.
And he comes here as he bowls to Blundell, who's driving on the up but plays and misses.
But today, again, not quite, with some really friendly swing and seam conditions. Again, not quite at his best, but he got the big wicket and threw some cricket smarts. Rolled his fingers, in the 19th over, so it was his second spell. Rolled his fingers on a ball to it wasn't Tom Latham, it was Will Young. The right-hander. A ball that sort of pitched leg stump. Young went to turn the face on it. It just held in the wicket a fraction. So he's just those little things that you pick up, over 100 tests. Just how are we going to get this breakthrough? It's not through swing and seam.
Blundell's forward driving out towards Labuschagne, collects it mid-off, 5 for 98 New Zealand.
Yeah, so while we've become accustomed to seeing Mitchell Stark hoop it back into the right-hander and knock the pegs over or blow a front foot off, he's gone about it a different way here, and he got that all-important breakthrough. So, and I guess in the era of, well-grassed wickets and well-grassed squares, you don't see the old ball take effect anymore. So the importance of Mitchell Stark to get it right early has just been sort of enhanced or, magnified. And, it's not the best we've seen of Mitchell Stark, but certainly quite good.
Stark pushing across the right-hander. It's short, looking to cut. Thick edge, just falling wide of Green. Diving effort in the gully. Green gets up looking at his left hand. He threw it out there, trying to make it stick, and didn't quite get to him outside of his left finger. And Blundell, unleashed at that. And now Mitch Marsh going across to try and help out Cam Green as he recovers from that fielding effort. A Stark just wide of the off stump. It was there to cut. Blundell threw the hands at it. It bounced once. Got the green on the half volley.
I love that from Tom Blundell. They're not going to die wondering here. That wasn't a reckless shot. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at it, but it was there to hit. I think that's the way these two have got to play in this recovery.
Square leg, fine leg out, and a Stark on his way into Blundell. A little closer to him. He goes to cut again. A chopper, as they would call it in baseball parlance, out on the offside, and that's the end of the over. So Phillips yet to score. Blundell's on 15. New Zealand 5 for 98, having been sent in by Pat Cummins and the Australians. So just on Stark, 89th Test match. He had just the 1 wicket in Wellington. Going back a little earlier than that, though, he was able to take 5 for the match up in Brisbane. 4 in the first innings, 1 in the second. Took 3 wickets in the previous 2 Test matches. Went wicketless in the first innings in the Boxing Day Test. But came back with 4 in the second. So still featuring with a couple of wickets here and there. He's up to 355. So obviously tied with once the all-time high watermark in Test cricket with Dennis Lilly's 355 at present. Bowling change. It's also going to be the 6th bowler that the Aussies have used in the first 36 overs of the Test. Cam Green is on for a trundle from our end of the ground, the southern end, which is named.
We've lost our locals. They've all
the Port Hills. Port Hills end of the ground. So that's our southern end, where we're situated and where Cam Green's running away from us as he bowls to Phillips on leg stump, and he tucks it away straight to head. Who fields at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So we're at the southern end, the Port Hills end. The grass banks well populated right around this beautiful Hagley Oval in Christchurch, and the northern end is the Botanical Gardens end. The pavilion's behind the bank on the eastern side. That's the only really permanent structure here at Hagley Oval, and then the western bank is obviously over to our left at cover for Phillips, the right-hander who's on strike here. 2 slips in a gully. Green on his way in again. Bowls outside the off stump, and a back foot punch from Phillips out to deep point. He's off the mark with a single. The Kiwis 5 for 99.
It just became a workload issue for Josh Hazlewood in the end. He just looks so robotic, doesn't he? He looks like he could honestly bowl all day from one end and just keep going and going and going. Pat Cummins and obviously history would tell you that that's not the smartest way to play it, so they've decided to drag him. 4 for 26. Josh Hazlewood's return so far, absolutely fantastic. The big wicket of Kane Williamson.
Green tries again, bowls to Blundell. It's short, and he's pulling straight out the middle of the bat. That'll be 4. Raced away, hopped all over the length. And a boundary for Blundell brings up the 100 for New Zealand. 5 for 103, Blundell to 19.
Yeah, quick on that. There, Tom Blundell. It's been really hard going for these New Zealand batsmen so far today. I think they're going to pounce on this opportunity of Cameron Green at the bowling crease. Life's been really difficult. This might be a little window of opportunity. Stark at one end, who's going at, over 4s, and the relatively inexperienced Cameron Green at the other end. A little opportunity here for New Zealand to bounce.
Green on his way in again to Blundell. Oh, nicks one back into the right-hander. Bounces off his thigh pad and into the gully. Kiwis have lost 5 for 56 after putting on 47 for the first wicket. He ran through the lineup. Young the first to go for 14. Caught Marsh at second slip off Stark's bowling. Latham out for 38. Caught Carey nicking Hazlewood through. That was the first of Hazlewood's wickets. He then took 4 on the bounce. Leaves us in the position we're in at the moment. Ravindra out right on lunch. Caught Khawaja first slip off Hazlewood, out for 4. Mitchell for 4. Caught nicking Hazlewood through to Carey. And then King Kane, LBW Hazlewood for 17. As Green outside the off stump and almost dragged that back on Blundell. Chopped down on it. Recovered by Carey behind the stumps. 5 for 103. Blundell 19 and Phillips 1.
Yeah, certainly like the way Blundell's going about it here. As you mentioned, Corb, short and wide there from Green, nearly dragged it back on, but the fact that I think they've got to play their natural game here. I think, they are in recovery mode, but they're 2 guys who do go after it, and without being reckless, if the ball's there to hit, they have to go after it.
2 slips in a gully. Square legs also out. Blundell on 19 on strike. And again, he's cut in half as the ball nips back into his hip. Bounces off his thigh pad, and that'll do us for Cam Green's first over. None for 5. New Zealand 5 for 103. 0467 920 222, the SMS number. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket, on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and through the Listen app. Did you watch England-India last night?
You know, I watched all of it.
Yeah.
It was great, wasn't it?
It was. All out 218 England. Zach Crawley with 79, but it was the Kuldeep Yadav show. 5 for 72. And I think, he took 5 of the first 6, I think.
He did. He did. He had the first 4, didn't he? And I think at that stage I mentioned too, he's every chance to get 10 here.
Yep.
You know, Ashwin came on early and didn't look like it. Jadeja came on, didn't quite look like it. It's like, well, if anyone's going to get him, you're right. So, and it's always nice to see England just falter a little, isn't it, Corb?
1 for 135 India at stumps too, so they didn't have any problems batting there. Yashasvi Jai as well, he made 57. He's out. Rohit Sharma's still there, 52 unbeaten. So India bossing that game, already a 3-1 unassailable series lead. A bit more from Mitchell Starc. The lefty's going to try around the wicket now as he bowls to Phillips up at his hip as he pulls it away through the vacancy at square leg out to line, patrolling the boundary for a single. 5 for 104.
They were rugged up, weren't they, the Poms?
Oh, yeah.
Was it 6 degrees, I think,
6
when
degrees.
The game started at, obviously, 10 o'clock or whatever it might have been in Dharamshala. 6 degrees. Not the sort of conditions you prepare for when you're going on a tour of India.
No. But, it's pretty fresh, isn't it? They had the down jackets or the puffer jackets out. Very, very chilly up in the mountains. What a beautiful place to watch cricket. 5th test of the series. Of course, they get their test match a year later. It was meant to be against Australia last year, and that was taken from them, given to Indoor as Starc comes around the wicket. Blundell drops it on the offside, wanted a single and then sent back. So Indoor stepped in, played host. Australia went and won it. And then Dharamshala, their turn in the cycle this year, hosting the test match against England.
Their mower broke down or something, didn't they? They couldn't cut enough grass off it? Is that dangerous territory, Corb? Just a last-minute change of venue.
You won't be invited back if you
no, of course.
that stuff.
No, it is a great place to tour. India, of course, and they love their cricket. And they're always it's a good place to watch cricket. Like I said, we watched every ball last night watching that, until the footy came on anyway. But the game just moves so fast. And
5 for 104. Blundell on strike, awaits Starc, and again plays off the back foot, pushes it through cover point. Out in front of Travis Head, and he's unorthodox running style as he races back, pulls it up at dead cover. And 2 more for Blundell, who's looked the good so far. He's 21 not. Phillips on 2, and New Zealand 5 for 106.
Yeah, I mentioned a moment ago that I love the way they're going about it. There are going to be some scoring opportunities here with Green and Starc, the combination for Australia. If they are to try and post a respectable total in the first innings, this is a huge part, this is going to play a huge part in this little period here. The fact that Cummins and Hazelwood have bowled their spell this session, they might be a little bit of respite for the Kiwis.
Blundell awaits, Starc delivers it short, he's pulling, man out the deep, he won't get to that. As it hits the deck and then rolls out towards line, who picks it up at deep square leg. I say he won't get to it. He won't get to it on the full at least, as Blundell goes to 22, 5 for 107. New Zealand sent in, none for 47, got through the first hour and a half, looked like things were going swimmingly. We thought, is this going to be a run fest?
I thought that. I think I said it to you in the back of the box, didn't I? I thought this was going to get pretty ugly, and we're going to have to find some ways to take 10 wickets here, but with that initial wicket of Will Young, they just started to wobble a little bit, the Kiwis.
Phillips, short ball, trying to pull it down the leg side. Carey throws it up, and Phillips is out. Strangled down the leg side. And for Mitchell Starc, that's wicket number 356 in Test cricket. He goes past Dennis Lilly's fabled tally. And New Zealand in big trouble in the Test match again. 6 for 107.
He's just advanced at Mitchell Starc there, Phillips. I did mention a moment ago, I love the way they're being proactive. But unfortunately, he's just fallen into the trap there. They had 2 set back on the hook. He's advanced at Mitchell Starc, so just taken a little bit of time away from himself as well. So in the end, not enough time to get through the shot. It's caught a little bit of glove. And Alex Carey took a reasonably simple catch. More trouble for New Zealand here.
He's out for 2 off 8 balls. Caught Carey bowled Stark. So Stark's got a couple. Hazelwood's got the other 4. And New Zealand, after being none for 47, have lost 6 for 60. 6 for 107. This is a team on 3 different occasions in the first innings in Wellington. They lost consecutive wickets without scoring. So they lost 3 wickets on 13. Sorry, 3 wickets on 12, 2 wickets on 29, and then another 2 wickets on 113. Oh, and again with the bat today, there hasn't been much resistance after a patient 38 from Latham and 14 for Young up the top, put on 47 for the first wicket, and then bang, 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 the Aussies have been able to run through them either side of lunch.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's been too easy for Australia, because it hasn't. You know, they've bowled really, really well. They've bowled some good areas, and that was obviously a clear plan for Australia there to set Phillips up. But again, it appears as though it's too easy. You know, everything they try and do, it works out for Australia. So they are making life hard for New Zealand, but they do keep falling into the trap. And Scott Kugeline's getting a bit of a hurry up. He has taken a while to get out there.
He comes in here at number 8 for New Zealand, so already into the bowlers. Kugeline, a second ball duck and 26. His 2 returns in Wellington. He's in at 8, holding his place ahead of Mitch Santner, 6 for 107 New Zealand. We're not even at the halfway point of the day. Given how quickly we've worked our way through the first innings of the match, the run of results in Test cricket is looking likely as a Yorker from Stark to Kugeline, hit him on the toe. Umpire Erasmus raised his finger. Stark's on a hat-trick. Poor Kugeline, first ball, took him a while to get out there. Got a vicious in-swinging Yorker from Mitchell Stark, hit him straight on the toe. And umpire Erasmus didn't waste a second in lifting the finger.
He was very quick, even for his own standards. He is
TV umpire
very decisive.
We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. I've checked the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Murray Erasmus, he wastes no time. But even then, he had given it out before Mitchell Stark had a chance to turn around and appeal.
We're getting a look at the replay vision coming through now. He looks in a lot of trouble. That is hit him.
Just rock and roll that there, please. Okay, clearly no bat involved, so ball tracking whenever.
If anything, they're probably thinking it may be just swinging down the leg side. I feel at best they're going to get umpire's call, aren't they? So
pitched in line.
That's pitched in line. That's pitched in line. If it is swinging down. There's a little bit of swing there. I think he's in a bit of trouble, Kugeline here.
One thing I know for sure, if you're a bowler coming in at 8, that is not the ball you want to receive first up.
No, it was pretty vicious.
That is right on the money. Here we go. We're getting the look at the Hawkeye.
Out. Pitching in line, impact in line, and wicket is umpire's call, so stay with your original decision. Out, Murray. Let me know on your screen.
Scott Kugeline's on his bike. He's out ball 1 for a golden duck. New Zealand, their situation worsens. 7 for 107, and Stark's on a hat-trick.
Yeah, fantastic bowling from Mitchell Stark. He's been thumping the deck, and there's been a bit of a short ball plan the last couple of overs. Kugeline's obviously been sitting up in the grandstand watching that. Kept himself back in his crease, and it was a big in-swinger that's caught Kugeline on the front foot. It was umpire's call, but it was hitting a decent amount of leg stump. They do keep the review. But some excellent bowling again from Australia.
And given the fact we've just had a wicket, it's a good opportunity for us to pause and reset here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. They have taken drinks. So midway stage of the day, 7 for 107. Stark's on a hat-trick. It's all happening, as Bill Laurie would say. After New Zealand were no wicket for 47, they find themselves 7 for 107, having been sent in by by Pat Cummins and the Australians. Mitch Stark has 3 wickets. He's on a hat-trick. Josh Hazelwood has the other 4. All right, changing comms coming up. We'll be back in just a moment from Hagley Oval in Christchurch with drinks on the field. Jim Maxwell in next.
Hi, I'm Fran Kelly, and it's my favourite time of year, Sydney Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras. Join me for my new series, Yours Queerly, conversations that celebrate the power of queer friendship and our chosen families. Just who did bring Narelda Jacobs and her girlfriend together? Why is comedian Josh Thomas so traumatised by fish oil? And who are the inseparable pair in the Matildas squad? You'll find all the answers on Yours Queerly. Hear it now on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listener. Just look for the red cricket button.
A run of results in Test cricket is looking likely as a Yorker from Stark to Kugelheim hit him on the toe. Umpire Rasmus raised his finger. Stark's on a hat-trick. Poor Kugelheim. First ball took him a while to get out there. Got a vicious in-swinging Yorker from Mitchell Stark, hit him straight on the toe. Scott Kugelheim's on his bike. He's out 4-1 for a golden duck. New Zealand, their situation worsens. 7 for 107.
And they've just had some refreshments. They may as well have brought out the champagne for the Australian bowlers after this performance. Clinical, precise, devastating. Has wrecked New Zealand's batting. 3 for 71 at lunch, now 7 for 107 on what looks to be a pretty good pitch. Lovely day, but the bowling is damn good. New over. Green starts it, and he bowls, and back goes Blundell and plays down the pitch. He's 22, so you'll have to wait a moment for the potential hat-trick ball for Mitchell Stark. He's taken a number of hat-tricks during his career, but Test hat-trick?
Well, yeah, the last one was against the Netherlands in a warm-up game for the World Cup, so not quite the same amount riding on it.
He's done it in Shield cricket and domestic one-day cricket.
Yep.
Anyway, we will see. Here's Green. He's bounding in and bowling, and it's short. He's after it down the leg side. He's gloved it. He's out. It's another wicket. Another wicket. A short ball. Blundell chased it, and he got something on it down the leg side. Carey's having a fun day, isn't he? A few of those leg side catches too in the last time. He's reviewing it. In fact, he's reviewing the decision of umpire Menon to give him out, caught down the leg side. What's he hoping for here?
Didn't look convinced. You don't usually walk down and talk to your batting partner before you review
check the
caught behind.
feet, and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
That's Michael Goff you can hear on the third umpire seat. And we're getting a replay of a bouncing ball that he goes after. What did it hit? His body.
Okay, the ball is close to the bat and the gloves.
Yeah, may have missed them though.
It's gone under the gloves and come off his hip. The only question is whether it's flicked that glove on the way through. It's definitely bounced off the body and lobbed to the keeper. But what does it collect on the way, if anything?
Well, they'll need some forensics on this.
Okay, yeah, looks close to the gloves. Can we have a look at ultra?
It may have missed the gloves. It's gone under his attempt, taken him on the body, but did he get a feather on it somewhere through that shot? We're seeing here the close-up one. Ooh, looks like a bit of glove.
Yep, it's just the faintest touch of the leather of the underside of the glove. It's unlucky,
and forward,
but things have been running against New Zealand today. They face some very good fast bowling.
And freeze there,
Blundell's not waiting.
We have no gap between
He's walking.
Sorry, the ball and the gloves. The ball has hit the gloves, so stay with the original decision of out mitting.
He wasn't sure.
Let you know on your screen.
Technology is.
Now, Blundell saw enough evidence up there to realise that, well, in his own mind, when you feather one like that, you know, most of the time you would, surely, but... Well, you got to try it out as well, one way or another.
One of the interesting things that you bringing the technology in has done is that it has disproved the assertions you would always get from former players who would say you always know when you've hit it and you always know when you haven't. Well, that's called confirmation bias, because every time you got given out, and you thought you hadn't hit it, but in fact you had hit it, you wouldn't know.
The crowd standing here for Tim Southey in his 100th Test match. A wonderful achievement for this fine New Zealand cricketer. He's coming out and getting a fist pump from Henry down at the other end. And the crowd is standing all the way around this magnificent cricket ground on the grassy slopes that support this ground so attractively. So Is that a cue for Southey to be able to do something, to try and retrieve? I don't know how you retrieve this situation. 8 for 107.
Yeah. Have to do more than hit a couple of sixes, which is usually the way he goes about his batting. Got up to 87 in Wellington, so he equalled Chris Cairns. But that doesn't do a whole lot for your team if you whack 12 or 18 quickly and get out.
So Green runs in, Southey pushes away, and he gets a run or two to the offside. He's poked it through the covers, and he collects a couple of runs. So he's got that to celebrate in his 100th test. But at the moment, you'd have to say it's somewhat dire here for New Zealand in terms of making a respectable, even a mediocre score at 8 for 109.
Well, particularly given, if you think back to how this pitch played last time, Joe Burns made a big 100 here, 170 or so. Player of the match, Smith made 100. They batted through that middle couple of days and looked absolutely untroubled. So you do get the feeling that over days 2 and 3, this will be very good to bat on.
Looks all right now. Green bowls a bouncer, and he ducks well underneath that as it goes through. So Green's picked up another test wicket. Stark's on a hat-trick. Hazelwood's got one fourfer, and it's 8 for 109. I'm giddy. I'm sorry. I'll have to go outside after this spell. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. You know, fair enough if the ball was zinging all over the place, and it hasn't been. I know it's been clinical and all those things, all the hallmarks of this Australian attack at its best, but has the batting been a bit feckless? Here comes Green. He bowls when he goes back and prods at it outside the off stump. Unfortunately for Ravindra, his dismissal was a kind of cue for what we've seen since. It's become processional, as they say at Westminster Abbey.
Well, at least Tim Southey didn't get a duck in his 100th test.
Yes.
Which
some have. Who? Cowdery? Did he get one? Who got? No.
Alan Border got one.
Alan Border got one, yes.
And Mark Taylor got one.
Yeah. There are others.
Stephen Fleming got one. From a New Zealand perspective.
You're going well. Here comes Green, he bowls. Short, he's after it. He misses it. He tried, and there's a belated appeal for a catch from Carey. That was seriously posthumous, and umpire Menon wants to know, are you doing a review of some sort? There's a little bit of talk, but I don't. Yes, they are. Well, how posthumous can an appeal be? He took it, and then there was a thought, well, maybe you nicked that. He got something on it, did he?
TV umpire to director.
Interesting.
We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. I've checked the placement of the feet, and it's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
So, what are we looking here? For a little one of those feather nicks outside the off stump, if he got anywhere near it at all. It was very strange.
Well, nowhere near that, is he?
I mean, okay, appears to be a big gap between the bat and the ball, but can we just confirm with Ultra Edge, please, when available?
There's a huge gap.
It was a wafting bat, so it did swish up just after it passed the ball. So
just pass the bat, please.
Yeah,
keep rolling through. Okay, no bat involved, so stay with your original decision of not out.
When you're hot, you're hot. If you've backed 29 black 4 times, you'll go again, even if you're on 22 instead.
If you're that far ahead, there is an interesting quirk in the laws of the game that teams, haven't seen a team yet use it to their advantage, but they could. If you want to send one up for DRS, you have to do it within 15 seconds, right? That's 15 seconds of the time that the umpire returns a decision to you after the appeal.
Yep. Here comes the hat-trick ball. Let's see. Stark charges in. Henry is taken on the body. No appeal for LB. A bit high and wide, but it was a searching delivery that had him jumping but not being dismissed.
Bit of an anticlimax there, just on the leg stump. We had one of those in the Australia-New Zealand Media 11 game too. Daniel Bredig of the 9 Papers was on a hat-trick. It bowled the hat-trick ball down the leg side.
Yes.
So it's a high-pressure environment.
He'd be full of sympathy for Stark there.
I'm sure
we've all done that.
In the press conference after play, no doubt, when they put Stark up for having gone past Dennis Lilly today.
It needs to be a bit fuller and straighter for Starkers to hit the jackpot, but it's 8 for 109. And he's on his way from the Botanical Gardens end, and he swings at this and drives it through the covers. It goes searing away across the turf. Is it going to go all the way this time? It will. It hits the Toblerone out in the deep, and a boundary, a counter-punching boundary.
Right, so you've got 15 seconds from the time that the umpire says yes or no to contest that decision. But you're allowed to appeal up until the time that the bowler starts running into bowl the next delivery.
Right, yes.
So if you had a disciplined team that could resist appealing when, say, a player's hit on the pad, you could then convene, chat for as long as you want, decide whether you want to review it or not if it gets turned down, then appeal to the umpire, and then you've got 15 seconds to send the reviewer.
Has anyone tested that?
They haven't, but it's within the laws as they stand.
Interesting. Stark goes into Henry. Henry is digging out a Yorkerish ball and he drives it through the covers. He's going to get a run or two here too, in fact, as Labuschagne is on pursuit. And Henry, as we saw in Wellington, likes to clink it along. 6 from 3. A minor recovery at this point. 8 for 115.
The Australians almost tested it unwittingly during the white ball games against West Indies when they had a run out, where umpire Gerard Aboud said you didn't appeal, so I'm not giving it out. But at that stage, the next ball hadn't been bowled, which meant they were still within their rights to appeal at that stage and have it sent upstairs.
Just going to query something on that as Stark is on his way once more to Henry. Henry goes back with a larrapy, proddy, pushy, swingy, swishy leg by, I think. Is it a leg by, or did he get a bit of glove on that? No?
Just dinked it away, I think.
Yeah,
it was
got something on it, yeah.
It was a quarter-hearted pull shot in the end.
It rolled to backward square. So he's 7. So the question is, after the appeal process and the bowler has the ball and he's walking back, when is the ball dead?
The ball's dead when both teams behave as if it's dead and the umpire agrees, according to the laws.
If a bloke's walking back with a ball in his hand.
So the ball can be dead, but you can still appeal for a dismissal from the previous ball. The ball doesn't have to be alive for you to appeal. The ball has to be alive for you to perform an act that would lead to an appeal, but you can still appeal about the previous delivery until the next run-up starts.
You got me on a point of law there. Here comes Stark, and he's driven and missed. A swat by Southey outside the off stump with Travis Head in now at short leg. 8 for 116. I think you're going to get a few cricketing lawyers involved in that discussion as to what is and what isn't.
Well, it's an interesting one. So if anybody on the team yelps for an appeal, then immediately that possibility is gone because the umpire will then give their decision. But if nobody appeals, you could wait a couple of minutes. You could chat. You could talk. You could then appeal and take your time over it.
Get Johnny Bairstow into this chat. Here comes Stark charging in, and he swings at this and misses. He was trying to layer up that somewhere, anywhere, but he missed completely. So Southeast 2, Henry 7. New Zealand, it's really a debacle here, absolute debacle for them. And their score is 8 for 116. And I'm just getting my licorice all sorts over here. It's otherwise known as Rick iPad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But I'll get there in a moment. Oh, here we go. Latham 38, Young 14, Williamson 17, Ravindra 4, Mitchell 4, Blundell 22, Phillips 2, and Kugeline for a duck. A duck, yes.
First
ball duck.
Second baller in Wellington. First baller here.
Yeah.
Real shame.
All right. Now, we haven't quite returned to normal here. We will if they get another 40 or 50 for this weekend. Well, a spectator in front of us is moving. Has he had enough? Would he be a New Zealand spectator? I think he's gone. I think he's had enough.
Fair old chance.
Oh, well, who knows? Australia could be 7 for 50 at stumps. Anything can happen. Don't leave. You'll miss something. Now, 2 slips and a gully. There's a mid-off too. Green runs in and bowls a bouncer, and Henry ducks out of the way. What have we got here? The Chappell family have done more for cricket in New Zealand than any other family. Ian was the first Australian captain to be beaten in a Trans-Tasman Test. Greg was the second captain to do so. Trevor obviously bowled the underarm as directed by Greg. Perhaps the Chappells should be honoured by our Kiwi friends, bro. Anthony from Richmond, loving the call. Well, thank you for making those points. Yes, I'm sure they'll go down very well if Ian, Greg and Trevor are listening to us. Here comes Green and bowls a ball that bounces. I think that underarm was the most significant moment in the history of Australia-New Zealand cricket, to be honest. He did more to attract attention, interest in the game in this country than anything else that had ever occurred. And remembering the lack of cricket that existed between 1946 and 73 at an official level.
Well, there were teams sent over to tour, but to play in New Zealand, but they weren't considered test matches.
No. Green charges in and he fudges and nicks this. Oh, a nice nick, sir. Henry's got a bit on that over the slips and down to the boundary for 4. It wasn't out of the coach book, to be fair. He did the little Watusi to the leg side. He left his bat there and waved it at the ball. The ball bounced and he got it over the slips. Well done.
I think we should touch on Dennis Lilly here and start going past him as, you're someone who actually got to watch Lilly bowl. The 355 wickets, which I guess in these days where you've got players getting 500, 600 and so on, it can sound like it's not that many.
Here's Green running up again, and it's fuller and straighter and misses everything through the slips. He's at the edge, I was wondering where that ball went. Well, he guided it through the slips this time. Now, how did he do that? That was extraordinary.
With great fortune, I think. It was off the edge and went away past Steve Smith at pretty catchable height.
But get the third slip in there, yes.
355 was the world record at the time. It was, and Lilly, well, if you counted his World Series wickets and the ones against the rest of the world, he probably should have had about 420.
Exactly.
Which would be up there with,
It's a bit of a false stat for a man of such prodigious skill and longevity to have only 355. Green charges in again and he's giving it a bit of inside. Leave it alone. So 2 nicks for 4, 8 for 124.
But the significance for Stark to have gone past that, I mean, you've got Brett Lee, who went past 300 but didn't get near 355. Mitchell Johnson the same. Cummins and Hazelwood could potentially, if their careers go for long enough, Hazelwood might be pushing it. Cummins slightly better chance. But if anybody else, if any other Australian fast bowler is going to go past 355, they wouldn't have even debuted yet. They'd be doing it in 15, 16 years from now. So it's a huge achievement for Stark to do that. Only McGrath has.
Green bowls quick. And he's pushed away off the outside edge down towards third man. It's not going to get there. It slows up as it gets close to the boundary. Nathan Lyons on patrol. And the result is 2 to Henry, who's playing lusciously off the edge here. He's 17. It's 8 for 126 at the end of the Cameron Green over.
And it's an interesting one. Mitchell Stark is somebody who I think is still underrated as a test bowler in a way. People recognise how great he's been in the white ball formats, but because he was a player who came in relatively young, he had some ordinary games early on. He was seen as a boom or bust sort of bowler. He could be expensive and basically had to learn test cricket on the job rather than doing his apprenticeship for years and years in domestic cricket. He's somebody who he's carried that reputation through, even though in the last, say, 5 or 6 years he's been Australia's most durable bowler. He's barely been injured, and his numbers have got better and better.
2 men deep on the onside. Southey is facing Stark, who runs towards him. He walks across and gets a ball that he can plonk through the covers, a sort of cover drive, a bump through the covers. It's gone into the deep for a couple. He was anticipating a little there and got a ball that was full and around the line of the off stump. So he's 4. It's 8 for 128. I mean, is this the end of a golden era for people like the Broad and an Anderson this group of fast bowlers getting the number of wickets they're taking? I mean, is it going to change because of the amount of franchise cricket, or will it stay the same because Afghanistan, Ireland, I mean, how many other countries are going to be playing Test cricket in the next few years? Might be a few more. Here comes Stark. He bowls a ball that he's swinging and missing at. I'll tell you, the country came in for a big mention on Stump last night as one that's attracting very, very strong support, even if it's not quite at the next level, but it's getting there, is Nepal.
Yeah.
In one-day T20 cricket at any rate.
Well, huge local support. That's one of the things in Nepal. Big crowds.
Won't these countries be pushed to the next level?
Well, they might.
Just to get funding.
Australia won't play them. This is the thing. When did Australia play a test against Ireland? Well, they never have.
I'm watching and waiting. I'd love to see it. Just to be there for the after party. Stark charges in again, and it's a bouncer bowled at Southie, and he gets out of the way of it. Yes, so you play at Croke Park, I think.
Yes. How many tests has Australia played in Zimbabwe? One. And that was in 1999.
Yeah.
And how many have they played against Zimbabwe? Well, a handful.
Afghanistan too. I mean, that begs the question: should we have two divisions in Test cricket? These countries really can't afford to host these games either. As was made clear last night in a chat with the Irish coach about it, chairman of selectors about it, Andrew White. Stark charges in, Southie goes back and plays it down on the onside. On the one hand, they don't have the funding to even stage cricket, and on the other, they want funding to build a decent cricket ground in Dublin.
Well, exactly. And staging a test match takes 5 days of funding to do that, plus the lead-up days, the warm-ups and so on, when you might be able to play 3 T20s in that time. Generally, the boards make about as much money off a limited overs game as they do off a test match. So the costs are greatly increased and the income stays the same. So that's the brief reason why you see more white ball cricket than you do red ball most of the time.
He's 8 for 128. Stark's bowling, South is slashing, and he's getting 4. He's hit it through point. Yep, well, Stark can be a bit short, a bit full, and then he bowl a Jaffa. But that wasn't a Jaffa. That was just right for Southie to free his arms and smash it through point. He moves to 8.
Well, it's a bit of fun for these two, Southie and Henry. They both like to play in this free-scoring way. They've got a sunny afternoon. They've got a home crowd in cheering them on. And in a way, I suppose, if the top order's fallen over, it must be quite liberating. It doesn't much matter what you do. You can't be expected to save the team, so you can go out there and enjoy yourself.
Well, Southie's always had the reputation as being a clean striker, hitting sixes, lots of them. Just needs some runs. Any runs anywhere will do. Stark charges in and he swings at this, and he gets another good chunk of it. Out and over cover and away to the boundary, 4 more. Southie's on a high, and he's hit a number of boundaries in that over. It's 8 for 136 at the end of the over, and it's time for me to make way for Brian Waddle with Geoff Lemon alongside me.
Tried and tested lower order style of batting there. Just get out of the line of the ball, give yourself a bit of space through the offside, and then fling the hands through it. Hope that doesn't result in an edge to the cordon, but the cordon, like the seagulls while you're eating your chips, they've been mostly spectators for the last little while, squawking and bobbing around a bit, but they haven't been able to snag a piece of hot potato to keep them happy. So still 8 down. Brian Waddle slightly more cheerful than last time he was here, perhaps.
No, not really. 36 for 8. Green, the 42nd over of the innings, bowling to Henry. The first ball is parried away, or tried to parry it away, takes the bottom hand off the bat as it goes down the leg side to be taken by Carey behind the stumps. 136 for 8, some free hitting from this pair, but you're sort of still left with the inevitable feeling that it's delaying the inevitable to some extent. But, you know, it adds to New Zealand's total, gives them less runs to track down in the second innings.
A little bit of good cheer, that's what it does.
Yes, it keeps the crowd happy that they can celebrate some boundaries. A good crowd coming in to see a disappointing batting effort. Here's Green, bowls to Henry, and the defensive stroke runs gently back along the pitch to the bowler. But they've been able to view some quality seam bowling, and particularly by Josh Hazlewood. Yes, Green's got in there and so too Stark, but I think the man who really broke the back of the innings was Hazlewood with that spell after lunch and before lunch.
Prodigious, wasn't it? 7 overs, 4 for 14, I think he took in that second spell. It's match-defining stuff.
Southey 12 from 12, Henry 17 from 12. Green bowls to Henry again, and this one has him coming forward to drive. Makes no contact inside the line. It's taken low down by wicketkeeper Carey. Pained look on Green's face, but I don't know that was ever going to threaten the bat of Henry. Let's have a look at the replay. It wasn't a bad ball. It was actually threatened the off stump more than it threatened the bat.
Bit of curve as well for Green. Got that to swing away.
It was angled in and then came away, yeah.
So that's a nicely shaped delivery. That is a club he has in his bag. We saw him swing the ball a bit when he took his 5 for against South Africa at the MCG.
Yes, we don't get a chance to see because we're not in line, so you don't know the width of the delivery. Here's Henry turning the ball down, 5 for 4. That one was in on the pads. He was giving himself just a little bit of room to get inside the line, and he got the line and flicked it off down fine for 4. So he is 21 now. Southey is 12. And the New Zealand crowd enjoying things a little more than they were previously.
21 not out of 14 balls. That's pretty good going. He made 42, didn't he, in Wellington? Hit a couple of bombs there. He's been quite an unlucky cricketer, I think, Matthew Henry. He's been on the periphery a lot over the last few years.
He's been a bit like the Will Young at the top of the order, having to fill in areas. Well, now he's the frontline leader of the attack, or will be, as he proved in Wellington. 140 for 8. Green just making an adjustment to his field at square leg more than anything. Now he's bowling to Henry, who's taken on the body by this delivery. Takes the bottom hand off, but just lets the ball drop away back along the pitch to the bowler. Green does his own fielding, bends down from 8 foot 8 to get the ball back to who's that fielding at mid-on? It's Hazlewood, isn't it?
Yes, Hazlewood at mid-on, Cummins at mid-off. Fast bowler's triumvirate.
That was the top glove, I think.
Bottom glove.
Bottom glove.
Got the hand off the bat just in time to avoid getting the fingers squashed.
He doesn't want that mashed against the back if he's going to bat, if he's going to bowl. Green goes into Henry again, and Henry is defending. Again, jumping into that defensive stroke, angled into the body, and the over is called by umpire Millan. 140 for 8, Southey is 12, Henry is 21. And Green finishes his 4th over, 1 for 21. 140 for 8. New Zealand a disappointing day with the bat.
Can be quite unpleasant to face, Cameron Green. He's got that height, gets the ball to kick, and he's suffered it as well as having it dished out. He had Anric Nortje smash his finger at the MCG and broke it quite badly, and he still came out to bat and made a stubborn half-century. Proved that he could bat through the pain there. Does a similar thing when he bowls, the kind of bowler who does squash a few fingers against the bat handle, the way the ball kicks up.
140 for the loss of 8. Be a continuation of Cummins this time, and from the far end of the ground, bowling to Southey, and Southey guides it into the gully. It'll be fielded there by Green, and there's no run.
So a wicket for Green, 3 for Stark, 1 early and then 2 in 2, and that burst of 4 wickets from Josh Hazlewood. 4 of the top 5 just ripped New Zealand apart. They got off to a pretty decent start. Looked like they might bat through the first session, none down. Scoreboard wasn't flying along, but had 10 wickets in hand at lunch and have got through the more difficult part. But Hazlewood came back for his second spell, and through them he went.
He's just warming up for another spell too, I think. Here's Cummins bowling to Southey. Pulled away to the onside. Out towards mid-wicket. Good stroke too. It's gone all the way for 6.
That's number 88. He goes level with Brian Lara and goes past Chris Cairns on the all-time 6-hitting list in Test cricket.
146 for 8. Southey is 18.
So that makes him, what, 7th, equals 7th all-time, I'm going to say, without the list in front of me.
Not sure.
Took someone out in the crowd too. This poor bloke trying to get out of the way on his camp chair. I think he wore it in the back of the shoulder.
Oh, goodness me. It looks okay, though. Hazelwood still doing some limbering up. Cummins bowls to Southey. Goes through the offside. Out towards extra cover. There'll be a couple of runs for it. I think the man in the deep will be able to get to it. Tracing around the boundary, inside the boundary. They're going to go for third. No. The return coming on the way. And that would have been definitely unwise. 2 runs to Southey. He's 20. And the New Zealand total moves on to 148, is it?
Thereabouts.
That's what happens, you see. They take all the scores away from the replays. It's ground scoreboard. There's not a scoreboard on the ground.
148
for 8. That was a good guess, Brian.
Well done.
Southey 20, Henry 21. Cummins bowls to Southey. High there. This one's a catch, is it? It's going to fall safely. 2 players slow to get into action. Didn't know who to go for it. Labuschagne or Green. Both of them a little bit slow, and it dropped in the middle. They get a single. 1 to Southey. 21, 149 for 8.
Well, you had mid-off and you had gully, and the ball was landing at around about cover point. It was directly in between the two of them. They both had a lot of ground to make up. Neither of them could do it, so Southey lives on to fight on.
The last wicket fell at 107. So 42 runs added by this pair. Cummins bowls to Henry, and Henry jumps into his defensive stroke, runs it out onto the offside. Greenfield throws it the stumps at the non-striker's end, but unable to hit the stumps. The 150. Moment of applause for New Zealanders to celebrate. And Henry is 22. Southey 21. At lunch, 71 for 3, so they've added 78, 79.
Partnership's 42.
Yeah, but they've basically lost the entire batting order. Hazelwood's already got his sweater off down at long leg. Cummins bowls to right-handed Southey, who shapes the play and pulls the bat away from the line delivery. And so keen as Hazelwood, he trots in from his position just to tell the skipper he's ready to bowl for a fifer. And it remains 150 for 8. Southey 21, Henry 22. The New Zealand scoreboard does not make pretty reading. They put 47 on for the first wicket, and we're starting to look settled and comfortable for the fight. But I'm afraid the fight has been knocked out of them, particularly by Josh Hazelwood, who has got his own way. The captain has decided that he's going to be the next man to bowl, try and get a fifer. Latham 38, Young 14, Williamson 17, Ravindra 4, Mitchell 4, Blundell 22, Phillips 2, Kugelheim 0, Henry 22, Southey 21, and 43 overs have been bowled. There are 6 extras. It's 150 for 8. Hazelwood, with 4 for 26 to his credit at the moment, has the chance with 2 wickets remaining to take another 5 for. He's bowling to Henry. First ball of his new over, and Henry cuts it in the air, out towards deep backward point, down towards third man, and away to the boundary for 4. Short ball, help it on its way, and he's taken another boundary. 26, might be earning a higher place in the batting order for New Zealand. Xavier Doherty is back with me.
He has. They're having some fun out there, these two. And they've got the field pushed back too now. That was the reason behind the ball falling in the middle of nowhere last over. The fact that they've actually got deep point and deep square leg back, as well as a deep fine, so they're starting to get the field spread.
154 for 8. Up goes Hazelwood from the Port Hills end, bowling to Henry, and this delivery has Henry playing defensively, jumping away from the line again, but managing to just keep the ball on the ground. He then rehearses what he would have liked to have done, just jumping into a little flick round the corner.
He got back in behind his practice shot.
Yes, indeed.
The original was a little more tentative, but
26 from 19. Southey 21 from 17. They came together at the fall of Kugelheim's Blundell's wicket. 8 for 107. So 47 runs added by the pair. Hazelwood, easy approach into Henry, and this one has him shying away from a short lifting delivery. Play that at your peril, says Hazelwood. 154 for 8. New Zealand sent into bat today. And while not having had a chance to bat on this deck, it hasn't seemed to me to be utterly threatening.
It hasn't. There hasn't been anything. You can't say that the wicket has played a part in the downfall of many. Maybe Latham, the ball just nipped enough to grab the outside edge. So if you're going to cut someone some slack,
that's the first day. That's what you want. Bowlers have got to get some sort of encouragement. Hazelwood bowls to Henry, who's defending his defensive prod from about short square leg and drops it away to the offside.
More the fact that Latham didn't do much wrong. You probably can't be as complimentary for some of the others.
No, Young probably was a little unlucky too with his.
Some good bowling, single ball, undone by some good cricket from Mitchell Starc, rolling the fingers on a ball that just held in the wicket, got the leading edge.
But the rest of it, since lunch in particular, has been pretty ordinary stuff from New Zealand. Hazelwood goes past a pile of sawdust that's on the ground into bowl to Henry, who is swinging and missing. That one was going from now until forever, but he didn't make any contact.
You call that hard line and length in 5-day cricket, or you call it slot in T20 cricket. If that's bowling the last over of a T20 game,
it's a good shot.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But that's the way they're playing, and they're almost playing in a bit of disgust, aren't they? These two. It's like, how dare you get us out there halfway through the second session on day one? We're going to show you how it's done.
154 for 8. Here's the next delivery from Hazelwood. Bowling to Henry, and Henry plays into the offside. He'll take a single. Easy singles. He just eases it towards extra cover. There's a big gap there being left for him. Picked up there by Labuschagne. And one more. Takes Henry to 27. 155 for 8. Well, it just lengthens the time that Australia are in the field, but it's not adding much to the total unless the New Zealand bowlers can deliver what Hazelwood and co have done for Australia. 155 for 8, 44 overs completed.
So that moves the partnership to 48, is that right? They're having a little bit of fun in a good clip as well. Southey and Matt Henry, they're good clean strikers of the ball, and as I mentioned a moment ago, they've got the field pushed back, so those little noodles and nudges into the offside gaps will keep the scoreboard ticking over. I'm not so sure they're going to settle down into that mode altogether, but...
What's the world record partnership for the ninth wicket?
I saw you Googling something over there, just ever the optimist.
155 for 8. Henry is... farming the strike to a certain extent. He just took the single off the last ball of the over. It was conceded to them. They want to have a crack at him again. Cummins says, I'll give it a go. 155 for 8. He's in from the Botanical Gardens end. Henry turns it into the onside. They'll take one. If they really want to, they probably could have pushed for 2 because Lyon was way back in the deep, and so too was Hazelwood. But an easy single taken, just ticking the scoreboard over. Henry is 28. Southey is 21. 156 for 8.
Again, just ticking it over. They've got the field pushed back. This is very smart from Southey and Henry. Play their shots, find some gaps in the field.
Protect their right hands.
Correct. And head.
Yes. 156 for 8. Comes Cummins again, bowling to Southey, and Southey plays on the onside. Nice stroke through mid-wicket. They'll get 1, should get 2, as chasing after it is Marsh from mid-on, but they end up getting just, in fact, Starc, they end up getting just the 2 runs. 158 for 8, Southey 23. Well, they've got good strike rates, both of them. 23 off 18, Southey.
They do.
And a 51-run partnership. 28 off 24 for Matt Henry. 51 from 42 balls.
They haven't had
exciting stuff.
Well, they haven't had much to cheer about all day, the locals, but they're showing their appreciation there.
Yeah, they're
certainly being entertained just at the moment.
They'd like to see it from higher in the order, I think. 158 for 8. Cummins up again, bowling to Southey, and Southey hits powerfully into the onside. Again, wide of mid-on, out towards the boundary. They've taken 1. Can't come for 2. Is he going to go for 4? No, it's stopped there by Mitchell Starc, and they'll come back for 3. Sliding in to pick the ball up, almost went for 4. The crowd was willing it on, but didn't manage to make it. 3 for them. 161 for 8. Southey 26, Henry 28.
He got none of that, Tim Southey. He swung pretty hard, but it's made it all but the last 30 centimetres towards the rope.
Good placement, but just not enough power.
in amazing condition, this outfield, but it's rapid.
161 for 8. Cummins again. Bowling to Henry, and Henry gets a bouncer, which he ducks underneath, keeps his eye on the ball, but makes sure he keeps everything away from it. He's a reluctant player of the short ball. I think the freedom with which he's been able to hit suits him a lot better. It's not always that easy.
Well, he's just seen the last 2 wickets fall to balls up around the shoulder. Just at the moment, it's far easier to duck underneath and hit the balls that are up. It's reasonably smart cricket, really, isn't it?
Anything down the order is 161 for 8. Cummins to Henry, and Henry plays into the offside for an easy single. The gap's been left open, and cleverly done. Henry just nudging it away, taking the single that's on offer. Goes to 29. He got a fair bit to remember from this Test series, isn't he? 40-odd in Wellington.
Yep.
29 or 26 here, Matt Henry.
And it was the pick of the bowlers for New Zealand in that first test, in my opinion. He was Phillips took the 5 wickets in the second innings when it started to spin, but when they had the opportunity to bowl with the new ball on day one, he was by far and away the pick of the New Zealand quicks.
Cummins into Southey, and Southey hits it high in the air, coming down towards long leg. Hazelwood getting underneath it, and takes the catch. Drops his glasses, but the catch is taken from the top edge. Southey goes, caught Hazelwood, bowled Cummins for 26. It's 162 for 9.
It felt a little inevitable that. They played well there, that partnership. Henry and Southey. Southey's the man to go. In the end, so we saw some really clean striking. It's a very big hit here at Hagley Oval to try and find those square boundaries or to try and clear them.
Well, it wasn't an easy catch either, because he's looking into the sun and has to set it up. It took him a while to see where, in fact, it was going, but he managed to get it just above ground level and complete a very good catch. Southey goes, and, well, you got a feel for the man coming in, Ben Sears, in his first Test match for New Zealand, walks out confidently, striding with confidence, but knowing that there's only 1 wicket left to be taken. That was the end of the over. So if the wicket falls between now and tea, that will be the tea break. But it's about to go through to tea, and it'll be Corbin Middlemas with you, Xavier.
Thanks, Wads. Yeah, as I mentioned, it felt almost like it was a matter of time before we see a sky ball into the outfield. The Australians are very good. Even the quicks these days spend a lot of time on their fielding. He had a little bit of work to do, Josh Hazelwood. Made his way maybe 10 or 15 metres in off the rope. Stood underneath it. The clouds have cleared here, so not a lot of background to sort of against the back of the red ball. Just fell to his knees at the last minute, but nicely taken in the big dukes of Josh Hazelwood. Welcome back, Corbin.
Thanks, X. They've just about had enough of that, I think, the Aussies. 55-run stand, the biggest partnership of the innings. I think they're thinking time to get out there and have a hit.
I think so. I was actually, if they didn't get that wicket that over, Josh Hazelwood's only freshly back into the attack. I was almost thinking that off-spin might have been coming into play, which would have suited Henry and Southey as well.
Here comes Hazelwood hunting a 5th as he flashes one past the outside edge. The bat of Henry. So we've got Henry and Sears. Ben Sears, the man on debut, wearing the sleeveless sweater. He's got the arm guard on. Well, this isn't his main discipline. He's known for sending down.
I know nothing about his batting, Cobb. Let me look it up.
Okay.
Ben Sears, there we go. I'll come back to you.
I think he's... we haven't heard much about his batting in the lead-up, have we? That's not why he's there at number 11. Hazelwood trying to remove Henry outside the off-stump again. He's coaxed into playing a back foot punch, plays and misses. And how about the respect for Matt Henry too, with the field back? Fine leg, square leg, long on, mid-offs, deep. There's also a point and a third man.
They're going upstairs here.
Okay.
Corbin, this is ridiculous.
So Pat Cummins has called this extremely late, as there was half a shout from the cordon, and Pat says, oh, well, we got him up our sleeve. So he's made the T signal from almost long off. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary.
I think Steve Smith was the only player on the field to appeal. Josh Hazelwood had no interest. Carey had no interest. But the fact, and it's not Pat Cummins' fault, I guess. Like, they've only got 1 wicket to get. If you're going to have a look, and you know, the 1 in 200 chance that he may have nicked it. You're going to have a look, aren't you? But
so which don't hate the player, hate the game.
Don't hate the player. Well, I'm not going to. There's not much to hate Pat Cummins about. It has gone close to the bat.
The ball is close to the bat. I hope
after giving
so can we confirm Ultradge?
After giving him a spray, he hasn't hit this, but
this is a broader opinion, isn't it? As we get a look at the snicker, was there anything on it? There is.
Oh, he smashed it.
He's hit it. He's nicked it through to the keeper. Henry's out on the review. It's a good one by the Australians. And Josh Hazlewood has a fifer. On the review, a 5-wicket haul for Hazlewood. It's taken the video to help him out. Henry's on his bike. New Zealand are all out for 162. And in the end, Hazlewood finishes with a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. A dozen times he's done that now in Test cricket, Josh Hazlewood. Finishes with 5 in the innings. And once again, it's an underwhelming performance with the bat by New Zealand. And Australia vindicated after winning the toss and sending in the home side.
I'm going to save my spray of how many reviews they get for later on in the Test match then, Corb, because honestly, no one on the ground thought that he'd hit that, except for Steve Smith at second slip. Josh Hazlewood showed no interest. He turned around and walked back to his mark. He was halfway back to his mark when the 15 seconds were up. And Matt Henry knew he hit it.
Well, maybe the reaction gave it away. Carey didn't even throw the ball up behind the stumps. And as you said, the ball was making its way back around the field. They were all back. And Steve Smith's yelling out to Pat saying, hey, let's have a look.
We might as well. What did they have? Did they have 1 up their sleeve or maybe 2? And the point I was going to get to is we don't need 3. Like I was about to say we've had 4 frivolous reviews today. We've only ended up with 3. You know, the 2 LBs, Williamson and Kugelheim, were ridiculous referrals. We don't need 3. Like, we're back to neutral umpires. That was brought in due to the fact that we were having home umpires during COVID. We can get rid of them. Anyway, Josh Hazlewood, he was fantastic. He put on an absolute clinic there. Thoroughly deserves his 5 wickets. We mentioned earlier in the call that he just looks mechanically the way he goes about it. He just keeps doing it over and over and over again. He gives nothing away. 5 for 31. So he's got a 2.5 and over. A few of those were nicks over slip. He's taken the big wicket of Williamson.
I know it's sort of often the comparison that's thrown up, but McGrath-esque, where just same spot.
Just keeps doing it. It's a simple formula, isn't it? He just stands the seam up, presents it pretty well, angles in at the batter. Occasionally it'll straighten up. He's not a big swinger of the ball, but he's just always on at the batsman. He makes you play. He comes at 6'4", 6'5". He comes from a good height, maybe even taller than that. So the bounce gets you. He is quick. He's quicker than he looks. He sort of hovers around that mid to low 130s. He's got a bouncer that rarely misses. And again, he's just given absolutely nothing away. He's ended up with 5 wickets and really led the way to knock New Zealand over for 162.
The restart time, here we go. 3:45, so it is tea. Tea has been taken. An early tea after New Zealand have been bowled out for 162. All right, X, let me give you the run through here of the card. So in the end, it's taken 45.3 overs. That's not long enough, is it? 45.3 overs. In the end, there were 6 sundries made up of 5 wides, 1 noe, and that's the 6. Sears was left not out, nor having not faced a delivery on Test debut. And the last man to go was Henry, caught by the keeper Carey off the bowling of Hazlewood, so he was out for 29. The bowling figures, big Josh Hazlewood, 13.3 overs, 5 for 31. Mitch Stark, a significant achievement for him today. He goes past Dennis Lilly's iconic wicket tally of 355, so he moves past that. He ended up with 3. So he not only got to 356, he ended up at 357 at the end of the innings. Pat Cummins, 11 overs, 1 for 35, bowled superbly, and in the end walks away with just the 1 wicket. Nathan Lyon was barely needed. He bowled 2 overs in the first hour, didn't bowl again, as the Quicks got on top. Mitch Marsh bowled 3 overs for 10, and Cam Green bowled 4 overs, 1 for 21. All right, the batting card, there's not a lot to write home about here. They put on 47 New Zealand for the first wicket. That was the best partnership after they lost a clump of wickets either side of the lunch break. Young went for 14, caught Marsh, second slip, bowled Stark. Latham went for 38, caught keeper, bowled Hazlewood. Next man out was Ravindra, shocking shot, played wide of the body, right on the stroke of lunch, caught Khawaja, first slip off Hazlewood's bowling. At one point he took 4 in a row, big Josh Hazlewood. He got Mitchell after the lunch break, caught by the keeper Carey. Then the key wicket of Kane Williamson. He was salmon trout dead in front, given out LBW. They used a review. It was unsuccessful, and King Kane went for 17. Hazelwood had 4 at that point. The 6th wicket to fall was Phillips. He was caught down the leg side by Mitchell, off Mitchell Stark's bowling by the keeper Carey, out for 2. Then Stark got a wicket the very next ball. He was on a hat trick. Cougar line, LBW. Stark basically kicked a half volley. He was in big trouble. First ball, Cougar line out for a golden duck. And then Blundell, after providing some resistance, he was part of those 3 wickets to fall when the score was on 107. He was caught also down the leg side of Green's bowling for 22. So Carey was busy in the end. He finished with 5 catches for Alex Carey with the gloves. The 9th man out was Southey, caught in the deep. He was able to put on a 55-run stand with Matt Henry. Managed to throw the bat at a few late, 26 off 20. Caught Hazelwood, bowled Cummins. And the last man out was Henry. He knew he hit it. So did Steve Smith. Everyone else was left a little surprised when they decided to use a late review. The Australians caught by keeper Carey off the bowling of Hazelwood. Out for 29. Sears not out naught. All out 162. New Zealand having been asked to bat first. So the series so far, Xavier Doherty, 179, 196, 162. The 3 team totals for New Zealand, all sub 200, and it's hard to think you're going to beat this all-conquering Australian cricket team with scores like that.
Well, it's not good enough, is it? And again today, they got off to a really good start, New Zealand, which, they get themselves into good positions. It's something we talk about over and over and over. They get themselves into a good position. They got through the first 18.5 overs. As you mentioned, Corbin, Nathan Lyon was bowling 50 minutes into the test after they won the toss and bowled. So New Zealand had Australia exactly where they wanted. But from then on, they just opened the door. It was Mitchell Stark today. It was a clever bit of bowling. Got through Will Young. But once they started to wobble, they just, as the old saying, when you're in the field, you clap your hands. 1 brings 2. And it's just been the case so often. Australia know that as soon as they get a wicket, they get a breakthrough, they know that the 2, maybe 3, maybe 4 wickets come. There's just not a lot of resistance from this New Zealand batting order just at the moment. Josh Hazelwood was fantastic. They are up against a very good bowling line. The best bowling combination of all time. So life is not easy, but I just think they've got to be better than what they are at the moment. Hazelwood again. I just can't emphasise enough how good that spell of bowling was. When Australia needed him to come in and just regain control of the innings, he just did what he always does. Just ploughed away, back of a length on off stump, made life really hard. Matt Henry and Tim Southey, they, if anyone showed a little bit of resistance, they were criticised, particularly Tim Southey, for the way he batted in the first test. But that's the way he plays. He does dig in, he does it aggressively, but he puts a little bit of pride on his wicket, and he puts, as we speak about with Marnus Labuschagne, he puts the pressure back on the bowlers. He's a number 10 or a number 9 at the end of the day, so you're not expecting him to average 50, but he puts a little bit of pride on his wicket, which he did again today. Matt Henry, again, he's a good clean striker of the ball. So, they make 162. It's nowhere near enough. I think the average score in the first innings here is about 299. So even when you do get dobbed in, life is not easy, but they're still well short of a par mark.
There's a lot of overs left in the day, so all out inside 46 overs New Zealand, and we've reached tea. So an early tea has been taken. It will be a long final session. New Zealand all out 162. Josh Hazelwood, his 12th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket, 5 for 31 off 13.3 overs, and Mitchell Stark goes past Dennis Lilly on the all-time wicket takers list. He currently has 357 Test wickets, only Glenn McGrath in front of him in terms of Australian fast bowlers. Bruce says Groundhog Day, Black Caps, the modern day version of Groundhog Day. Bruce, thanks Bruce for that. Rick says interesting that although Stark has played more Tests than Lilly, 89 compared to 70, Stark has bowled far fewer balls, 3,078 overs compared to 2,880. Stark's strike rate of 48.6 to Lilly's of 52. Lilly averaged 44 overs per Test, and Stark just 32 overs, obviously playing alongside 3 other future Hall of Famers in Lyon, Cummins and Hazelwood. There's a bit of entertainment going on out here. The Black Caps fans, Xavier, haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in this test match so far. You can hear the wind picking up a little bit in the background. There's a competition to try and hit the stumps here from a few of the members out of the crowd. And everybody on the grass bank on the western side is involved in that as the Black Caps are warming up themselves alongside the centre wicket area. They've got plenty to do in this match. Stuck in by the Australians and rock and rolled for 162 on the back of Hazelwood's fifer. We'll be back at Hagley Oval in Christchurch for the final session on day one shortly. But first, at the tea break on day one, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Sarah Hall with ABC News. The man charged with murdering Ballarat woman Samantha Murphy can now be revealed as the son of a former AFL player. Leanne Wong reports from Ballarat.
22-year-old Patrick Stevenson has been charged with the murder of Samantha Murphy after the 51-year-old disappeared on February the 4th while on a morning run. A Ballarat local, Patrick Stevenson, is the son of former Geelong and Richmond player Oren Stevenson. He was arrested on Wednesday and faced the Ballarat Magistrates Court again today, where an interim suppression order preventing the publication of his name was lifted after it was challenged by several media outlets, including the ABC. The search for Samantha Murphy's body remains ongoing and a community vigil will be held in Ballarat tonight.
The body of a woman has been found in a car boot on the New South Wales north coast. Police went to an address in Evans Head this morning after a call from a family member. They found the body of a woman in her 60s in the boot of a car parked in front of a home. Police believe the woman was killed inside the home before her body was moved. Her 39-year-old son was arrested at the scene and has been taken to Ballina Police Station. The US President Joe Biden is about to deliver his annual State of the Union address to Congress. The latest from Sam Wilkinson.
In what will be his last State of the Union speech before asking Americans to re-elect him in November, Joe Biden plans to draw a contrast with his Republican rival Donald Trump. Excerpts released by the White House show the president will focus on the threats to democracy that he says Mr. Trump poses, given his false claims about his 2020 election loss and threats to jail political enemies. Mr. Biden will also urge Americans to elect Democrats so that they can legislate to protect abortion rights. He'll also announce the US military will build a port on Gaza's coast to receive humanitarian assistance by sea.
The Israeli government is continuing to blame Hamas for the shortage of food and aid inside of Gaza. Aid groups say Israel's near-total blockade of Gaza and the ongoing fighting have made it nearly impossible to deliver supplies. Many of the estimated 300,000 people still living in northern Gaza have been reduced to eating animal fodder to survive. But Israeli government spokesperson Avi Hyman has told Britain's Sky News that while they are in control of the aid that's going in, they cannot help what happens once it's inside the territory.
We're getting better at distribution, but Hamas is trying to steal their aid. They have actively stolen their aid. No one is going hungry if they're a Hamas fighter. Those people are underground while their people are suffering.
It's been confirmed the Great Barrier Reef is in the grip of a mass coral bleaching event, the 5th in 8 years. The Marine Parks Government Authority completed aerial surveys of large parts of the reef, together with scientists from the Australian Institute of Marine Science. Dr. Lisa Schrindler is the Australian Marine Conservation Society Great Barrier Reef campaign manager. She says the mass bleaching event is being driven by warm ocean temperatures, which hit record highs in February.
These mass bleaching events are really a stress response from corals that is seen across the whole of the Great Barrier Reef World Heritage Area. And what is happening is that corals bleach when the water is too hot for too long, and it's a stress response to too much heat over an extended period of time.
A review into the case of a man who died after waiting 10 hours for an ambulance has found ambulance ramping was a major factor contributing to the delay. The 54-year-old was living in disability care in Hectorville in suburban Adelaide when 000 was called on December the 27th. The probe also found there were delays in callbacks due to a high volume of 000 calls and that the risk profile for a vulnerable patient in this case was underappreciated. SA Ambulance Service Chief Executive Rob Elliott says a task force will be set up to implement 7 recommendations.
In the future, we hope to have an alteration to our systems that helps us identify the clinical risk of some patients, helps us to prioritise those cases in particular for callbacks, and helps us then reconsider the priority for those cases.
Also making news today, the governor of the US state of New York will deploy the National Guard to the New York City subway system to help police search passengers' bags for weapons. 750 National Guard members and 250 state troopers will be sent in to assist the NYPD at station entrances. Governor Kathy Hochul's decision follows a series of high-profile crimes, including a shooting on a train platform and a conductor getting slashed in the neck. You're up to date with the latest from ABC News.
Muhammad. The ABC presents a new drama series that takes you behind the walls of the sacred.
Baba, I should be your VP.
You pick yourself above the Almighty Creator. And into a story of family, love, secrets and betrayals at a Sydney mosque.
Love's not a bank loan, Asa. Never needs to be repaid.
The ABC's groundbreaking new drama, House of Gods. Sunday nights on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Hazelwood trying to remove Henry outside the off stump again. He's coaxed into playing a back foot punch. Plays and misses.
They're going upstairs here.
Okay.
Corbin. This is ridiculous.
So Pat Cummins has called this extremely late, as there was half a shout from the court, and Pat says, oh, well, we got him up our sleeve. So he's made the T signal from almost long off. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. And as we get a look at the snicker, was there anything on it? There is.
Oh, he smashed it.
He's hit it. He's nicked it through to the keeper. Henry's out on the review. It's a good one by the Australians. And Josh Hazelwood has a fifer. On the review, a 5-wicket haul for Hazelwood. It's taken the video to help him out. Henry's on his bite. New Zealand are all out for 162. And in the end, Hazelwood finishes with a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Well, it's another score, sub 200 for New Zealand in this series, all out for 179 and 196 in Wellington, and now having been stuck in by Pat Cummins and the Australians, all out for 162, batting first at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Corbin Middlemas alongside former New Zealand international cricketer Craig MacMillan. He's a local in these parts. He was hoping for happier things to talk about, having been well beaten in Wellington, and now New Zealand are playing from behind, seemingly, here in Christchurch. Josh Hazelwood, 5 for 31. And in the end, New Zealand, they had two partnerships, Craig, 47 up the top between the two openers, and then was left at Henry and Southey to bang a few at the end and made 55 to avoid a really embarrassing total. But 162 doesn't feel like enough.
Not enough. It's continuation from the first test in Wellington, where a few starts but no substance in that New Zealand batting lineup. Australia were just too good, relentless. The accuracy and the control they showed was superb. New Zealand made some mistakes. There was a couple of good deliveries, so you could put some of the dismissals down to good bowling, but you do not beat Australia with the first innings total of 162 unless something ridiculous happens. There's still some help in the surface, so there will be some help with the new ball for New Zealand. They have to pick up 3 or 4 this session if they're any chance in this test match. They have to pick up some early wickets with the new ball, and they have to be confident, because there is some movement. So if they can get the ball in the right areas, perhaps one weakness of this Australian side is the batting. And we saw that in Wellington, where they were bowled out cheaply in that second innings, and at one stage were 270 for 9 as well, before that 100-run partnership between Green and Hazelwood. So New Zealand have to hold on to that. But, gee, New Zealand batters have asked the New Zealand bowlers to do a big job, haven't they? 162 on a good surface that did enough, but a top score of 38 from Tom Latham. And then a couple of contributions from Henry and Southey down the end. The tail wagged a little bit, but 162 is well below par.
The other thing is we don't lose any overs due to the change of innings, so only 45.3 overs bowled in the first innings of the match, which means there could be 44 overs in this long final session. Given the fact tea was taken early, it'll be 2.5 hours plus the extra, really 15, 20 minutes by the time we restart. So a mere 3-hour final session, which means that the Black Caps will be in the field for a long period here. They'll be wanting to try and make some inroads in a hurry to this Australian batting lineup. That's a tough watch for the locals, and so well supported again. Test cricket in this part of the world, and Hagley Oval is packed today. It's hard to spot a spare patch of green on the bank anywhere at this gorgeous cricket ground.
Well, there's been so much expectation for this Test series for some time, with New Zealanders wanting to see where New Zealand matches up against the best in the world, Australia, and we're flattered to deceive, and that's the reason that we only get 2 Test matches. We can cry and yell and say we want 3, and 2's not a series, but until we start putting up some performances that justify that and back it up, we're only ever going to get 2. And that's frustrating for everyone, because you're right, a big crowd in here on day one, and they're flat. They came to cheer and support New Zealand, but they've had nothing to cheer about today. So hopefully, from their point of view, it's a good last session for New Zealand. They can pick up some wickets and give this crowd something to cheer about.
Tim Southey is going to take the new ball. His form has been criticised by Ross Taylor in a lead up to the test, and Steve Smith is whacking away with 3 slips and a gully behind him. Southey over the wicket, and Smith not forced to play. And the new Aussie opener waves the bat above his head. Usman Khawaja's at the non-striker's end. 162 all-out New Zealand batting first, and the final session is underway after the tea break was taken at the change of innings. I'm sure you've been asked about it a bunch already, Macca, but the comments from your former teammate Ross Taylor, what was your observation of all the byplay that went down pre-test?
Probably unnecessary. He's a little bit too close. He's only just retired, so he knows what goes on in the 4 walls.
Southey to Smith, and he just taps the ball away to backward point. There's no run.
A little bit unnecessary. They weren't taken overly well within the New Zealand setup, I can tell you that. But, they were obviously his thoughts, and he's entitled to them. And, I'm sure Tim Southey would have been disappointed with how he got out in that Wellington test. But you saw today, he has no defence. So his best form of defence is actually attack, and that looks pretty average, bad when he gets out sometimes.
Southey over the wicket to Smith, who's squared up, and the ball beats him outside the off stump and into the gloves of keeper Blundell. That's a good ball from Southey.
But he got 20-odd today, and that's how he plays, and that's probably the best chance of a contribution. That's a wide delivery to be playing. Smith crabs across the crease so far that he honestly must lose sight of where his off stump is, because that must be at about 8th or 9th stump by the time he's played and missed at it. It's a leave, but because he crabs so far across, he probably feels that it's still close to his stumps, but it's not.
Smith awaiting Southey. He opens the face of the bat here and angles it backward a point between point and gully, and Phillips is running back from a gully position. Whips it back in with the assistance from Will Young into the keeper, and Steve Smith is off the mark with a double. The Australians' first runs in the innings as well, having bowled out New Zealand for 162, no wicket for 2. How much more cricket's he got in him, do you think, Tim Southey? He's obviously the captain of the side at the moment. Wellington didn't go the way that he wanted it to with the ball.
Well, he's 35, so he's getting on in terms of years, isn't he? But, he's bowled some overs over the years, Tim Southey.
He bowls to Smith here outside the off stump, and he lets it pass.
I mean, you look at Jimmy Anderson, who's 40, who's quite remarkable how he's still going. I think the key for Tim Southey will probably be dropping perhaps the white ball formats. And I think if he wanted to stay as a test player and the test captain, that maybe that might be the option, and that might give him another 2 and a bit years maybe. Because I think it's unrealistic to think that he could continue on for another 2 or 3 years playing all 3 formats. If you look at the New Zealand attack, he's probably not in New Zealand's best one-day side, so he's a fringe player there. He still seems to be in the New Zealand T20 side, but that's something that perhaps, he might be able to drop if he wants to concentrate on Test cricket. Is that a St John vehicle that's in the way? Perhaps Steve Smith's seen something that he's not happy with.
It was like a wrapper or some sort of piece of silver flickering away that was catching Smith's eye on the top of the golf cart down there, and as a result, Smith had Southey walk all the way down and asked the lad to cover it up as Smith on strike here. He's forward, prodding away on the offside and just dabs it out in front of Kugelon, who comes into field from mid-off, and that's the end of the over. So 2 off the first over in the Australian innings. An early tee was taken after New Zealand were all out for 162. The Aussies none for 2. Kawaja yet to face a ball. Smith on 2. Corbin Middlemas and Craig MacMillan on ABC Cricket. 0467920222 is the SMS number.
Well, the batting's been a big problem for New Zealand in this series. They only lasted 43.1 overs in the first innings in Wellington, and then 64 overs in the second innings. Today, bowled out in 45.3. They're just not spending enough time at the crease. It's a real issue. No partnerships, nothing of any substance. Glenn Phillips is 71. It's the highest score so far this series. And there's only been 250s, so it's not the bowling that's let New Zealand down. It's been the batting, unfortunately.
Matt Henry bowled beautifully in Wellington. First delivery to Usman Khawaja, pushing across the lefty, and he's hitting bat on ball first up, knocking it back to the bowler. Sort of feels like a bit every team in world cricket at the moment, doesn't it, where we sort of look around and we go, gee, the batting looks a little brittle. New Zealand having problems. You mentioned Australia, if anything, in the weakness in their game is sort of the all-conquering side that they are at the moment as the World Test Championship is clearly their batting, but obviously other teams stronger than others, but it is a little bit of a worry as Henry bowls wide of the off stump and Khawaja lets it pass. Do you have a theory as a former accomplished Test batter that you were, Craig, as to why the batting is a little thin? And I think even the numbers historically show this decade that it's sort of as bad as it has been for a while in terms of runs per wicket.
Really? Well, I think T20 cricket has, offered a lot to the game in terms of pushing run rates forward and a whole number of things in terms of the entertainment value and how many runs are scored in a day.
Henry bowls to Khawaja. He's not forced to play, and he doesn't.
But also it perhaps means that there's less patience amongst modern-day Test batters where they're not prepared to get through a spell. They actually want to take the attack back to the bowler. Through our era, if there was a good spell, you would respect it and get through it and knew that the bowling change, the next guy to bowl was the one that you could go after and perhaps score some runs. With T20, the introduction of T20 cricket where you're always going after the bowler, looking to score, perhaps that's changed.
Henry pushing across Khawaja, he lets it pass.
Someone like Usman Khawaja is still very much a Test match batter, isn't he? He's prepared to respect a good delivery, bat time, the ball's there to hit, he'll take it on, but he'll stick and be disciplined to his game plan. And you need that. New Zealand just haven't had that, unfortunately. They've made too many mistakes that have been costly.
Breeze seemingly picked up too, either side of the tee break. Is that... You're the local knowledge around here, Macca. Is that commonplace as Henry bowls wide of the off stump to Khawaja, who lets it go alongside the off stump? So that's a good delivery and a good leave in the end.
Yeah, it's the prevailing wind here. It's the easterly, which can be a cold breeze. On a nice day, it looks like a really warm, hot day, but actually that breeze can be quite cutting easterly coming across. It has picked up, you're right, in the last hour or so. You'll see a number of the players with jerseys on, so it's not overly warm with that breeze out in the middle. If you're out of it, it's still very hot.
Usman Khawaja with his sleeveless sweater on as he awaits Henry. Last ball of the over, he lets it go. It's a good set, good start from Henry. Bowls a maiden first up. The Aussies no wicket for 2, having bowled out New Zealand for 162. Josh Hazlewood 5 for 31. Mitchell Starc with 3 wickets, going past Dennis Lilly on the all-time wicket takers list. And Tom Latham, the top scorer, with 38, but not enough for New Zealand. 162 all out. The average first inning score batting here is 299, just to put that into a little bit of context as well. I mentioned to you earlier, Macca, I went down to Lancaster Park this morning when I was trying to check out the sights and playing a little bit of Tommy Tourist while here in Christchurch. I also went past the new stadium that is being built.
In town.
That looks like it's going to be an absolute ripper. They've got the design, pictures, sketches on a few of the big billboards outside as Smith is awaiting Southie as the next over commences from this southern end, the Port Hills end of the ground. What's the sentiment like around the stadium? Are the people excited about it? Was it controversial in deciding to build a new, 30,000 seat stadium?
It's been an ongoing process, Corbin, where it's taken too long. Costs have blown out because of a lack of urgency from the Christchurch City Council. but we're getting there slowly. The city certainly needs it, and we're a multi-use venue in terms of rugby primarily, concerts, a whole number of things will be done at the stadium, which is great.
Southie to Smith, works it on the leg side, just in front of the square leg umpire, but can't break the infield, and Ravindra retrieves that, no run.
But quite often you find in New Zealand that there's a lot of red tape to get through, and that's certainly been the case with the stadium. So it's just one of those things that people at Christchurch are waiting for. At the end of the day, it's going to be the ratepayers that pay a big percentage of it, and we just want it built. We want a roof on it, and we want it in play.
We obviously talk to a lot of sports people and even cab drivers and Uber drivers that we've spoken to across the week, but it feels like a lot of people are excited for it as Smith awaits Southie, and he's tied up in this delivery, bounces off his thigh pad, so no wicket for 2, the Australians, and that is the sentiment amongst the locals that they want it. There's not much. We've got a situation in Tasmania at the moment where they're trying to build a new stadium, and in Hobart, and it is controversial. There are people basically saying we don't want the stadium to be built, and others saying yes, we do want the stadium, but it doesn't feel like it's as divisive here.
No, although there was some of that feeling amongst this ground. There's always a small vocal minority that get listened to far too much. They forget about everyone else in the city.
Southie bowls over the wicket, and Smith waves his bat over the top and lets it go.
How can you say this isn't great for the city in terms of bringing people from overseas? It's good for hotels, it's good for restaurants, it's just good for the city. And because it's an open park, there were some people that wanted to walk their dog through the park on particular days, and now because there's a test match they can't. So they had an issue and voiced concerns, and it went through councils and all sorts. So
even though there's 9,000 people that are happy to sit here and all afternoon.
There's still a big park around the rest that they could take that dog if they wanted to.
Southie on his way in, bowls over the wicket to Smith. Oh, he's squared up here and flashes past the edge into the gloves of Blundell. So he's on the money to start here. Tim Southie, Corbin Middlemas and Craig McMillan on ABC Cricket. And for, I guess, people back home, if you're familiar with Sydney and Centennial Park, similar type thing, huge park, middle of the city, and then a beautiful little cricket ground nestled in here. But as you said, there's heaps of green space if you still want to walk your dog or go for a run.
It's an amazing park, actually. They play netball, they play rugby, they play league, got cricket, so a lot of youngsters on tomorrow, actually. You'll see a lot of games of cricket in behind this ground being played. So it's a multi-use venue. It's outstanding.
Southie on his way in. Last ball of the over to Smith. Drifts down the leg side and Smith steps inside it. That's the end of the over. So no wicket for 2. The Australians are maiden for Southie. Smith's on 2. Kawaja's yet to score. I do know that firsthand, Mako. I noticed your absence during the week, but there was an Aussie Media v New Zealand Media cricket game. And we actually played on Hagley number 2.
You did?
At the back, which was a real treat, I must admit, to be able to play a game of cricket overseas.
How'd it go?
We don't need to mention the result. That's something that doesn't need to come up in these parts. It's been a successful tour for the Aussies. But
did New Zealand win a game against Australia?
The New Zealand team did manage to break through.
Wow.
We didn't make enough, and they ran them down pretty quickly.
Oh, it's usually a pretty good deck out the back, actually.
Yeah, it's excellent.
Oh, right. So any star performances from Geoff or yourself? Or?
Geoff got a wicket, bowled well. The doyen of cricket commentary, Jim Maxwell, umpired a full 40 overs.
Outstanding.
Here's Henry on his way in, bowls outside the off stump. Kawaja lets it pass.
I did hear, Jim, that perhaps Chris Harris got hit on his front pad first ball and was perhaps, he used to do that a lot in his career, he would just kick his front foot forward. And you gave him not out, so that was...
it would have been DRS, but it wasn't about
DRS.
It would have been DRS.
Umpire's cool. Just outside the line.
He did get a duck, actually, Chris Harris. He got caught by Bharat Sundaresan, so he was happy with that. As Henry outside the off stump and Kawaja lets it pass. But that was great fun, and thanks to Willie Nichols from New Zealand Cricket, the long-time communications manager. Nice little player himself, by the way, but organised the whole thing. And most importantly, as soon as he got there, had all the kit and everything, the first thing he did, make sure he had the chili bin set up and the ice on and a couple of beverages in there. So that was the most important part, and a good collegial thing to do between the Aussie press and the New Zealand press.
Absolutely. Great to have you guys over here, and Willie runs a good show, so good to hear.
Here's Henry, he bowls to Kawaja and outside the off stump. Just nipping away from the lefty. And Kawaja's now faced 9 balls without scoring. The Aussies no wicket for 2. As we've started the evening session early after New Zealand were all out for 162 batting first here in Christchurch.
Gee, that seemed a long way. Kawaja played the original line and it's missed the bat by about 4 inches. So there's going to be a number of balls that will still go past that outside edge, and that's okay, as long as you don't push the hands at it.
Henry tries again. Kawaja not forced to play here. Happy to leave them early in his innings. Josh Hazlewood with a 5-wicket haul earlier today, 5 for 31. 12th time he's done that in Test cricket. Meanwhile, Mitch Starc picked up 3 and he's now gone past Dennis Lilly on the all-time wicket takers list. Feels like a guy that never gets enough credit, Mitchell Starc. Feels like there's always people who are keen to point out what he can't do, but gee, that's an amazing record as Henry pushing across Kawaja again. Just leaving him off the wicket, and Blundell a little fumble behind the stumps, but doesn't cost them anything. So Australia no wicket for 2.
So Starc went past Lilly. So Starc's now 4th, isn't he? You got Warne at 1, McGrath 2, Lyon at 3. It's quite a gap between 3 and 4, isn't there? Between Nathan Lyon and Mitchell Starc, about 180 wickets, which is quite a lot, but quite a remarkable performance from the left armour.
Fast bowler too, so behind only McGrath in terms of the other quicks, as Henry's now coming around the wicket. Kawaja a bit of bat on ball, pushes it away through backward point, and he'll get some runs here. He's off the mark. His 12th delivery comes in on relay between Phillips and Young, and they'll get just the 1 for that in the end. Looked like they were destined to get more, but just a single. Kawaja's on 1, Smith's on 2. The Aussies no wicket for 3. After 4 overs in their first innings, New Zealand all out 162. A bit more from Craig McMillan. We're having a commentary change here. Jim Maxwell's on his way in.
Thanks, Corbin. Well, a solid start from Australia. There's been a little bit of movement with the new ball, as you'd expect. Southey is getting some swing with the easterly coming from right to left, so helping his outswing. But New Zealand just don't have any runs to deal with, so they need early wickets. They need early wickets with this new ball, and if Australia get through this initial start from Southey and Henry, then they've got 2 inexperienced bowlers, one on debut and Ben Sears, who I'm looking forward to seeing bowl, Jim. But all of a sudden it becomes a bit easier.
2 slips in the gully. Kawaja faces and Kawaja plays onto his body, a bit of bounce. Well, New Zealand batted for over an hour before anything happened. They were 47 without loss. And that's why it's even more extraordinary to think that they only get 162.
It is. I'm not quite sure how to answer that. And it was some late order hitting from Southey and Henry that got them up to that total. Could have been a lot less.
But the Australian bowling, you know, particularly when they get a break, it's very clinical, precise. You don't get much. Here comes Southey, and he's driven by Kawaja through the covers. It's making its way towards the rope out there, but I don't know whether it'll go that far. No, it won't. They've taken 2, and they saunter back for an easy 3rd run. So Kawaja moves to 4. His most attractive stroke so far, and the score is 6. The ball's been doing a bit, okay, but you still got to have a skill to get people out. And that was certainly in evidence today. There may have been some loose shots, soft dismissals, whatever, but that's the sort of clinical precision, particularly a bloke like Hazlewood when he gets in these conditions. Southey bowls wide of the off stump, and it's allowed to pass. Yes. Disappointing nonetheless, of course, that they didn't make a better fist of it. I mean, they was sent in, so people said, well, it must have been tricky if they were sent in to bat.
Well, after you get through the first hour, which should have been the trickiest time to bat, they'd sort of laid quite a nice platform. But again, people getting starts, not going on, so then it was hard to start because, you know, there was enough movement, so just no partnerships of substance, and wickets fell regularly.
You can hear Steve Smith tapping away as he does. Southey bowls to him. He walks across and guides the ball into the covers. And there's no chance to score out there. But the dismissal of Williamson sort of summed up the quality of a lot of the bowling, I thought, today. Because you don't often beat him on the inside and playing forward like that.
Correct. I haven't seen him get out like that in a long time, where he's played down the wrong line, a little bit of movement back in. That was an outstanding delivery from Hazlewood. And he got to 17 and looked quite comfortable.
Yeah. And Hazlewood took 5 for 31. Southey bowls and forward goes Smith and just drops his hands perhaps. There's certainly a bit going on out there every now and then. The ball isn't going gun barrel straight, and that ball bounced and just moved away a tad, and he kept his hands inside.
Well, there's been a few go past the outside edge of Steve Smith's bat. New Zealand have to be careful, Jim, that they don't go chasing wickets here. And I know they do need wickets, but they have to be patient, because if they go chasing, then all of a sudden the runs will start to flow. Then they're in trouble. So they've just got to hang tough here with patience.
3 slips, Gully, Southie bowls, Smith plays, and the ball goes, nowhere in particular, through the keeper, down the leg side, end of the over. 5 overs, 6 runs, New Zealand 162. It's a beautiful day here, bit of a breeze coming in from the east now, but big crowd, lots of atmosphere, and you could almost, hear a pin drop. It's so quiet and respectful, isn't it?
It is. Like I said, they haven't had too much to cheer. Well, the Australian groups have. There's a number of Australian groups you can see up in the stand in their yellow shirts and around the ground as well. There's been plenty for them to cheer about today, but not for the New Zealand fans, Jim, unfortunately.
Is Big Merv here?
Yep.
You've seen him?
Yeah,
you
I
can't
have.
miss him if you see him, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I did see him in that main stand.
Henry bowls, wide of the off stump. I'll probably tell you this. I saw him in Melbourne during the test there a few months ago. He was working on the radio, and he was sitting there with this huge shirt on, which he wears most of the time. So what size is that? Merv, what are you wearing? He said, it's SM. I said, what's SM? He said, small marquee.
Not small men's.
Yes, he wears a large sail. It's a massive bit of cloth. Here comes Henry, and he beats the edge of the bat this time as he speared across the left-hander. And the Khawaja went feeling for that. So New Zealand, they need a wicket or two to keep up enthusiasm, and probably the crowd as well. They're just patiently sitting and probably thinking, come on, if Australia can get 10 wickets like that, you must be able to nab a few before the end of the day. And it's quiet, it's steady. We're watching. We're waiting to see what occurs as Henry bowls and Khawaja leaves again. They must know he's a pretty good leaver by now. They've got to get the ball, strikes me, just a little bit fuller at him. Maybe it's hard to control the damn thing, but he's not playing it many.
No, he's not. He's pretty disciplined outside that off stump. Henry's going to come around now, just change the angle and see if that change of angle might force Khawaja into trying to defend one a little bit wider.
Here he comes around the wicket, and Khawaja is beaten, and he's caught him almost at slip, but that came off the body of Fancy. What did that hit? As he pushed at it, as you suggested, pushing it one a little bit wider. It certainly didn't carry. Well bowled by Henry as he got the ball to bounce. It hit the back thigh pad.
Squared him up, didn't it? Yeah, it nipped away again, so there's movement here for the New Zealand bowlers. That definitely squared Khawaja up. He's almost playing French cricket.
That's about the length. Get it in there again. Henry bowls, and he goes down the leg side, and he allows it to pass. So, as ever, he's a very vigilant batsman, Usman Khawaja, and he doesn't play at any that he's not enticed to by length. If it's anywhere on the length, near the off stump, he'll let it go, trusting the bounce most of the time. But he's all about blunting the new ball. Henry comes up to Khawaja. Khawaja down the leg side again. Another scramble for Blundell. And Maria Erasmus says that's over. 6 gone. It's none for 6. Craig MacMillan is heading off to another spot in the ground to do some more work as he's been about the place between here and there, the pavilion, away to our right. We're to the left-hand side of the side screen. At about long off or fine leg, depending whether you're right or left-handed and where you're, taking it all in. And Smith is the man we're watching, and Southie's going to bowl, and Geoff Lemon slipping in alongside me.
G'day, Jim. Nice to be back. Sun's still out.
It is.
Those long afternoons.
Southie starts the over, bowls to Smith. Smith leaves the ball and it takes him on the body outside the line of the off stump. So Australia replying to the all too brief New Zealand innings. None for 47, 162 all out. Latham top scored with 38 and Hazelwood took 5. Stark 3. Cameron Green and Cummins 1 apiece. Carey 5 catches. I think one of those wicket-keeping days that you say, yeah, it was nice to bag them. They came straight to me mainly. Here comes a ball cover-driven by Smith, and it flies away across this lovely turf to the cover boundary. Pitched up from Southey, and Smith leant into it and sent it skimming away to the rope. He's 6, and the score's moved along to 10 or thereabouts.
That real twist of the wrists that you see with Steve Smith, that sort of close-handed grip he's got, it makes a cover drive seem unlikely, like seeing a Kiwi bird trying to fly. It seems like it shouldn't be physically possible, but he has a way.
Superb timing. Southey tries again, and Smith forward checks his stroke. Length wasn't quite full enough, and he adjusts and sends it down the pitch. So 10 on the board. So if we're sitting next summer watching Australia play India, will Smith and Khawaja be opening?
Well, according to Pat Cummins, they will. So they've got the order right. They've got their best 11 players. They're happy with it, and there's no reason for further questioning of it. And there's no test cricket between now and then, so there's no opportunity for anything to change unless there's injury.
True. As Southey bowls it, it's short. He tries to pull it away, and he gets some part of it around the corner, drags it down to fine leg, and it's a single. None for 11. Yeah, that's true. And I'd agree with that. I wouldn't do anything to the batting order in the near future, but it's going to be interesting to see how it unravels through that summer and into the Ashes the following year, because you get the feeling Smith wants to keep going for a while. And so does Khawaja.
Yes. Well, he's having fun.
2 slips in the gully for the lefty. Southey bowls. He's squared up and defends. There's a shortish mid-wicket in there at the moment. Young's gone into that spot with Australia at none for 11.
It is interesting with Khawaja. He's been quite subdued at the top of the order the last little while. I mean, I know he batted a lot of time in Pakistan when he was making all those runs. That prolific period he had since coming back into the team. It hasn't been so prolific since we made the 100 at Edgbaston last year. Hasn't made one since. That's 22 innings, which is the longest span in his career without 100. He's made quite a lot of runs in that time. He's contributed more often than not. Almost every test he's made a useful score at some point.
Deep square leg is posted around the wicket. He's taken on the body as he pushed at a ball that bounced and moved a little bit and wobbled out towards point to end the over. It's none for 11. Jim Maxwell and Geoff Lemon here at the beautiful Christchurch ground in Hagley Park, where Australia have had another day out.
But he's made a lot of 40s. He had a 43 at Leeds, 47 at the Oval, 41 at Perth this last summer, 42 in Melbourne, 47 in Sydney, 45 in Adelaide. He's got 4 half centuries in that time, but and they've been slow 40s. He's been going with a strike rate in the 20s or 30s, and only very rarely has he had an innings that has gotten to the 50s. They've been striking in the 40s at best. So over that period, averaging 37 and striking at 40.
Now Henry starts a new over, and it's down the leg side. Awkward take for Blundell to get a bye as he dived to his left, knocked it down, and umpire Erasmus indicates, wearing his cap this afternoon, that is a bye. None for 13.
So it's interesting. They're perfectly good returns for an opening bat. You'd be happy with 37, 38 average and ticking along relatively slowly. That doesn't necessarily matter, but it's not the same as that much more prolific period before that, the year or year and a half before that, when he was making hundreds frequently.
Henry bowls to Khawaja. Khawaja knocks it away on the onside, and that's fielded out there at square leg.
So there seems to have been an element of retreat into himself. He's very cautious, very circumspect, really taking his time. 4 off 23 here. This is not unusual. This is emblematic of the way he's batted over that last year or so.
Well, it's effective, and for the most part, it's guiding Australia to match-winning positions. Away goes Henry, runs in again at Khawaja. He leaves the ball outside the off stump. It's like watching mid-air bowls sometimes when the ball goes past the bat. The bias on the ball, it just keeps going. That one a moment ago that went for a bye. Gee, that went a long way after passing the bat. It's the buffeting on the easterly breeze. This is a very exposed ground, but still, you don't expect the ball to behave like that as much as it's doing. He bowls again and outside the off stump this time, and it just keeps on that line. So Khawaja is about 80% leave and 20% play, I think, so far. That's not his fault altogether. With a score on 12.
Well, happy to take the advantage they've got. They've got all the time in the world now, Australia. They can use it to set themselves up. Bat once.
Bat for a couple of days if they can. Around the wicket, Henry bowls. Khawaja goes driving, and he drives it past cover point, and it's heading away towards the line out there. It won't get that far, but they will turn for 2. That's enough. 2 runs on the cover drive. Khawaja moves along to 6, Smith 7. So how long's the Khawaja show going to rumble?
Well, that's the interesting
Is
point.
he going to be like Warren Bardsley playing into his 40s?
Yeah. Well, people kept talking about James Anderson, and I think in some ways why wouldn't he be influencing other players to say, well, if he can do it?
Henry bowls again, just outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. And the score is 14 at the end of it.
So the attraction to wrap up your Test career and go and do something else, I mean, that's usually for players who've been doing that job for a long time and who've got other options elsewhere. They're being pursued on the T20 freelance circuit or whatever it might be. That's not really an issue for Usman Khawaja. He's not in huge demand for the Berishal Burners in the Bangladesh Premier League or whatever it is. He's not being swamped.
Is that the name of a team, and do you just make that up?
I think it is, more or less. The Camilla Victorians is one, I know that.
The Camilla
Victorians.
Right.
In the BPL.
They haven't got luscious lemons or anything like that?
There's probably one somewhere.
Yeah.
So, Khawaja's had he's had his period out of the
What about the
side.
Great Danes?
The Great Danes.
The Great Danes would be a good one, I reckon.
The Danish Premier League. Well, Denmark, Belinda Clark made a 229 against Denmark.
Here comes Kugeline. He's bowling around the line of the pads. And the Sears, rather, it goes down the leg side. I wondered who that was running in. Anyway, they took 2 runs off his first ball to deep backward square, or did it go for 4? It went for 4. So he's not the first bowler in Test cricket to make his debut by being struck for 4.
Well, he's got Matt Henry to thank for that, who made a meal of it sliding across, managed to get to the ball, but then crashed into the rope at the same time. The umpire could have saved that one. It went just under his feet. It was not the best piece of outfielding.
Wasn't the best ball to be bowling to Smith.
No.
Yeah, that's lobster thermidor there, baby.
Leg stump half volley.
2 men deep on the onside. And Sears runs in with a bounce and bowls a bouncing ball wide of the off stump. He's 137.8, it says up in there on the screen. None for 18. Smith along to 11.
Rangy sort of character, Ben Sears. He's got that bowl haircut. He looks like an elongated version of Gareth from The Office at the moment. Or maybe a young Glenn McGrath.
Right. He's a tall lad, yes. Bit of a stripling. 3 slips and a gully. Smith ready to go on 11. Sears bowls, and he's hit on the pad and appeal for LBW. He's out. He's given it out. Ooh, he'll review this. Wow, this is a big moment for young Ben Sears. Smith didn't offer, and it seemed to come back at him. And the height will be an issue maybe, but he's been given out. Wow, this will be the moment of a man's career. He's been hit for 4.
TV
let
umpire
one
to
go,
director, we have a player
and now
review
he's
for
been whacked on the
LBW
pad.
until decision is out.
Not playing a shot.
Smith looks to freeze at that ball. He looked like he just wasn't sure what to do, and suddenly he was thinking about playing. The bat was high in the back lift, and it came in at him, and he just froze. I think it's hit him outside the line of off stump.
No shot offered, so we can go straight through
but
to
that doesn't matter.
Well, he hasn't played a shot, so if the evidence is it's hitting the stumps, he's gone, because that's hit him around the knee roll. I think he's in a bit of strife here, particularly as he hasn't played a shot. If he had played a shot,
just waiting for ball tracking,
he may be saved. This could be a searing moment for Australia.
Could be serious trouble for Steve
Original
Smith.
decision is out.
Was it hitting the stumps?
Outside off. Just outside, and wicket is umpire's call. So stay with your original decision of out, Nitin.
It's just hitting
screen, you can signal now.
The outside of that off stump. He didn't play a shot, and if he played a shot, he wouldn't have been out.
Well, goodness me, that ball, like Merv Hughes at the lunch break, it was grazing.
Yeah.
Only just grazing. Smith out for 11. That was some old-fashioned umpiring. They said, you leave the ball, we'll give you. You're not playing a shot and you hit anywhere near the woodwork, the finger goes up. And Menon stayed true to that tradition of umpires past, and DRS has let him get away with it by a couple of millimetres. I don't think you can complain too much about that if you're Steve Smith. You've left the ball jagging in. It's clipping the outside of the stump on the technology. That's good enough.
Third ball in Test cricket for Ben Sears gets a wicket. Marnus Labuschagne is on his way, and so is Brian Waddle, ready to go, pumped with adrenaline after the fall of that Australian wicket.
That's right, Jim. Labuschagne to the middle. Under some pressure. His career average has dipped under 50. He's had trouble for a number of innings now, particularly edging behind the wicket. He's given up catches to the keeper quite often, given them up to the cordon. And Steve Smith, a very marginal call, but that's all you need.
Yep, a lot of people at Square Leg gave that one too.
Well, it's one of the interesting things. The players who complain about these marginal decisions are also the ones saying we should get rid of umpire's call, which means they'll be given out more often to balls like that rather than less often.
Well, 18 for 1, the first Test wicket for Ben Sears. And he's bowling for a man under a bit of pressure, isn't he, in terms of his Test career at the moment?
Very much.
Outstanding player. Sears bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves the delivery, goes through to Waddle, and he talks to himself, says a few words, says Labuschagne, and Sears says, how do you like that one, buddy?
Well, he's never short of a few words, Labuschagne, to himself, to everybody around him. Doesn't mind talking people's ears off, and he talks to himself a fair bit while he's batting.
Yeah, does he get good answers, do you know?
He doesn't seem to have the answers right now to his batting problem. We know he's surely good enough to come back, but it hasn't happened.
18 for 1. Here's the next delivery from Sears, and it's defended by Labuschagne into the onside. Fielded there by Ravindra coming in from mid-wicket. Spring in the step of the New Zealanders. Bit of aggression in the field. They're starting to feel a little bit more like they can partially defend their poor first innings total. They've got a lot of work to do, and as Craig McMillan mentioned earlier, putting a lot of pressure on their bowlers once more. But we have talked about the vulnerabilities in the Australian batting lineup at the moment. We've got some great players who can score big, but some of them just struggling. Sears bowls to Labuschagne, who's edging and taking on the pad, is he? Yeah. And is he trying to turn it away on the onside? But he'll be feeling a little bit of pressure, Marnus Labuschagne. 18 for 1. And applause from the Canterbury crowd for Ben Sears. 1 for 4. He gets a pat on the backside, anywhere. They just come in there to celebrate a first Test wicket for man, and that's a big moment because he would be nervous. Every bowler is nervous anyway, but the new man at Test cricket just feels some justification for the way he's gone about his first over. He went for 4. Straightened the line up a little bit better, and now he can walk down in front of the member stand and earn some applause there. Ben Sears, first wicket in Test cricket.
Serious comeback. Leg stump half volley first ball. Thought he might have got away with it. It's fumbled on the boundary. Goes for 4. The pressure's on him, and then he comes back and knocks over one of the Test
Here's Henry bowling to Khawaja, and Khawaja is defending back along the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run.
That one looked to keep a little low. We saw a few kick from Cummins and really sail through, and Hazelwood was getting good bounce, but that one went under. So interesting, if the bounce is already starting to be erratic on day one, well, we might be in for a duck shoot here.
Well, Henry none for 3 in his 5th over. He's been the leader now of the attack. Bowls to Khawaja, tries to turn it into the onside. Gets a bit of pad as man from mid-wicket, Ravindra, comes in to do the fielding. But you can hear already with the wicket gone, the chatter in the New Zealand field. The energy just lifted a little bit.
So Khawaja on strike. He's been inclined just to absorb pressure in these kind of situations. Very rarely gets pushed into trying to hurry the score along.
18 for 1. Henry's continuing around the wicket to the left-handed Khawaja. 3 slips in a gully, left alone as it goes through to Blundell behind the stumps. Another good delivery just around about that off-stump line, but such a good judge of line is Usman Khawaja that he's able to leave it for the 4 millionth time in his career.
I think he's left about 20 of his 30 balls so far today.
Yes. How can I get out that way then?
One of the best stats of last year was that Usman Khawaja faced more deliveries than the South African Test team last year. Literally.
18 for 1. Henry bowls to him, and he's beaten down the offside. That's a good delivery. He was shaping to play that one. Kept a little bit low again, as you say, but still there or thereabouts, creating a vulnerability in the batting of Usman Khawaja.
Marnus is at the other end.
Is he?
Practicing. Look at him. He's shaping up at the non-strikers end in front of the stumps, practicing his stance. He's backing across and playing an imaginary off-drive.
For 4.
Now finally moving out of the way.
Here's Henry bowling to Khawaja, and he guys it into the gully, fielded there by Phillips, and there's no run. But, you get a wicket like that, and the game changes in terms of the public. There's a lot more interest and energy in the spectators, and you see it in the field as well. A good Test cricket brand.
And you draw a mistake from Steve Smith, a player who was almost impossible to dismiss LBW for the years of his peak, but more vulnerable to it now.
Henry bowls to Khawaja. He turns into the onside, out towards square leg. Chase round the boundary there for Sears. He'll get it inside the boundary. Easy 2 for the batsman. He trots back into his crease. You don't often see Usman Khawaja having to sprint home every now and again, does, but he's a good judge of a run and knows exactly when he can achieve it as the over is completed. 5 bowled by Henry, none for 5 his figures. Good start from the New Zealand seamer, and it's going to be Sears coming again. We may see Kugelheim, but we'll probably see Southey go and take over from Henry. Hard to know just what they're going to do with their attack.
Probably bowl another one. Hazelwood bowled 7 in a row when he was going well earlier. You'd think Henry could push past 5 when it looks like there's a bit of assistance there. But Sears to Labuschagne, this is the interesting bit. So Marnus Labuschagne's last 4 Test innings out for single figures. He's made 3, 5, 1 and 2 in his last 4 hits.
Oh, somebody's distracting Labuschagne is behind the bowler's arm. Here's Sears now ready to go in second over, bowling to Labuschagne, who leaves, and he's got that exaggerated movement as he shapes to play, and then there's almost a 360 degree turn of the bat.
Yeah, he's not doing the full spin laterally, but he's coming over the top of the ball and doing a sort of Sydney Harbour Bridge situation,
which almost gives you a feeling that there is a bit of pressure there, and he's trying to prove that he's not under pressure, that he's relaxed, that he's in control.
He's demonstrative about leaving.
Exactly. Up goes Sears. Bowls to Labuschagne. Once more relief from the batsman, wide of the off stump, taken in front of first slip by New Zealand wicketkeeper Blundell.
It does also make you wonder how much the players concentrating, how comfortable they are if they're indulging in these elaborate flourishes.
That there might be something else in the mind, or seeing something there that isn't.
Feeling some need to exercise a feeling of control when leaving the ball doesn't give them that feeling.
50 matches, 4,000 runs, averaging 49, 11 hundreds in his Test career. Sears goes in, bowling to Labuschagne, who is beaten again. There's appeal for, is it LBW again? It's hard to see whether or not there was bat in that one, but it appeared to be from the bat out onto the offside.
It is interesting with Labuschagne. An average of 49, obviously very, very good, but if you go back a couple of years, he was averaging above 60. December 2022, he was averaging 60.8 when they played the West Indies.
Unless you see him play, it's probably difficult to detect what the problem is. I mean, does the batting coach within the Australian side know what the problem is? Here's the next delivery which he leaves as it goes through to Blundell. I'm sure they are working on something specific in the practice arena. But what I notice from the outside, as somebody who watches television more than I see him on the field of play, is he doesn't come out striding with that confident strut that he used to. The chest poked out, the shoulders held back, and he was almost running to get out in the middle. It's not quite the same as though he's still worried about what he's achieving at the Test match level, even despite his record. Sears bowls to him, and Labuschagne turns down the leg side and appeal for a catch at the wicket. I think it came from the pad more than anything.
Labuschagne looked unhappy about that one, though. I wonder if he's just trying to con them into using a review, but his initial response looks very sheepish. Southey is saying they're probably not going to take it, the review, that is. And they will let the opportunity pass by, but this one will be interesting. The batter's response.
Well, we'll get to see it. And here we are. Sears, good delivery, just going down the leg side, good lift. Probably off the
hip just.
Hip.
But it's
or the
so
jumper.
Close, very close to the gloves as it goes by. Labuschagne has been out that way recently.
No, off the hip and the sweater. Sleeveless sweater that he's wearing. Southey knew that. Sears bowls to him, and Labuschagne on the front foot playing up towards mid-on. Almost deflected onto the stumps. And the over comes to an end. Sears 1 for 4. Maiden bowled by him. 20 for 1 at the end of the over. Labuschagne yet to score. Khawaja is 8.
It is interesting that feeling around a player, because Labuschagne, record-wise, he hasn't been too bad. It's not as though it's been a completely dire drop-off. He made a very important 100 at Old Trafford, which is less than a year ago, which is what helped Australia secure the Ashes in that drawn test, where if he'd got out cheaply, they might have been in trouble there. He made 360s in 4 innings against Pakistan during the home summer just gone, Melbourne and Sydney. That's not long ago. That's only 4 test matches ago. And he's had those 4 single-figure scores in a row, as well as a 10 in the 6 innings he's had since then.
Henry bowling to Khawaja, beaten down the offside. I've decided, because of our position, to go for the binocs.
Sure.
I can't see what the ball is hitting, so trying to see through 3 slips and a gully. We've got a better idea perhaps now. Oh, there's a few people sitting up on the bank on the other side of the ground too, having a good time.
Check out their picnics, see what they're eating.
Yeah, nice chairs, beach furniture. Khawaja waits till this one turns into the onside, out towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Ravindra. Let's rip towards the keeper. But that's just part of the energy being expended in the field by the New Zealanders at the moment.
But that's the thing. You can have 5 or 6 low-scoring innings doesn't necessarily mean that anything's in dire trouble. That can just be the way the probability pans out. But with Labuschagne at the moment, he looks bothered by it. He looks like a player who's affected by that relatively short slump.
If it happens over again, I suppose. Yeah, that's right. Khawaja waits for the next delivery, and this one's short. Pulled into the onside, out towards mid-wicket, got onto the length very quickly and hit it away towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Nice stroke, 24 for 1. And the moment he sees the ball back of a length, he's into position nicely. Takes his score to 12.
That's a signature shot for Khawaja. You always think about the cover drive with left-handers, but for me it's that pull shot. He's so languid with it. It looks like such an economy of effort, and he pulls balls that are not short. He pulls balls at around thigh height or not even waist height, gets back to them and just has this waft of the bat through the line and sends them speeding away. He's always had that shot in his locker.
Well, mid-wicket's been pushed back towards the boundary now by Henry as he comes in again, bowling to Khawaja on the front foot, playing back to the bowler. Good diving effort made by Henry and his follow-through. He's not going to let the ball get past. He'd pushed Kugelheim a little bit wider at mid-on, and that was hit reasonably firmly by Khawaja, but Henry sensed that it was getting away from him and to dive to make the stop.
I wonder why you would bother putting that fielder out in the deep. If he wants to play a pull shot, well, let him play a pull shot.
Encourage him to do it, yeah.
He might top edge one.
Henry bowls again to Kawaja, defending into the offside. No run for him as it goes out to cover. Fielded there by Young. And the over comes to an end. 6 bowled, none for 9. The figures for Henry. Oh, no, that was still a ball to be bowled in the over. Okay. They were so quick on the scoreboard that I thought they were...
It's hard to find the scoreboard here at the ground. Well, most of the time it has advertising on it.
There's a little one round the corner that we can't see.
Oh, good.
Yeah. And then, of course, when there's a replay, the whole ground has to see the replay rather than the score. Kawaja waits for the next delivery. Short, tries to flick it down leg side. Makes no contact. Would have been a wide in short form cricket, but that one was down the leg side, taken by Blundell. The end of the over. 12 bowled now. 24 for 1, exactly as I said at the end of the last delivery. And that's 6 overs bowled, none for 9. Yeah, I always wonder why, it's great to have all those replays, and I suppose people want to see them. But the one thing that's probably the most important thing in cricket is the score.
Yeah. You would have thought, or on these big scaffolds where they have the camera gantries at one end of the ground, surely you could arrange to at least do it the old-fashioned way and pop up some numbers. You only need 3 or 4 digits to be able to tell the score in cricket.
They put it at a place where you cannot see it. It's round the corner from our position here, but there's a big flag in the way as well, which doesn't help.
Flags often obscure people's ability to see clearly.
Well, here's Sears bowling to Labuschagne, who's onto the front foot, driving it into the offside, through the offside field, out towards the extra cover boundary. Chase for Kugelheim, but he won't be able to get that one. It's gone for 4. Confident stroke. That will be something that Labuschagne will enjoy. A boundary to double his score. He goes to 8. 28 for the loss of 1 in reply to New Zealand's first innings total of 162.
Breathing a little more easily, Labuschagne. I think that was his one to get off the mark from 0 to 4, but they were too quick on the scoreboard for you again. But he's,
they beat me again.
He's away now.
Oh, goodness.
In the drawing of the guns at high noon.
I thought he'd flicked one around the onside. But
down in the dust.
No, that was Smith, wasn't it, who went behind square. Sears up again, bowling to Labuschagne, and this one is wide of the off stump. Thought about playing it, and you see that is one of the things about the form that he's in. He almost thought as though he was going to play that one. That's a leave, isn't it?
Yep. And he was almost sucked into it. You could feel the magnetism of the bat being drawn towards the line of that ball very wide, and he didn't even really pull out of it. He was just almost beaten in the end. He tried to bail out, but the bat was still near the line of the ball, and then he rehearsed the uppercut over the slips, which I don't think is his go with 3 slips and a gully in place.
28 for 1. Here's Sears again bowling to him. This one was defensive, and they're just playing it away to the offside, but comfortably enough, letting the ball drop away. Sears just back of a length, but not really getting any bounce. 135. And I suppose that's just keeping his speed so that he can keep his control as well. While he's got the batsman concerned about each delivery, you've got to maintain that pressure. You don't want to give the easy one to turn the strike over. Mm-hmm. Keep the scoreboard from responding. Labuschagne stands tall as he waits for the next delivery, and it's Yorker length. It's a good one too, but he manages to jam the bat down on it and play defensively. Dead bat. The bowler does his own fielding following through.
A little bit of curve in the air again there for Sears, which will be encouraging. That one bent slightly away from the right-hander, got the middle of the bat.
Normally he goes the other way.
Might be the wind.
Yeah, well, it could be. The ball often is delivered a little bit wider in the crease and angles into the right-handed batsman. Let's see what he can do with this one. Labuschagne waits, and it's a delivery which is wide of the off-stump and leaves it. Pace seemed to be up there for Ben Sears, 140. That's good pace, and if you can get the ball to do a little bit at that pace, then you're a danger.
We've got a significant breeze. You'll be able to pick up some of it in the effects microphone that's outside getting buffeted. You can see the trousers on the legs of the fielders billowing in that breeze that's coming across the ground from the leg side to the offside for the right-hander from our commentary position end.
I confidently say 1 ball left in the over. Here it is from Sears to Labuschagne. Guides it away into the gully, fielded there by Phillips. There's no run for him. The end of the over, 138 Ks that one. 28 for the loss of 1 after 13 overs. Labuschagne is 4. Kawaja is 12. And as I say, 1 for 8 the figures for Ben Sears. More from Geoff Lim, then Gordon.
Kawaja digging in, 39 balls faced, and doing that monkish occupation of the crease that we've seen from him in the last couple of years. He's had this ability just to shut out everything that's happening around him, not worry about wickets at the other end, and just continue to bat. Rarely gets rushed. The occasional couple of times when he's played a big shot after a calmer period and has lost his wicket, so I'm sure that's the kind of thing he's aware of. But he's still out there with Labuschagne on 4, Kawaja on 12. Corbin Middlemas is back.
Afternoon, Geoff. Matt Henry's bowled well, 6 overs for 9. Continuing his work around the wicket to Kawaja, who drives and beats mid off. That'll run away back down the ground. That'll take some chasing. They won't get to it. It'll be 4. And Aussie moves to 16. Australia 1 for 32. And that just triggers the silence around Hagley Oval, where all of a sudden there's not a whole lot of chatter. And unfortunately for the locals, a packed crowd in today on the hill right around where the majority of the seating here is on a deck chair or on the grass bank. And it's been pretty quiet. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer about today, the home team.
I feel for this crowd. You know, they've done their part. They've shown up. They've come down. They're all spread out on the grass banks like the goodies on a picnic table.
Henry tries again around the wicket. Kawaja beaten this time. Passed high on the bat. Through into the gloves of keeper Blundell. 1 for 32 Australia.
They've done their preparation. They've got their hats and their camp chairs and their blankets and their chili bins and all the rest of it. They've got all of their accoutrements that you need to survive a day sitting in the sun. It's been quite sunny. That sun's been tough at times. It's also been chilly at times. There's been the wind blowing across the ground, but they've turned out in numbers, and their team wasn't able to do the same with the bat.
Henry tries again around the wicket to Kawaja, and he's wrapped on the pads here. Big shot for leg before. Umpire Rasmus isn't all that interested.
Too high.
Gee, it was a good shout. Kawaja jumping back, hit him on or above the knee roll. Let's listen here.
Saudi thinks he's hit it.
Oh, so there you heard bat, then pad, and so the timer runs out and they decide not to review. Kawaja on 16 survives. 1 for 32.
Well, they were absolutely up and about, the New Zealanders, with this one. It jagged in a long way off the seam, which does get teams excited. I think it was just a touch high above the knee roll. It looked from behind the batter like the lift on that ball was coming up and over the stumps, and we've seen Henry lift a few as well as the ones that stayed low. Pretty close.
He got himself in that position too, where you see the batter sort of go back and across, and then
he's hopping.
Yeah,
and
it just doesn't look good. And the Snicko showing he did feather an edge onto the pad, so good choice by the Black Caps. They keep the review, and Murray Erasmus in his final test got that one right. Kawaja still there on 16. Australia 1 for 32. Henry to a walking Kawaja as he again is caught on the pads coming down the track. Ball runs away on the leg side, but not out. A little shake of the head again from Erasmus.
Well, if the previous one was too high, the one where he's walked 3 paces down the track is probably too high as well. Henry just has a smile as he goes back past the umpire. I think he was less invested in that one. Sometimes it's just the moral victory thing. You've just got to let the batter know you've beaten them by having a big shout.
He's bowled well in this series. Either side of lunch in the first day, the first test, and then he's bowled well here. A team that's been well beaten as Kawaja lets one pass wide outside the off stump, and a wild delivery from Henry, just as I'm giving him a wrap, so the commentator's curse alive and well. Final session on day 1 here, just repeating. New Zealand all out 162. Josh Hazlewood 5 for 31, and now the Aussies 1 for 32 in response.
So that previous shout well down the leg side, given the angle, Kawaja walking at it.
Henry on his way in, delivers to Kawaja. He's knocked him over. Ball, Kawaja's out. And Henry gets some reward for all his hard work. He picks up a wicket. Both openers are back. The Aussies 2 for 32. Kawaja out for 16.
The effort from Henry the ferocity of the celebration. He's absolutely delighted with that. And that is a massive blow. I've got rid of both the openers now. And it was that angle again. It was heading past the leg stump on the last ball, but it clipped the outside of Kawaja's knee just about, and that gave it some backspin. It's actually straightened the line of the ball. That one would have been missing leg stump as well, but the backspin has changed the angle of the ball, and it's deflected back onto the leg stump. It's a pretty unusual deflection. You see a lot off the inside edge. You see a lot off the front leg, perhaps, going between the gap. You rarely see the back. That was a little kick on with the backspin like you might see in a football match. And it's taken out the woodwork, and Kawaja's walking back to the pavilion.
Well, he didn't use his bat, so he can't really blame sort of bad luck on that occasion. But you rarely see a fast bowler get a batsman out bowled around his legs, and yet we sort of saw that on that occasion where Kawaja out for 16 off 45, bowled by Henry, did plenty. And in the end, Henry gets a wicket. He's bowled so well, 7 overs, 1 for 13. It's the end of that over, and it also brings about a little pit stop. And players have a drink as Cam Green, the man of the match from the first test, makes his way out to the middle to join Marnus Labuschagne. He's in a run of 5 consecutive innings where he's been dismissed without reaching 10. He's 4 not out here. The Australians 2 for 32 after knocking over New Zealand for 162 earlier today. Final session on day 1, ABC Cricket on Sport Digital and through the ABC Listen app. Just look out for that red cricket ball button. 3-format spinner for Australia, World Cup winner, fledgling cricket analyst, broadcaster Xavier Doherty. G'day, X.
Hello, Corb. Great to be back. And you could sense that was coming, couldn't you? Matt Henry's been so good throughout this series. He'd beaten the bat, 8 or 10 times today. A couple of really big LB shouts. And again, in the end, as Geoff said, it was probably a little unfortunate for Usman. He had hit the underside of his thigh pad and dragged back towards the leg stump. But you must say that Matt Henry deserved that wicket. So, and a much-needed one for New Zealand, 2 for 32. Just sort of opens the door, it'll keep them up and about for a little longer here. They've seen the back of Smith. They've seen the back of Kawaja. They've got Marnus, who, as we all know, hasn't seen the amount of runs lately that he would have liked. And Cam Green, who was man of the match in Wellington, to join him at the crease.
So the 2 men out, Steve Smith for 11. He let one go and it thumped into his pads, and umpire Ninta Menon said, look, he didn't play a shot. I think that might be clipping off stump. It was just hitting off stump. He was out for 11. And then Usman Khawaja bowled by Henry off his thigh pad back onto his leg stump, out for 16, but Henry had sort of worked him over and bowled so well, deserved the wicket. Khawaja out for 16. Both openers back. The state of play, New Zealand making 162 earlier, highlighted by Josh Hazlewood's 5-wicket haul. And now the Australians 2 for 32 with Labuschagne on 4, and Cam Green is the new batsman. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket. Now the SMS, I haven't read nearly as many as I should have throughout the day, but it's 0467 920 222. Xavier is here. He's taking your questions and queries on the SMS. So 0467 920 222. Very disappointing innings from the Kiwis. I just knocked off work, so I'm rushing home to knock the top off a cold one to enjoy the Aussies pile-on bulk runs. Can you ask Macca if he still supports the Bulldogs in the NRL? Keep up the great work from Rob in South Albury. We will take that one on notice for Macca, but I did notice he was, when we were talking about the footy last night, he was talking about the NRL.
Yeah, we were on different wavelengths there.
Yep, and we were talking about the AFL.
He'll be back tomorrow, Macca.
There is your choice of footy tonight through the ABC Listen app. We actually tuned in last night, X, didn't we? Sitting on the couch in the hotel or apartment, and
we did.
Heard a little bit of Benny Cameron and Brett Sprigg through the ABC Listen app. There's footy again tonight. Brisbane and Carlton, which is the preliminary final rematch. There's a double-header in the NRL, but all of a sudden we're back underway in a hurry. I'll come back to that. Sears is on his way in as he bowls to Labuschagne, who stands tall and punches away through cover point, and that'll race towards the boundary. Fast outfield, and Marnus picks himself up. A boundary. He moves to 8. Doubles his score. Australia 2 for 36.
Sorry, Corb. That's a lovely shot from Marnus Labuschagne. I'm hoping that might be the shot that gets him going. Just a little punch off the back foot. It's a ball. He faced 27 balls in the first innings in Wellington, and the majority of them with that exact delivery, and he just let them go. On that occasion, just despite the fact they've just lost a wicket, Australia, he didn't appear to be wanting to go back into his shell. He's punched that one, timed it beautifully, through covers for 4. Lovely work.
Last 5 scores, hasn't made over 10. He's 8 not out here. Awaits Sears, he lets it go over off stump. Through to keep the Blundell. The NRL tonight, the season openers here, so round 1 across 2 weeks. The Warriors and the Sharks. So one thing I know about the Warriors, as we like to say in these parts, up the waz. So the Warriors are first up tonight, 6 p.m, up against Cronulla. You'll be able to hear that on the ABC Listen app. Look out for the green ABC Sport button. And then later tonight, the 3-time reigning defending premiers, the Penrith Panthers, are in Melbourne to play the Storm. So double-header tonight. Round 1 continues in the NRL. Sears, full, driven by Marnus back to the bowler. All of that to look forward to. Basically, in short, the ABC Listen app is where you need to be. You can listen to the footy or the cricket.
I heard your podcast the other day, Corb. How did Benny go with Mick Malthouse at Taronga Zoo? Did they end up making doing a day trip there?
I wouldn't be surprised if they've got the headphones in, sort of one in each ear, so one in Mick's ear, one in Benny's ears. Right now,
that's today.
Walking around checking out the giraffes at Taronga Zoo. Right, so
we'll have to follow that one up.
Could be happening right now, I think. Listening to the cricket. Sears on his way in, bowls to Marnus, who just drops the hands late as it flies past his chest and into the gloves of Blundell. Breezy afternoon with... What did Mac say? Did he say it's an easterly? Comes in? Easterly in the afternoon.
It's an easterly at the moment, yeah.
Yep. So he's the local here in Christchurch. Australia 2 for 36 after bowling out New Zealand for 162.
One thing I do like, Corb, when that ball zipped through to Blundell, Marnus practiced like a little uppercut shot. So some of those, which he's never going to play, but some of those little quirky mannerisms are starting to come back.
Sears to Marnus. Chops down on a ball outside off stump, ends up in the gully. Phillips comes up to retrieve it. I also noticed the bat he's using. So he's a big cricket nerd, we know, Marnus.
Yep.
But have a look at that bat. I feel like he's gone back to an old favourite. There are cherries everywhere on it. And maybe he's collected those between test matches and has just been living in the nets, but there are a lot of red marks on that bat that I don't recall it looking like that in the past. He's a guy that would have a lot of new sticks and would go through them routinely, but feels like he's got an old favourite bat that he's using as he awaits Sears. It's outside the off stump and he lets it go. A guy trying to recover his best form, Marnus Labuschagne, in really the first slump of his career in Test cricket. End of the over, 2 for 36 Australia in response to New Zealand's 162.
Well, they do travel with an incredible amount of cricket gear, these guys. So it's probably just a bat that he forgot he had. You know, it was probably sitting in the bottom of his bag and, you know, in between tests, he's gone through the checklist and see what he's got in his kit, and he's stumbled across the old favourite by the look of it. Weathered, well weathered.
Whew. It's a lot of red marks there. Right in the middle of the bat. He's looking much more assured, though, isn't he, than the guy who was out for 1 off 27 in the first dig in Wellington.
Excuse my chuckling. He's just down at the other end practicing every shot in the book, Marnus. Like, he is a weird guy. He's in a different world most of the time, and yeah, keeps you entertained, no doubt.
Cam Green, his breakout moment in Wellington. What can he do here on the South Island as he awaits Henry? He's forward and he's driving the first ball out the point. Ravindra Fields low down. Bit of bat on ball straight away for Cam Green.
Straight into it. He's a guy that full of confidence, Cameron Green, so he should be. His second innings in Wellington got off the mark straight away with a beautiful punch off the back foot on that occasion. As we saw again in Wellington, he advanced down the wicket quite a long way. He's a young guy full of confidence, Cameron Green, at the moment.
Here comes Henry again over the wicket to Green, who shifts down the track and bumps it back to him. 2 for 36, the Aussies. Smith out for 11, Khawaja for 16. Smith LBW letting the ball go, and Khawaja bowled, coming off his thigh pad onto his leg stump by Henry in the previous over. From Ben, loving the call and enjoying Xavier Doherty's commentary. Listening in from the NT from Ben. Today is Marnus's day. I can feel it in my waters. Come on, Queenslander. From Andy in Bendigo. There's Green again down the track. Outside edge, runs past to Phillips in the gully, down towards the third man rope. Chase on to try and get there, getting close, goes for 4. Green off the mark with a boundary. Latham couldn't reel it in. And the Australians 2 for 40 midway through this final session on day 1.
Yeah, well bowled again there from Henry. Green again, down the wicket. It's his third ball in a row. He's advanced down the wicket to Matt Henry, who's bowling 136 k an hour. He's not bowling slow at all. So he's taking a little bit of time away, but obviously what he's trying to do is just mix up the length of Matt Henry, getting on the front foot and really taking it up to the Premier New Zealand quick here.
2 for 40. Henry to Green, again down the track, and then decides to let it past. It's a clear ploy that worked for him in Wellington. Coming down the track, and he's doing it again here to Henry, trying to throw him off his line, so consistent in the same spot and trying to negate some of that seam movement. Now, we have been learning a bit about Christchurch in our time here. Xavier,
we have, yeah. It's been a great few days leading in.
Played a game of cricket.
We did.
Learned a little bit about the tragic earthquake in 2011 at Quake City, the memorial. As a short ball to Green, he ducks underneath it. The other thing we did was the gondola.
We did.
Which some people would think a gondola is something that sits in a river and you paddle.
You do. But in Venice, don't you? They're the gondolas that you make your way through the city.
That's not what we did, though. We did a cable car, so up to the top of one of the mountains, and beautiful look back over the city.
Magnificent. A great experience.
Saw some sheep.
We did. They had no interest in us.
0. As Henry bowls to Green, who comes down the track. He's caught high on the pad. It balloons up to point. Collected by Ravindra. Not out. 4 for Green, 8 for Labuschagne. 2 for 40, the Australians, after New Zealand were all out for 162. There's a lot of overlap, though, between your home city and here. You get a bit of stick from some former teammates about your comparisons between Wellington and Hobart, but gee, there's a lot of similarities between Hobart and Christchurch in terms of infrastructure. And
the cable car, for those who aren't aware, has been a hotly contested topic in local government down in Hobart. Obviously, Mount Wellington hovers above the city of Hobart, and there's some reasonably strong support from a number of people in Hobart to put a cable car, which my personal view is I think it'd be an amazing idea and great for the city, but the councillors at the moment aren't, well, to say they're not in favour is an understatement. They want to leave things as it is, and so it feels like that's a long way off, despite some strong support.
Southie's back, replacing Sears on his way in. Bowls to Labuschagne wide of the off stump. And the other one's the stadium.
It is, yeah.
So I went for a little trot this morning and saw the stadium. Looks excellent from where we're staying. And then when you get close, you realise actually they've only built really one half of one end, and there's a lot of work to be done yet.
It's like they need to prove to people they were actually making some progress. So if you're standing at the southern end of the city, it looks like this stadium's like, a month or two away. And you get up close and it's really just like they've done one bit and then not much anywhere else.
3 slips in a gully. Labuschagne on strike, awaiting Southie over the wicket. Labuschagne's driving. That's nice. Popped on the front stool, punched it away through cover. Chase on. And be picked up here by Sears, who heaves it back into the keeper's end. Marnus gets a couple. He's into double digits. So Marnie's on 10. 2 for 40. Can't be right.
No, they've only given him one.
Only got a single. That can't be right. He got 2. It'll be 2 for 42, the Aussies. The scoreboard's one behind. And Marnus to 10. But do you know what it reminds me of? The building of that stadium, just getting a tall part of it up. It reminds me of when you're cooking dinner and you think, look, I'll just start by putting some butter and some garlic in a pan, and people will feel like, I can smell it. It's underway. Southie's on his way in, bowls to Marnus, miscues a drive, one bounce out the point. And Young collects on the hop, 2 for 42.
Yeah, I'm not sure how long this project's been going here in Christchurch, but it does get that feel that they're just trying to make a point that, we are actually getting something done here. But it, as you say, when you get a bit closer, it feels like it might be a few years away. But, for those AFL fans, Tasmania, I think 2029 have received their licence, and I think there's some big announcements on Monday as far as jumper reveal and team name and all those sort of things.
Labuschagne awaits Southie over the wicket, gets the ball on middle stump, whips it away on the leg side, but picked out Ravindra, who fields it mid-wicket. 2 for 42, Labuschagne on 10. The other thing we learned from our cab driver, who told us a lot about the city on the way to the hotel, was that Adelaide is a sister city.
Adelaide is a sister city. Is this so the same architect or designer or something like that? They share a Colonel Light.
Yep.
Thanks, Jim.
Southie to Labuschagne, who lets it go. Jim said he was a good dude, Colonel Light. I kid, of course, Jim. 2 for 42. The Aussies, Labuschagne 10, Green 4. But they also have a couple of other sister cities, so it's not just Adelaide.
No.
Also a sister city with Seattle, Washington.
Seattle, you've been there?
I actually haven't, no.
You haven't? Okay.
I haven't been to Seattle. And Wuhan, China, which they've been in the news recently. But they're also a sister city of Christchurch. There's a ball on leg stump and clipped away by Marnus Labuschagne through mid-wicket. Chase on for Ravindra back to the boundary. He's looking good early here, Labuschagne. That's going to get to the rope. That's 4 more. So he moves to 14. And Labuschagne looking as organised as we've seen him in recent innings. He's 14 not out, Green's on 4, and the Australians 2 for 46. But, yeah, Wuhan, China is also a sister city of Christchurch and has been for a period of time now, sort of going back years. But
okay.
Interesting concept, isn't it?
How do you get a sister city? As you're driving to Hobart, I think Hobart's got 3 or 4 sister cities as well, and I couldn't tell you what they are or what the connection is. Does it have to be
one of them might be Wellington.
Well, it could be Wellington. Yeah, that's right. I drive past this sign every day of my life, and I couldn't tell you. But anyway, who was our young Marnus fan from Queensland? Was it Ben? Tim? Can't remember. The text's gone, but he'd be very impressed with Marnus's start to his innings. He's played a couple of beautiful back foot punches, and then that was just classic Marnus Labuschagne. Clip off the legs, well timed. He moves to 14, which I believe is his top score for some time.
2 for 46. His last 5 completed scores, he didn't make more than 10, Marnus Labuschagne, so 14 not here. He was also out on his 27th ball in the first innings for 1. He's faced 27 for 14. Here we go. Sears has been swung around as he bowls from the northern end of the ground, or the Botanical Gardens end, wide of the off stump to Green, who lets it pass. He's 4 not out, Labuschagne 14, and the breeze has picked up. The easterlies in the evening session here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch.
It feels like a bit more northeasterly, so Sears has actually got this coming from behind him as well. So I think that he's bowling somewhere in the mid to high 130, so a little bit of breeze won't hurt the youngster on debut. But they're keen to steer clear of Cougar line just at the minute.
Yeah, that again, we're in the 18th over, hasn't been used. They decided to pick him over Santner. As Sears to Green again, he lets it go. 2 for 46, the Australians. It's a wonderful ground, great city here in Christchurch. There's an old pavilion, which is now the curator's shed. There's a new pavilion, which is modest compared to a lot of the modern grounds, given the fact it is in a public park, and then grass banks, trees all the way around, and a full house. 9,000 sold out first 4 days. Picket fence. And a great game of Test cricket being played in the middle of it, albeit one where the Aussies are on top at the moment. Sears to Green, outside the off stump. He chases a cut shot, plays and misses. Into the gloves of Blundell. But they'll be happy to see that. New Zealand, Green 4, Labuschagne 14, 2 for 46.
It's certainly there to hit from Green, and the way he started, he's looking to be proactive, so I don't mind it. It was short and wide from Sears, and I mean, maybe just a little slow on it, if anything. I've been doing some research, Corb. I haven't. This is Geoff in the back of the box. Yaizu in Japan is a sister city of Hobart.
Yep.
L'Aquila in Italy.
Yep.
I can't get that last one.
Valdivia.
Valdivia.
Are we going with that?
Valdivia in Chile. So there you go. Thanks, Geoff.
Here comes Sears. Bowls again alongside the off stump, and Green picks the length. Happy to leave it as it passes over the top of his off peg. 2 for 46, the Australians. Josh Hazlewood took 5 earlier today, and New Zealand were all out for 162.
It doesn't answer the question of what's a sister city. Who can someone text us in and let us know what's the connection between sister cities? Why do they exist, and what relevance do they have? I'd love to know the connection between Christchurch and Wuhan in particular, if anyone can.
Twin town relationships, they've got to be.
Let me know.
great promotional tool and all that kind of thing, but very much a nominal thing. As Sears on his way in, ball short, and Green just weaves out of the way as it thumps into the gloves of Blundell behind the stumps. It's great to see, isn't it? We saw the shots at the lunch breaks where all the patrons rush out and get a look at the wicket. You can play your games on the outfield, and all the kids here at Hagley Oval running down to fine leg to hang their mini cricket bats and hats over the fence and collect some autographs. Scott Kugelline happy to oblige as he signs away between balls. Just in front of us. Fine leg. Here comes Sears outside the off stump, and Green knocks it away to cover. I have overstayed my welcome. 0467 920 222 is the SMS. Jim Maxwell's on his way in. Australia 2 for 46 in response to New Zealand's 162. I'll leave it with you, Xavier, Doherty. Jim Maxwell's in next.
Thank you, Corb. Been a solid start for Australia, an excellent start for those Marnus Labuschagne fans out there. He's moved to 14 and looking in some nice touch. So hopefully for Australia's sake that may continue. I can tell our listeners a sister city, county or state relationship is a broad-based long-term partnership between two communities in two countries. A relationship is officially recognised after the highest elected or appointed official from both communities sign off on an agreement.
Does that help you?
It does. I gather that they obviously signed an agreement. Maybe I'll dig a little deeper to see if there's any connection on why they match those cities up. But
ring up my mate in Australia and say, we want you to be at something like that.
Yeah.
Here comes Kugelline bowling. He's put Sears down the other end, and Kugelline's bowling short, and he's pulled away for a single. So Australia 2 for 47. New Zealand was none for 47 and only got 162. A combination of very skillful, precise bowling and a few loose shots around all of that. But they got Kane Williamson cheaply, and that always helps when you're trying to knock New Zealand over. And 5 wickets to Hazelwood. 5 for 31, Stark 3 for 59. Kugelline runs up and he bowls the ball. It's down the leg side, well down the leg side, and it's not taken, and it's byes. That pitched and kept going, gave Blundell no chance, really. It's a tough call on him that they're byes. But that's what is signalled. He's had a bit of experience in the recent game at the Basin Reserve. And looking at the replay, it wasn't a very good delivery. It was full and wide and kept going.
That's a brutal call on Tom Blundell. You can understand the umpire's call there. Menon is the umpire from this end. But it wasn't that wide as it passed Cameron Green, but the angle gave Tom Blundell absolutely no chance, and unfortunately goes down against the keeper's name as byes.
So 2 slips Gully. He's got a fine leg and a deep square. He runs in and bowls a ball that's pushed away, maybe on pad as he aimed to get forward. Went through Green. There's a bit of bounce and a little movement in this surface, as there has been all day. But it was surprising to see that the wickets fell so alarmingly. Yes, a little bit of inward movement and a thick inside edge.
It's a nice point you picked up, Jim. This is actually the over. This is the 19th over. This is where the New Zealanders started to crumble in their batting innings.
Kugelline bowls and he squares him up. As he went across, his stumps miscued completely on the offside. It popped away out there. And Australia just in a bit of a muddle here and there with the bounce, the movement of the ball, suggesting that there's been something in this surface for most of the day. And it's worrying Green. He's decided when he's down the other end to bat with some advance at the bowling, and if it's short, well, let it go. But it is concerning him, the movement in the surface, as Kugelline bowls to him. He's back and gets a nasty ball. That did kick up and caused him to actually, I think, take his eye off it at the end and just left his bat there with the bottom hand removed.
He did, Jim. Yeah. He, apologies, that was me making the sound effects there in the background. He turned his head, Cameron Green. He was actually looking at Tom Blundell as he played that shot. So Scott Kugelheim is creating some discomfort for Australia's number 4 here.
He's at him. How does he respond? Kugelheim runs in and bowls a bouncer, and he gets out of the way easily. And that will complete the over. Kugelheim's first over, 1 run from it, 2 for 51. Labuschagne 15, Green on 4, with that score of 162 in 45.2 overs after Australia won the toss and sent New Zealand in.
And they've made a pretty decent start here, New Zealand. You know, Matt Henry, led by Matt Henry, who's been sensational with the ball. He picked up the wicket of Usman Khawaja. Ben Sears on debut. Knocked over Steve Smith, who misjudged one just outside the off stump. You know, you just get the feeling he's, with all his movements, he's just for a moment forgot where his off stump was. And it was a line ball call with the help of technology, but it certainly looked at it when we were watching live.
Yes, when that law was first around, a batsman did that. They're always out, you know. It was a moral decision almost, even if the ball wasn't hitting the stumps. But it's Sears bowling and wide of the off stump. It's taken behind. Yeah, I say that advisedly. Of course, the umpires were competent, but the feeling was, before reviews came along, that if you left a ball and it was going anywhere near the off stump, it was more likely to get a hit.
Yeah.
The probability was you were going to be given.
That's right, and I guess with the help of DRS and predictive tracking and all that sort of thing, batsmen can sometimes get a reprieve, which Steve Smith nearly did. It was just shaving the off stump, but I think it might have been Corbin at the time. I don't think he could have had too many arguments with it.
Sears bowls wide of the off stump, and Labuschagne is played a little more convincingly today. Well, he's got to 15 for a start, which he hasn't done very often. And he's hit a couple of shots, very good shots through the offside. So it's not just practicing in the mirror or the other end. It's actually playing when he's on strike and getting the ball off a square.
He is. He's putting it into play, isn't he, Jim? He's looked the Marnus that we've come to know over the last, 5 years, his career? Sounds about right. So, it's obviously been a rough couple of months for him, but he's looking the goods so far today.
Here's Sears, and once more, it's a leave outside the line of the off stump. So Australia in the sunshine here with a buffeting easterly breeze. Smith LBW, Sears 11. The third ball Sears bowled in Test cricket. The first went for 4, and the third hit him on the pads, and he was out. Khawaja, strange dismissal via his body onto the leg stump from Henry for 16. And so as Australia are not rollicking along here, they're having to be a little bit careful about which ball to hit as Sears bowls a Yorker length right up in the block hole. Bang back into the turf and down the pitch to the bowler. Keen young bowler, Ben Sears.
He's looked good, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's cracked the 140s this over with the wind behind him. He looks like he might be the goods. Ben Sears, I think anyone who can bowl at that sort of pace is going to be an asset for his team. He looks like he's got decent control. There's been a little bit of shape out there for him as well. Certainly asking a few questions of Marnus just at the moment.
Here he comes and bowls another ball right up at Labuschagne, who tucks it away. 2 men back on the onside. So he gets just a single out of the square of them, and he's now 16 out of 2 for 52. And Green's back on strike. Green very positive since he arrived. But as I say, the ball is still doing a bit off the surface. There's some bounce there. And you have to have good judgment. Sears runs in towards Green, back and flashing at this, hitting it hard for 4. He got hold of that. He missed one earlier, but not that short ball. And he got up and over and cracked it wide of Ravindra, who very nearly flattened Mr. Menon, who's standing at point but it wouldn't have mattered. It had gone past him and flew out to the boundary. 2 for 56. Green with that excellent stroke is 8.
Yeah, spot on there, Jimmy. He had a practice run of that last over and wasn't able to put it away. He didn't miss out second time around. The guy full of confidence just at the moment, coming off a 174 in the first test. Career best nick for Cameron Green.
I'm just studying the very nice drone shot overhead that has been shown in between overs on television of Christchurch, and it's in its pomp and glory today with the sunshine. And what an excellent facility we're at here in the middle of Hagley Park. Now we're watching Cougarline go in and bowl the ball. It is left alone outside the off stump. So you've been for a few runs. You've seen the city.
Yeah, I was going to say, Jim, you would have got that shot in person if you'd come up in the cable car the other day, and then you've brushed us when we sent the invite out last night to come and watch the footy. You're just trying to avoid the football, the AFL, the proper football.
Oh yeah,
You're just trying
the
to
Swans. Well, I like to see what the Swans are doing, but I don't have to watch them. I just follow the scores. At this stage, it's still cricket season. Now, Cougarline bowls a bouncing ball and it goes onto him and down at his feet. He didn't have control of that. It's still, to me, it's summer. I know it's autumn and all that stuff, but...
You're not making the change just yet?
I don't like this encroachment, no. I think they should be playing cricket at the SCG, not football, but that's what it's become. It's become a Sydney football ground. Less cricket and more football. It's encroached, I think, unnecessarily, but that's the nature of the business. I realise that. Football gets more people to go and watch a game in cricket. Okay. Right, we lost the argument. Sorry about that. Cougarline goes in and bowls, and he's back and he's pushing the ball away. Again, disconcertingly, he wasn't happy with the bounce there. Playing, leaving, he's getting himself in a funk again.
He is. Cougarline's that sort of bowler, isn't he? You get the feeling he's not 100% sure where they're going to go. So if he's not sure, it makes the batters just second guess. It's hard to premeditate. When someone who's got a nice free-flowing action and, you can see it out of the hand and you get a good look at it, life's a little easier. Cougarline's got arms and legs going everywhere. He bowls the odd ball miles down the leg side and he's just creating a few issues here for...
And he comes in and hurls one down outside the off stump that Marnus Labuschagne allows to pass. So he's high 130s most of the time. It's a very interesting approach. He's sort of he has this stepping toey run in where he goes faster at the start of his run than at the end, but he delivers the ball with a bit of velocity. 2 slips and a gully away. There's sort of a bit of, look at the mincing stuff there. There he goes. And now he's on the way. He runs in and bowls it, and it's pitched up and it's pushed away by Labuschagne back down the offside of the pitch.
A bit like Joey Dawes. Can you remember Joe Dawes? Did you watch much of him play Shield cricket? At the end of the 4-day game,
he used to get shin splints.
He did. He actually did like these little toe shuffles, and by the end of the week, you'd have these 2 little foot marks about, I don't know, half a metre, maybe a metre long, just where he's worn out at the top of his run, and then he'd get going. Very similar here with Scott Cougarline.
Yeah, it's not the Ray Linville scrapbook, this one, but it's handy. And he's got Labuschagne here and there concerned about what the ball might do as he goes back, and he's taken with an attempt to turn it down the leg side. It flies past his hip and through to the keeper. So that's the end of 21 overs in this Australian innings, and it's 2 for 56 in reply to New Zealand's mediocre, I think you would have to say, at least 162.
I didn't mean to wind you up about the SCG, Jim. I was just...
You can if you like.
No, that's okay.
I'm easily wound.
Oh, yeah, I've gathered that.
Yeah. I love the SCG, but it's the Sydney cricket ground, right? Yep. So when the cricket season's on, you got an oval-shaped place, you play cricket.
Right.
It's different on rectangles. You can do what you like. But
so the end of March, the March cut-off, is that what you're saying? So they shouldn't be on the...
They should be playing cricket from the end of September.
Yep.
When they fix the ground up after footy, to the end of March.
End of March, okay.
But it won't happen. Not anymore. I mean, this is the earliest, apparently, the AFL season started, even with COVID and all sorts of other things going on.
Well, I think so. They brought it forward a month in the year 2000 so they could fit it in before the Olympics.
And this is earlier.
And this is still earlier.
Yeah. Well, it'll be earlier in another few years when Tasmania have a team in.
Yeah, we'll have to fit some games in down there.
Yeah. In case you don't know what we're talking about, it's called Australian football. It's this sort of the home game, and it's played against a few other codes as well, as Sears bowls wide outside the off stump and it's allowed to pass. Yes, and it's a very popular game.
Very.
Yeah.
Very popular.
And so is cricket. Cricket is nominally Australia's national game. Right. But that's not a consideration when the commercial imperatives come to town. And that's where it is with the Swans and the SCG.
But they've got a new facility, haven't they, out near the jail in Sydney, Central?
Silverwater Jail?
Yeah. Haven't they spent billions out there putting a cricket facility together?
Sears bowls wide of the off stump and it's allowed to pass. What they should do if they want to have Cricket Central is build one in the middle of Centennial Park, just like this place. So it's close to the city, a cricket ground.
Yeah, but it's not the centre of Sydney's gotten a lot bigger over the years.
No,
so
Centennial Park's pretty close to the middle. Well, it's not anymore because it's out of Parramatta. If you want to go to the middle of Sydney, it's somewhere near Penrith. We're pretty much in the middle of the city here, and we're enjoying the spectacle. It's very, very attractive. We'd like to see a bat on ball. Here comes Sears, and he drives it nicely straight past the bowler. It's going away to the boundary, and it goes there for 4. Excellent stroke. That's what Cameron Green was looking for, something fuller that he could put his bat on, and he hit it straight past the bowler for 4.
Well, it's a nice shot from Cameron Green there, really full from Tim Southey, and I guess that's the effect of someone who walks at the bowler. You just mix those lengths up. It was really full from Tim Southey there, and nicely put away from Cameron Green. Down the ground for 4. It's hard to beat a nice on drive.
Southey none for 20 in his 6th over. He runs in again, and Green tucks him away firmly for another 4. Yes, that was right up in the slot. A bit too full, and Green leant on it, and it sped away to the mid-wicket boundary. He's 16. This is a man in form, a man who has arrived, you could say, as a test batsman.
Yeah, a reasonably placid start from Tim Southey this spell. Couple over pitched and just drifting onto the legs there of Cameron Green.
Southey tries again, and Green leaves the ball moving away just outside the off stump. So New Zealand with 2 wickets, and to stay in the hunt, you'd reckon they need a few more before the end of play. And the end of play is about an hour away.
It is, and I can't find anywhere where how many overs we've got left. So I just assume we're going to go until 6:30, which is because that's generally the way we go these days, Jim. 6 o'clock the regular stumps, and then we take an extra half an hour.
It's a pretty good assumption. Southey tries again and bowls to Green, and Green lets it go. There were 44 due at the start. We've had half of those.
44 overs left today.
Yeah, well, there's been 2 overs of spin bowling. 2 for 64. The Watchstone is going to come in and join Mr. X with the score. No, sorry, Geoff Lemon is going to come in and join Mr. X in a moment.
Thanks, Jim. Lovely chatting with you. All things cricket and footy and SCG, the Cameron Green magic. 44 overs left, so 43 now. We've got a scheduled 38 minutes left in the day, so I'm not sure. We don't need to. It feels like we talk about this every test match. But Geoff Lemon's come back in to join me.
We do talk about it every test match because it never gets better.
I can't believe how these...
Today is extraordinary. 22 overs remaining is what my... There we go. Start of a new over. It's Kugeline bowling just outside the off stump, and Marnus Labuschagne gets a run across his pad to a short mid-wicket. Goes through for 1. 17 for him. Green's got 16, 2 for 65. I think it was it 44 when...
Oh, at the start.
It might have been 44 at the start of the innings.
Right, so that makes a bit... Right, okay.
So they got through... So they rolled through New Zealand pretty quickly in 46 overs, that's right. So there would have been 44 left.
At the start, right, okay. Yeah. So I apologise for my little rant there. But there's still 22 in...
22 in just over an hour.
Yeah.
We've got 66 minutes to get through 22 overs. Unlikely to happen. Cougar line to Green, who drives it nicely, but the bowler gets fingertips on it, knocks it down to mid-off. They don't get a run. But yeah, there is... I know we do talk about it, but we keep talking about it for the reason that, as you said during the Wellington Test, people pay a ticket for 90 overs.
They do, yeah.
And the lines you get from the players are always, oh, well, all of the DRS reviews and so on take up time. Well, that's why we've got the extra half an hour, which they use every day.
Time. Yep.
So that takes care of that argument, which means why can't you bowl the 90 overs in the rest of the time?
Shot clock.
Yeah.
Shot clock's the way.
I'm right with you on that one. Cougar line to Green, who fends it off his hip down towards long leg. They'll get through for one. He wants a second. Marnus Labuschagne is not keen to get run out. So they're both on 17 at the moment, the Australian pair, 2 for 66. And, yeah, there is no effective enforcement mechanism. You know, umpires do have the discretion to ping teams for time wasting, but that's very, very rarely called upon. And I think there's a power dynamic that is not actually appreciated, where umpires earn a lot less and have a lot less clout than superstar international cricketers. If you're an umpire out there with one of the major influential teams and you're getting up their nose because you're getting stuck into them about over rates and so on, Cougar line to Labuschagne, who takes a similar run out of the same spot towards deep square leg, 2 for 67.
So you don't feel that the umpires have got the power or the right powers to be able to enforce?
I think there's a genuine career risk for an umpire if you irritate the wrong board.
Okay, well, I think that sort of runs everywhere with everyone, though, isn't it? Everyone's trying to...
To a point.
Yeah, but...
The ICC is a member organisation run by the member boards, so they're the ones who ultimately have to say if they want to get someone off the elite panel or whatever it might be. That can happen. So to a degree, I think there's self-protection comes into it. Cougar line down the leg side, and Green misses out as he swishes at that ball. 2 for 67. So if you're leaving it to the umpire's discretion to push, then how is it in their best interest to push? They don't gain anything from it. They're not cost anything by the fact that the game is slower. They get their paycheck just the same. It's a tricky one.
It is.
You have to bake it into the laws in a way that it's not up to the discretion of umpires.
No, that's right.
It has to be.
Has to be done, and need to find a way to get it done.
Cougar line to Green, who flashes off the back foot hard at cover. It's slapped down there by Williamson, and there's no run. So the end of the over. 23 of them have been bowled. Australia 2 for 67. They're just 95 runs behind. They ran through New Zealand earlier today in a couple of sessions for 162. Very disappointing day with the bat for New Zealand. It's 2 for 67. The score less disappointing for us. Very happy to welcome Frankie McKay. We just tidied that one up.
Yeah, that's nice.
To the call for the first time. Your ABC radio debut, I believe.
Yeah, it is. It is for sure. Thank you very much for having me. And whilst I wish the New Zealand side was doing a little bit better, I have been treated to some pretty fabulous bowling to sit and watch here today. So, yeah, happy to be here. And just what an atmosphere we've got here at Hagley Oval today.
Well, for you, hometown hero, leading wicket taker and run scorer for Canterbury. Played a lot of cricket down here for the last 16 years, would it be?
Yep, it is. It is something along those lines. 16, 17 years, long enough.
Start of a new over, very wide outside the off stump by Tim Southey, and it's left alone. So it must be nice when the circus comes to town and the big events roll in and the crowd comes up and the ground that you would have seen a lot of.
Oh, massively. Even this morning, turning up to the ground, walking in, and there's people queued up down the road at 9:30 in the morning, and you think, yeah, that's a bit different. That's what we want. And to see a full house packed out, I think it's sold out for the first 3 days of this Test match, warms my heart a little bit, to be honest.
Southey over the wicket, left alone outside the off stump. Labuschagne raising the gloves, well out of the way. It's one of the things that cricket can do, that way it just brings people together in a common cause. Nobody's horrifically rowdy out there. Nobody's rolling down the hill or climbing onto the field. They're having a nice, quiet, relaxed sort of day.
Well, not yet, anyway.
Not yet.
It's still early. There's still time. But no, it's such a special ground, and I think for the people of Christchurch as well to have such a, I guess, jewel in the crown, it's a special place.
Southey comes up to Labuschagne, wide outside the off stump and left alone. It feels like there's something of a healing nature to having this ground, given what happened with the earthquake, Lancaster Park being destroyed, unable to be used, and the fact that something sort of calm and beautiful was able to be made in the middle of the parkland. It's quite a rare thing in the middle of a large city to have such a big swathe of parkland just next to the CBD. And Southey running up to Labuschagne, who's flicking off the pads, getting through for a single. They've got a deep square leg back. One more run to the score, 2 for 68. Labuschagne's on 18. Yeah, to be able to make a place where people could come together, where it is a sort of calm and quiet and meditative kind of place.
Yeah, for sure. And there were a lot of people who didn't necessarily think that would be the case. There were a lot of objections, a lot of pushback when they were trying to get this ground sorted. Was this the right place for cricket to be coming? Was Hagley Park the spiritual home that people were saying of cricket? And it turns out, yes, it was.
Southey falls to Green, who leaves outside the off stump.
But I think it's been, as a Christchurch local, to see, I guess, the hard work that went in to fight for cricket coming back to Hagley Oval, then seeing the work that's gone in to make the ground first class. It is a world-class ground now. And then to go through all that hard work to see the things that happen behind the scenes and the work that goes in, and then you're rewarded with days like this. You get beautiful weather. Yeah, one of the best teams in the world coming to our shores. Haven't been here for 8 years, I think, playing on this ground, and then you get a packed house to go along with it. It's a pretty special thing for sure.
Southey to finish the over, wide of the off stump and left alone once again. Green happy to be patient. He's on 17, Labuschagne 19. Australia 2 for 68 after 24 overs. They're 94 runs behind. So I suppose, were you dragged into a lot of that? As you know, you were captaining the club for part of that time. Were you involved in the behind the scenes, the machinations to try to get various things approved and get community on board and all that sort of stuff?
Yeah, you try and lend your support as best as possible, for sure. I mean, we were left, I guess, without really a home ground in Christchurch. We've been playing a lot of our cricket outside of the city, so a lot of the time it was Rangiora, which is about 40 minutes north. So heading out to the country, which is obviously a lovely place to play, and we still play a lot of our domestic cricket out there as well. So just that ability to try and showcase, I guess, what this ground could be, then yeah, we're absolutely, as players, lending to that.
Kugler starts a new over, short down the leg side, and getting the gloves out of the way is Labuschagne. The new facility, the Nets facility, this wasn't there last time we were here 8 years ago. Exceptional training facilities they put in. How difficult was that to get the approval to build such a big permanent structure?
Yep, that's been a tough one, and still not quite paid off as of yet. So there's still a lot of fundraising and cap in hand, asking for people to help out to get that paid off. But that has been an absolute game changer, not just for your domestic and your professional teams in the city, but for your youngsters as well, to have the ability to train during the winter, to train during the off season.
Kugler trots up, and there's a hook shot here from Labuschagne. It's in the air for a little while, but it rolls out to deep square leg safely enough. The sweeper is back, so just the one run. 2 for 69. Labuschagne up to 20, which is a fair bit better than he's done in his last half dozen innings or so. He'll be feeling a lot happier about life now that he's got past the teens into the 20s.
Yeah, I think he just looks a little bit more organised as well. I think the balance and the weight transfer, it's looked more natural today. I think the first test he looked like he was battling some inner demons. He looked like he was battling the technique a little bit to go alongside it. So to see the way he's come out and played today, I think he looks naturally like he's trying to take the game on a little bit more, and just keeping that compact nature about it as well.
Kugler to Green, who punches off the back foot to cover. Won't get a run there. It was fascinating watching him in Wellington. He just looked like he wasn't willing to try to score anywhere. He was just completely bunkered down, completely about survival. He came out, found a boundary relatively early in the innings today. He's hit a couple more since, and just has seemed a bit more relaxed.
Yeah, he's not necessarily always a free scoring player. He's someone who is pretty patient and prepared to bat for long periods of time. But as you mentioned, I think when you go into a game purely defensive, almost just survival mode right from ball one, then I don't necessarily think he was making good decisions, getting himself into good positions. So when he has come out and actually looked to score a little bit more, it's all just fallen into place.
Kugelan to Green down the leg side. Again, he lifts the gloves way up high, which for Cameron Green is very high indeed, out of the way. Just doesn't bother trying to poke at that ball. We've seen quite a few players get caught down the leg side during this Test series.
Yeah, it's been a fascinating one, the leg side strangle, and whether that is because conditions have been difficult, they have been seaming around. You think any time you get something down the leg side, you almost feel like you have to be scoring off it because there aren't too many other opportunities coming about. But it's been a fascinating one, and it's always as a batter when you feel like you get that little bit out of form. That's when you nick those ones. That's when you end up getting strangled.
Kugelan to Green, who pulls with power out into the deep. There's a chase on to deep mid-wicket. It's futile. Cameron Green moves into the 20s as well. Ticks past Labuschagne's score. Green up to 21, Labuschagne on 20. Australia 2 for 73 with the boundary. That was a hefty shot.
That is some serious striking from Cameron Green. He is a man in form, that's for sure. He stands up, meets the bounce. It's only shoulder high. It's the attempted bouncer from Kugelan, but not short enough. That is just easy pickings from a man in Cameron Green's form right now.
It's a strange one. It's a fast bowler. You wouldn't be used to bowling to someone taller than you. It'd be quite a change of mindset, unless they're a number 11. There he goes, in at the hip again, and Green glances that one for 4. Back-to-back boundaries for Cameron Green. He moves to 25, and that's the end of 25 overs as well. So 2 for 77, Australia whittle that deficit down to 85. Be eyeing off a big lead here, but New Zealand were able to take runs of wickets in Wellington. Be looking for something similar out there. You've got the local knowledge. What are you trying to do with this surface? What are you hoping it'll do for you as a bowling side here?
Well, the concern is when you start getting into day 2 and day 3, it really flattens out, and it's not a surface that's going to really deteriorate. It's not one that you're going to see a lot of spin at. Traditionally here, I think statistically in the last 10 years, Test match cricket being played here, for every 10 wickets that your seamers take, only 1 wicket falls to the spinners. So it's not a ground where you're expecting it to play like the Basin Reserve, where we actually saw spin and bounce. You will see bounce here. That will continue throughout the Test, but you won't get that same sideways movement.
Start of a new over. It's Southee again in at the stumps, and Labuschagne defending back. The Canterbury women's teams and the Magicians, do they get much of a chance to play on? Is this ground the main centre?
Yeah, this is home. Yep, this is the home ground. So really fortunate at the moment. The Dream 11 Super Smash, our T20 competition, is played as double headers with the men's competition. So this is home for both the Canterbury Magicians and the Canterbury Kings. And through our one-day competition as well, we play the majority of our cricket here too, which is pretty special.
In again, Southee. He's getting good bounce from that delivery just outside the off stump. Can't tempt Labuschagne into a shot. And the imbalance with spin and pace, is that as pronounced in the shorter formats, the white ball forms of the game?
You see a little bit more of the wickets fall to spin in the shorter formats because of how big the ground is. So when you've got the boundaries pushed back as they are at the moment, it's 80 metres to hit a 6 down the ground. Right. You get 77, I think it is, out towards the clubhouse side. And so when you can also play with the easterly wind, the northwest wind.
Southee up and bowling outside the off stump again, being left. Labuschagne raising the gloves.
You get pretty used to, whilst you're not turning it square, with the extra bounce, it means you can hit slightly higher on the bat, and also with big boundaries around, it means if people are trying to hit you from 4 and 6 pretty regularly, you can come into your own. So I think when you play the white ball formats, the shorter forms of the game, you actually do see spin play a much bigger part here. It's not to say you can't take wickets as a spinner here. I think Nathan Lyon will definitely have a role to play, especially with the way he gets so much overspin on the ball. That bounce will really aid him later on.
Southee up to Labuschagne, who leaves again outside off.
But I think if you're the New Zealand side at the moment, you want another wicket at least before the end of the day's play. And traditionally how you're going to go about that is you have to pitch the ball up. You've got to be prepared to spend a few runs in order to take some wickets. And that doesn't feel nice when you haven't put a big score on the board. It's much easier to come out when you've scored 300 or 400 and say, OK, we're prepared to get driven down the ground a couple of times and we'll get hit for 4 and eventually we'll soften them up, be able to pull the length back and they'll nick one. Great. So that's your blueprint, but harder to do when you're well under par with the bat.
Southey up to Labuschagne, who's falling over his front foot towards the offside as he digs the ball out to mid-on. Won't be a run there. Australia 85 behind.
And I think that's the plan. I think that's the plan they'll continue to go with. It's all around length. I think something New Zealand hasn't necessarily done well throughout the series is actually bring the stumps into play. They've bowled a lot outside off stump, a lot of, I'd describe it as pretty bowling. 6 or 7 metres away from the bat, carrying through nicely to the wicketkeeper, able to be left alone or the odd play and miss. But it's actually, they've got to get a little scratch fuller and entice the drive.
Southey, he's on that back of a length position and he's being cut away into the gap in the cordon. The ball's rolling away. It'll hit the rope for 4. 26 overs gone. Labuschagne's got 24. Cameron Green will have strike for the next over on 25. And that looks like we're heading to a drinks interval. So New Zealand, they were all out earlier today for 162, bowled out in less than 46 overs. Josh Hazlewood took 5 for 31, Mitchell Starc 3 for 59, Pat Cummins 1 for 35, Cameron Green 1 for 21. Australia at the moment they are 2 for 81 with Labuschagne 24 and Green 25. Drinks on the field. Let's take a quick break and run through some highlights.
G'day, this is Becky Cole inviting you to join me each week for Saturday Night Country. For more than 30 years, we've been playing the best in Australian country music, as well as the overseas artists that you know and love. So whether it's the classic tunes that you grew up with, the best new releases, or the interviews of your favourite acts, you'll find it all on Saturday Night Country. Saturday Night Country, hear it anytime on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Henry on his way in. Delivers to Khawaja. He's knocked him over. Ball. Khawaja's out. And Henry gets some reward for all his hard work. He picks up a wicket. Both openers are back. The Aussies 2 for 32. Khawaja out for 16.
Usman Khawaja falling for 16 earlier. Steve Smith was LBW to the debutant Ben Sears for 11. Left a ball that was hitting him just outside the line of off stump and just grazing the outside of it. So 2 for 81. Australia, you're on ABC Sport. Geoff Lemon with you and New Zealand international Frankie McKay, who bowled a fair bit of spin, did a fair bit of useful hitting. He's remembering your performance against England in that very close game at that home World Cup, and you snared a couple in and over, and towards the end when they were only a few runs from victory and they had to limp their 9 down, it was one of the games of the tournament.
Yeah, it was. It's also slightly traumatic, so you've got to give me a little bit of a warning before you bring things like that up. That's the game that wakes me up in a cold sweat from time to time. That one, but I mean, the fact to have a home World Cup and the chance to play at it, that's one of the memories that you take from your career. And unfortunately, we weren't one of the teams that ended up here on grand final day. That was England and Australia, and treated to, I think, probably one of the best games of women's cricket I've ever seen. And again, it was a packed out house, and one of those moments that you look around and you just think, wow, how far the game has come, how far women's cricket has come. So to play your little part in that, it's nice. It would have been much better to sneak through into finals cricket, but not to be. And hopefully for the White Ferns, it'll be next World Cup that they managed to do that.
You had a good season domestically this last season. You were taking plenty of wickets and contributing with the bat as well. You're going to keep going around?
That's the $1 million question, I think. And a lot of people have said to me, you don't make decisions about that right at the very end of the season. You wait and see how you're feeling come June, July, when you get the message coming around saying it's pre-season time. Let's get running in the 5-degree weather and let's get going. And if you're still keen for it at that stage, it's a pretty good indicator that, yeah, actually you want to go around again. But I think at the moment the plan is yes. I really, really loved it. I missed the season before, missed the whole thing with injury. I only managed to last about 9 overs on the field before I busted my ankle and had to go under the knife. So to be able to come back, and I guess the the proud feelings of having to go through a 9-10 month rehab to get back on the field, and then you're just out there with your mates, and you're playing the game that you love and playing at some of the best grounds around the country. So it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy to find that motivation to keep going back. So hopefully the body and the mind in 4 or 5 months' time is saying yes, let's do it, and hopefully get to chase a bit of leather for another couple of seasons yet.
I think that's smart. That's good advice. A lot of players would potentially decide to retire at the end of a season because it's long and it feels like it's done and you're tired, and then a few months later they'll start to get that itch, thinking, well, wouldn't mind getting out for a game once the weather warms up. So yeah, smart to give yourself that time. Drinks are rolling off the field. Australia 2-4-81. You're on ABC Sport. Got a couple of texts in. Jim Maxwell's wife Jen has messaged in to say, tell Jim footy rules. So a bit of disagreement in that particular marriage. Got the start of a new over. Matt Henry bowling to Green, who's stepping across, beaten on the outside edge. Dougal from Carlingford has texted in to say, loving the coverage on the way home from school. We were listening in class earlier. Shout out to my dad, who's also listening. That is a good educational experience. If you're able to listen to ABC Cricket in class, perfect.
I love that. I hope that the teacher was allowing that to happen. That's probably one thing I'd preface that with. But I think that's fabulous. I think what a way to spend your day at school. Cricket on. That's just the memories of summer, isn't it? I think that's, for most cricket fans, that's what we think of.
Henry in to Green, who's hit on the body as he advances. There's a bit of a shout from the New Zealand fielders. I don't think they knew what they were appealing for. They just were excited by the fact that it hit Green near the gloves and dropped down into the pitch near his feet. So nothing doing in terms of a dismissal, but they got a fair bit of bounce. It ended up hitting him, just went under the gloves and then hit him up around the stomach. Dropped down and didn't roll back onto the stumps there.
Yeah, it's been fascinating to see the way that Cameron Green has adjusted the way he's played to the New Zealand seamers, and it seems like Matt Henry's the one he's very keen to get down the wicket to.
Henry is bowling and beating Green. That ball zips off the pitch and goes past the shoulder of the bat. Serious bounce. Matt Henry, I mean, he's been impressive with limited opportunities for a few years. We've talked about him a bit as being that player on the outer edge of the rotation, but he's been so good his last couple of test matches. Just sustains that quality. It's great to see him now getting a full run at being the leader of this attack.
Yeah, and it feels like he did his time. He wasn't as successful as he would have liked when he first started out in test match cricket. He was boasting an average well and truly over 50.
Henry runs up to Green, who walks at him again and then stabs it away, and short leg would have gobbled that up. That ball just lobbed a couple of metres from the pads on the leg side of the pitch, and it lands safely. No reward. They didn't have the catcher there. 2-for-81 still the score. Australia 81 behind.
And I think when you start your test match career like that, just a few little nagging doubts, and that's probably from the media, it's from the press, that's from yourself as well. Just that, am I quite good enough at this level, or is this a stretch too far? And I think once he'd been able to put a couple of good performances together, he took 7 wickets on this ground against South Africa, almost like he knew he belonged.
Henry up and bowling to Green, who's again shuffling down at him. He's done this consistently through the over, as if to change the length. No run.
And he's a Canterbury local as well, and so for Canterbury fans, you know that that's the skill he possesses. You know that he's able to be pretty metronomic in the way he goes about things as a bowler, that he's able to get a little bit of swing when conditions do suit, but mainly he is a seam bowler, and it's that unwavering accuracy that's made him so successful. And you knew watching him that once it all clicked at test match level, he'd be away.
Henry, right arm over to Green, he's bowled him. Henry smashed through the stumps. Off stump is leaning drunkenly towards backward point, and Cameron Green, he might have made 100 in the first test, but he's gone for a quarter of one here. He's out for 25. Australia 3 down for 81, and a couple for Matt Henry. He's got 2 for 17, and he has been operating at a different level to the rest of the New Zealanders here today.
And Cameron Green, he's been so keen to use his feet. He's been so keen to shuffle down towards Matt Henry every chance he gets. He'd done it every ball so far this over, and then that's the one that he stays at home. That's the one he stays anchored in his crease, and he can't lay bat on ball. Sneaks through a big gap between bat and pad, and he's gone for 25 off 40. Australia now 81 for 3, and is there a chance New Zealand get themselves back into the match here?
Goodness me, it's Bon Jovi. They're halfway there. They've got 81 and they need 81 more to draw level with New Zealand. They've lost half of their specialist batting, their top 6. So 3 down. Travis Head coming to the crease. He's had a mixed time of things lately. Made a quick 29 in the second innings at Wellington. He was out for 1 in the first. What a delivery that was. Angled in, straightened. Looked like it might have just brushed the front pad, but I don't think it did in the end. I think it just whispered past the front pad. Crashed into middle and off stumps. So Henry, he's got that quality. There's just that air of menace about him, and on a pitch like this, he saw how well Josh Hazlewood used this pitch before, where there's a little bit of seam movement, sometimes a bit of bounce, nothing extravagant, but enough if you're good enough.
And that's where bowlers like a Hazlewood, like a Matt Henry come into their own. That ability to just be at you every ball. And so if you do make a slight mistake, a half mistake, you're out. That's it. That's the end of your day. They are such quality players, and for that, sneaks the ball between bat and front pad onto the top of off stump. And that's picture perfect. That's the delivery as a seam bowler, what you're all about. Matt Henry has well and truly enjoyed that, a massive celebration, and he knows that's a huge wicket. He knows that is a huge breakthrough for his team.
He does celebrate well, Matt Henry. I'd be interested to spend some time with him after a win, because I think it could be a very good evening, but he knocked over Khawaja earlier. But we'll have Ben Sears coming back. Tall, lanky, on debut. He's got a wicket, first test wicket, Steve Smith, not too bad. A few who've done that. Shamar Joseph recently.
Yeah, Ben Sears didn't quite manage it first ball.
No.
Didn't quite manage it. Did get clipped for 4 his first one, but I'm sure he won't remember that, and it certainly won't be part of the story that he tells a few years down the track. It'll be Steve Smith, test match wicket number 1.
He'll blame Matt Henry's fielding for the fact that went for 4. Here goes Ben Sears. He's coming in and bowling with good lift outside the off stump. That one jumps through into the gloves of Blundell. So Labuschagne facing on 24. Heads at the non-striker's end. Just seeing a replay of that over, the seam movement that Henry was able to get, getting it jagging away and jagging back in. The one that got Green out came back in and kept a bit lower than some of the others. It was that touch fuller as well. A smart piece of bowling. Sears spins around. In and bowls, shouldering arms is Marnus Labuschagne. Not interested in that one.
Yeah, that wicket from Matt Henry just looked like he won the game of cat and mouse. He'd been having to bowl back of a length, thump the ball into the surface a little more because Cameron Green was so keen on advancing down the wicket and trying to take that length away, and then when he doesn't go, he's actually ended up a little bit caught on the crease. Front foot hasn't extended out as far as he would have liked, and that's what's enabled there to be a gap between bat and pad, and he was rapidly trying to close it, but ball sneaks through, hits the top of off. Cat and mouse win for Henry.
Sears up and bowling to Labuschagne. That surprises him. That ball bounces sharply off the pitch. Labuschagne plays it well in the end. Soft hands, gets his gloves up around face level almost, and gets the face of the bat pointing down towards the ground over the top of the ball, manages to smother that bounce, and that was a likely delivery.
He's one of my favourite players to watch, actually. I think there's just something unique the way he goes about things. He's so busy. He's got whether it's an energy or a little anxiety level that sits there with the way he plays, and sometimes you look at him and you think he's got himself into a real tangle. That one almost feeling like he's fending the ball off at eye level. But the control he's got to be able to do that, it's masterful.
Sears in to Labuschagne, who's leaving outside the off stump. Just got a bit too wide there, Sears, but he's pushing up towards 140 kilometres an hour in pace. He's getting good bounce. He's got the wicket of Smith, 1 for 17 in his 7th over. Not a bad start.
Yeah, there's a lot to like there, I think, for Ben Sears. Fans in New Zealand would have seen him a lot in the domestic circuit. He's one that's almost been brought up playing T20 cricket. And he's just a keen youngster. He just loves bowling fast. And he's got all the tricks and tools that come with being a short-form cricketer, but he's just showing off his consistency at the moment.
2 slips and a gully. Sears with bounce again, and Labuschagne shoulders arms. He knows this is a crux point of the innings, Marnus Labuschagne. They lose another one here. New Zealand start to have dreams of quite being on top in this game, but limiting the damage, keeping Australia to something around parity. But if these two stick around for a bit, put on 30 or 40, suddenly it feels very different. It seems like one of those games where small partnerships can be very influential.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, I think it's 38 is the highest score in this test match. So no one's been able to, whilst they got in, no one's been able to get away.
Sears in on the leg stump, turned away. They won't get a run. There's a tumbling stop at mid-wicket. Good save. Keep the pressure up. 28 overs gone. 3 for 81 is the score. I will leave you in the company of New Zealand all-rounder Frankie McKay, and then Brian Waddle will be in to make it a double Kiwi team.
That's what we love to see. Finally, 2 New Zealanders in. Picked up the 3rd wicket of the afternoon with just over 30 minutes left before the close of play. And so we get 2 New Zealanders in.
Yeah.
Hopefully, as we talk about another couple of Australians leaving, walking off the field.
We had 2 in before, but it didn't help us with the bat. But it's slightly different now. I've just had a bet with Corbin that we'll have 5 by stumps. So I think he disagrees, but you never know. 81 for 3. And it's good to see Ben Sears being able to achieve what New Zealand want from him. When we get O'Rourke back, when we get Jameson back from injury, and New Zealand will be in a much better state with their bowlers. Here's Travis Head playing onto his pad. Again, a little bit away from his body. He's got a few things to sort out too in his head rather than his technical expertise. And he's been exposed in this series, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's a nervous starter. I think Travis Head, as you see, the feet don't really go, and he's someone who loves to be playing the ball. He loves to feel bat on ball at all stages throughout his innings, and so the opportunity to get him in just over 30 minutes until end of the day's play, that's his prime opportunity to pick up another one.
Henry bowls to him, and he's on the front foot, pushing it into the offside. He'll get 1, may get 2 as Ravindra gets to it from cover point. No, only 1. Just a gentle nudge, but enough to get him off the mark, which will make him feel better. 82 for 3. Labuschagne is 24. Head is 1 now. Henry in his 10th over has 2 for 18. And on his home ground, starting to assume the role of the leader of the New Zealand attack. And nice to have Matt Henry in that role. As I say, Jameson, O'Rourke, Sears, young pretenders. Well, Jameson's a little bit older than O'Rourke and Sears, but hopefully he will be free of injury. By the end of this year, he's out for the rest of the year. Here's Henry bowling to Labuschagne. Another slip put in place down the leg side. He's picked it off fine. It'll go down to the boundary for 4. So just straying into that leg stump. Marnus Labuschagne likes the ball there, and he was able to pick it away for a boundary. 86 for the loss of 3. Oh, too much leg side.
Yeah, you feel that's just Matt Henry maybe coming nearer to the end of the spell, perhaps just trying to bowl the miracle ball, starting it nice and straight and then trying to nip it away towards the slip cordon, but it just doesn't go. Asking the ball to do too much, pitching outside leg and just continuing on in that fashion.
Up again, bowling to Labuschagne, and this one has him trying to play, and then that flourish of the bat as he pulls it away from the line. There's always a fair bit going on with Marnus Labuschagne, and he walks away. I don't know if anybody in Australia remembers Tony Blaine, who played cricket for New Zealand, but he does much the same. Blaney used to play shots or leave the ball, walk out to square leg, talk to himself, and then come back and get ready for the next delivery. Back in the 80s, of course. Next delivery has Labuschagne playing defensively down to the ground, probably before your time, Frankie.
Just before my time, Wads, yes. Yep, that's actually nice, though. I was aged quite considerably once I sat down in the chair, and you're talking about me playing domestic cricket for 16 or 17 years. So, yes, I like the fact we've then evened that up a bit, that, no, the 80s was not me, not an 80s gal.
No, I tell you what, that'll be 30 years, and that's a long time at the end of playing the game. 86 for 3. Henry bowls to Labuschagne, again leaving a short lifting delivery. Still getting the ball to sit up a bit, isn't he? Henry is getting a bit of bounce. The over comes to an end. 2 for 22. 10 overs have been completed. 86 for 3. Labuschagne is 28. Head is 1. And that's in reply to New Zealand's disappointing, we'll say disappointing. I think that sort of is paying them a compliment.
Yeah, that's maybe the kind way to put it, yeah.
162.
Yeah, it was a frustrating one. I think especially the fact you look at Will Young, batted for over 50 balls. Tom Latham once again getting a start, getting into the 30s. I think that's now 8 times out of the last 13 innings he's had that he's been dismissed for between 20 and 40. And you just can't do that on New Zealand wickets. You can't get through that hard patch against the new ball when it is swinging and seaming around. You just cannot afford to get through that hard patch and then find a way to get out. So there'll be some disappointment there for sure. There'll be some frustration and maybe some slightly stronger words and stronger emotions being felt by the New Zealand players as well.
Certainly behind closed doors, I'm sure they will be feeling a little bit frustrated by it all. And you're right, I mean, the bowling was demanding. It was good test match bowling on a pitch that was offering them a little. But I think the New Zealand batsmen really did contribute to the downfall on a number of occasions. But, credit to particularly Hazelwood. What a splendid bowling display by him. Here's Sears bowling to Head, who drives powerfully into the offside. Doesn't quite time it. He'll get a couple for it as it goes out towards the deep extra cover boundary. And only one. Young goes after it. 88 for 3. Head is 3. Bright sunny afternoon, beautiful. The shadows of the light tower starting to stretch across the ground, as are the players' shadows, but it's just lovely to be able to enjoy cricket in these conditions, and I think the next couple of days are going to be even warmer. Lovely venue, comfortable for the spectators to sit on the bank. Sears bowls to Head, who turns into the onside, goes out towards mid-wicket, fielded there by Ravindra, and there's no run.
Yeah, venue enjoyed so much, in fact, that Mark Richardson a little earlier today dubbed it the home of cricket in New Zealand, and I'm sure that does not sit well with you at all.
Well, sometimes people have opinions that are wrong. I think he's made that statement, hasn't he? People have opinions that are wrong. So I'll give it back to him and say that it's the second best ground in the world. And then the Australians here are looking around wondering what I'm talking about.
Yeah, now we've upset a few more people sitting around us, haven't we?
Here's the next delivery from Sears and taken high on the pad by Head. Ball runs out towards the gully. Well, people enjoy their own grounds, don't they? They become used to various grounds. And, I love coming here as I basically love going to most of grounds around New Zealand. I've been fortunate to be some of the best cricket grounds around the world. If you get a chance to go and watch tests at Lords in England, or you go some of the grounds in South Africa, I enjoyed time over there, and it's just great to see people in numbers in a ground enjoying the game. It's a celebration of cricket rather than anything else. Head waits for the next delivery from Sears, who turns it into the onside. He'll be straight to Ravindra again, fielding at mid-wicket. No run.
It's the thing that's probably been enjoyed most throughout the summer, is seeing these grounds full. You talk about New Zealand cricket and the boutique nature of the grounds, being able to sit on the bank and bring your own chair and bring a picnic along. But to actually see the banks chock full of people, it's been brilliant to see the atmosphere that it creates. And yes, the Black Caps, they haven't quite played as they probably would have liked the last few innings against Australia, but just to be able to create that crowd atmosphere has been brilliant.
Sears bowls to Head, again beaten by a delivery, this time going down the leg side as it's taken by Blundell. Yeah, I mean, New Zealand doesn't have the luxury of big grounds, doesn't have the population that Australia has. They can get 20, 30, 40,000 into their grounds, but, the atmosphere is the most important thing. If you've got a good atmosphere and you can still hear in our sound effects microphone people just barracking for their side, and the attitude out in the middle, New Zealand is looking to try and support bowler Sears to make another breakthrough. They really would like another one tonight. Sears bowls to Head, turns it into the onside nicely through mid-wicket, chase for Ravindra, may go all the way. He's timed it a little bit better than I thought he had, and he's got it out towards the boundary. They're going to come back for a third run and will complete it. 91 for 3. It's the end of the 30th over. Labuschagne is 28. Head is 6. And Sears now 8 overs, 1 for 22. .71 behind. This is desperate times if New Zealand want to be in the count in the first innings, then they've got a couple of good batsmen still to come that they need to try and remove. Mitchell Marsh, of course, is a player who can be very dangerous if an attack is not quite on. Carey, we know, is a competent batsman. You'd have to back yourself as a bowler against Stark, Cummins, Lyon and Hazelwood, but they at their times have contributed well. Josh Hazelwood basically won a test match for them, didn't he, in Wellington with Cameron Green.
Exactly, and Mitchell Stark, he's got a test match 99 to his name. There's plenty of players who can't claim to have that, so they are no mugs with the bat for sure. Nathan Lyon did a fabulous job as night watchman as well.
Henry round the wicket, bowling to head, turns into the onside, up towards mid-on, fielded there by Kugelheim, and there's no run. New Zealand out for 162. And they will have spent a fair bit of time during the tea break reflecting on that. Here's the next delivery from Henry, rolling to a head who drives wildly. The ball flicks away off the pad into the onside. Is that Henry Nichols on the field for somebody?
Yeah, it does look to be Henry Nichols in it mid-off for Travis Head. Just trying to have a quick glance around and see who might have disappeared off the field.
Where's Southey? He'll be at slip, and Southey's not at slip, is he?
May well be the skipper who's departed.
Because he's normally at third slip, so he may have gone off for a small break. 91 for 3. Goes Henry again, bowling to head, and he's putting high in the air. Out towards mid-wicket, square leg region. It's probably gone alive for 6. Yes, it has. Short ball, he's certainly come out to play some shots, hasn't he, Travis Head? Well, that one he picked up nicely and hit over the square leg boundary for 6. Doubles his score. 97 for 3.
How with the way he's playing, you would have no idea that actually it's a little bit of a green seamer. All the batters have struggled to get going and at times find their timing. That the bowlers have well and truly had the run of this game. He is out here to play some shots. There is no mucking around for Travis Head. And that's not a bad delivery at all from Matt Henry. Slightly back of a length, and he's just been able to get it underneath it, get inside the line of it, help it on its way, get it up on the Christchurch easterly, and away it goes.
He's gone back over the wicket to bowl to head now, and this one's on the front foot, playing up towards mid-on. Fielded there by Kugelheim, and there's no run. Yeah, he had that look on his face. How the heck did he get it out there? That was one of my better deliveries, and he's put it over the fence.
And I think that's what Travis Head can do. I think he's someone who is very enjoyable to watch play the game. He looks like he has a fun time doing it. And most players, you're probably feeling a little bit tense and nervous at this stage of the day, but not Travis Head.
Henry bowls to him, and this one has him pulling him. That's a better stroke. He's really got control of that one, and he's pulled it out towards mid-wicket for 4. Didn't go underneath that one, hit it down and away to the boundary. Good firm stroke. Takes him to 16. He's coming out to make a stand, put his message to the New Zealand bowlers, and this time he's got the boundary for 4.
It's just a little bit of a soft ball, I would describe that as, from Matt Henry, waist high outside the off stump, and that's just a hit me delivery. Other players might be looking to just defend or let that go, but head into it.
Henry bowls again, and this one has him playing into the pad, and the ball runs away into the onside. The hands go in the air from Tom Blundell, but it came from bat. 101 for 3, the 100 coming up with that boundary from Travis Head, and that has Labuschagne on 28, Head on 16, 2 for 32, the figures for Matt Henry. The batsman out, Smith, LBW Sears for 11, Kawaja bowled Henry for 16, and Green bowled Henry for 25. Labuschagne 28, Head 16. There are 5 extras, 101 for 3. Do we have another 25 minutes to go? What does the scoreboard say in terms of the number of overs? Can't quite see.
13.
13
Is
still.
that right? 44 minus 31.
Oh, 13.
That's how I'm working it up.
Get them done in 25 minutes, won't we?
Well, I think we'll get close, won't we?
Yeah, bound to.
Let's talk about over 8s then, shall we?
Well, we're wasting our time talking about it. No, they never seem to want to do anything about it. We've had this discussion last test, didn't we? But the over 8s were just disregarded. The penalties obviously aren't strong enough to ensure that bowling sides get through them. Here's Sears back into the attack. Technical Gardens in, bowls to Labuschagne, turns it down towards long leg. Almost a collision between bowler and his follow-through and Labuschagne, but it was picked up in the deep by Scott Kuchelein. One more run added to the total.
Now we've wedged one of the Kiwis out of here. Let's talk about how good these batsmen have looked. Marnus has been at sea, let's be honest, for the last 3 or 4 test matches. He's looked beautiful. And Travis Head is a guy that hops around, jumps around, plays and misses. He's looked as good as anyone, Travis Head, hasn't he? Watts?
Has he?
You can say something. You don't want to pay a compliment. But
No,
they haven't. Like Travis Head is someone when he comes to the crease, like there's always something happening. You know, there are player misses, there are, you know, chop-ons, there are, you know, all these sorts of things. He's looked, what's he faced? 14 balls. He's moved to 16. He's looked excellent.
Here's Sears bowling to him, and this one has him chopping it around the offside, down to the boundary for 4. That's a stroke of authority, good control. He's certainly come out here to stamp his mark on the game, hasn't he?
He has.
Playing the game in the aggressive fashion that he likes to, and he's got away with a couple of loose strokes, but now he's starting to play those shots of authority, like that one through backward point to the boundary for 4 more.
Yeah, just rested back there, and Sears was a little short and just offered up some width, and Travis Head just timed it. Like, he did not trying to overhit it, which sometimes I think Travis Head can be criticised for. Just leant on it and put it through backward point.
20 from 15. Here's the next delivery from Sears, bowling to the left-hander, and this one has him dropping it around the offside, sets off for a run, takes a single 2. Good running as Will Young is round to do the fielding, and good single taken. That also just shows a bit of authority about it and the superiority you can get over the fielding side. You make them do something a bit different.
That's right, yeah. With changing it up, you know, and he's not going at one pace either, Travis Head. You know, he's defending, bang, drops it at his feet, gets up to the other end. They've got a bowl at Marnus, who's going at a completely different pace, let's be honest. So, but again, Marnus has looked very good as well, very composed. You know, he's hit balls which have been there to hit. Worked well off his pads. He's looked very good, Marnus, today.
Sears bowls to him, and he leaves this one down the offside, and that was a shot of control. He didn't have to worry about that exaggerated movement. He saw the line early and was able to leave it go.
Some of his quirky mannerisms are back too. Our listeners will be happy to know he's weird and wonderful, Marnus, and you know, replays the weird shots and the uppercuts over slip, which he's never going to play. And he was down the other end practicing, you know, 3 different types of pull shots. So all those little weird characteristics that the Australian public have come to love about Marnus are certainly back in this test match.
Sears up again to bowl to him, and this delivery has Labuschagne defending back along the pitch to the bowler. Well, what it does, of course, is that the longer he bats, the more confident he will become in his run-scoring ability. Yeah. You know, the fidgety things that we saw early on, and we saw in Wellington, will go as you get back to the confidence levels that have made you successful.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, a lack of runs will play mind games with anyone, even someone who averages 50 in Test cricket. So, you know, it's been well publicised. He's been short of runs, Marnus, and yeah, like you say, Wads, you know, it's only 29 at the minute, but even that'll just make him feel a little better at the crease.
Sears bowls to Labuschagne, beaten down the offside as he looks to drive. No contact with the ball. Labuschagne 29, Head 21. That over from Sears is 9th, 1-4-28, 107 for 3. So they trail by 55 runs on the first innings. New Zealand dismissed earlier today for 162 after Australia won the toss. Corbin's coming in to join you, Xavier.
Thanks, Wads. Yeah, it's been a nice little partnership between Head and Marnus Labuschagne so far. It's a big over coming up, I feel. Matt Henry's the man who's going to continue. He's the danger man for Australia. And you can only imagine with, what do we got, 19 minutes left in the day, that this will probably be the last of Matt Henry's spell. So it's a really important ball, 6 balls here for Travis Head to try and negotiate. The partnership is up to 26 between these two. I was looking for that. Welcome back, Corbin.
Thanks, X. Thanks, Brian. We'll hear from Wads during the post-game. Geoff Lemon gets some reaction inside the Aussie camp. It's been a good day for the tourists. As Henry continuing full outside off, driven by Head, well fielded. Stopped inside the ring. That's Kane Williamson in Test match 100, diving out to his right, saved a few. Head on 21, Labuschagne 29. And the Australians 3 for 107.
Yeah, lovely work from King Kane in the covers. Threw out the right Duke. Again, over-pitched from Henry. Travis Head, very quick on it. Lovely work from Williamson in the covers there.
Still 2 slips in a gully as Henry pushing across the lefty, and he's flashing, trying to flay a cut shot through the offside. Head plays and misses. 3 for 107. The SMS is 0467920222 if you want to get some end to Xavier Doherty before stumps. I'll fire some his way. Little story of the day. Tim Southey and New Zealand, the New Zealand skipper, along with Kane Williamson, both celebrating their 100th test. As Henry on his way in, bowls to Head. It wasn't quite short enough. He tried to pull. Ball edge into the gloves of Waddle. And Travis Head is out for 21. It wasn't short enough. He went to pull it, got a bottom edge. And Australia are 4 down. 4 for 107 left, punching his bat. And Travis Head, who looked excellent for his 21, is now trudging back 15 minutes before stumps.
Yeah, that's huge for New Zealand. Probably not quite short enough to pull. It's been a shot that he's got away with in the last few overs, off Matt Henry in particular. Put him onto the bank only 10 minutes ago. But on that occasion, not quite short enough. It was always going to be a big over, that one. I criticised New Zealand earlier in the day for not winning critical moments, but you just feel with 17 minutes left in the day, that's a critical moment that New Zealand have won. They've seen the back of Travis Head, they've broken the partnership, and they've drawn Australia into forcing a night watchman to the crease.
Nathan Lyon on his way out. What a role he played in Wellington as the night watchman in the second innings, made 41 there. He comes out here, to be precise, 17 minutes before the compulsory close. But Travis Head, he played and missed on a cut shot the ball previous, which wasn't short enough. It was a little closer to off peg. Travis Head thought, I'll have a bit of that and I'll pull it on the leg side, and got over eager and ultimately a bottom edge into the gloves of Blundell, who took a nice catch. So Henry's got 3. Sears has the other one, and the Australians are now 4 for 107.
I was just praising Travis Head for not looking too jumpy at the crease too, Corbin. You know, he's tried to play 2 shots. The ball before, it wasn't quite short enough to cut. It was too close to the body. The next ball, not short enough to pull. He's just looking for something that wasn't quite there. Travis Head, Matt Henry on the money once again. 3 for 22 he's got now.
It's been a good spell too. That felt like it was touch and go whether he bowled one more.
Yeah.
But they're happy he did after getting hit for 6 in the previous over, and felt like Head had got on top of him. And now Henry with the huge comeback gets the wicket. And the Aussies are 4 down, still trailing by 55. Nathan Lyon, the new man at the crease. Oh, he's wrapped on the pads and inside edge onto the body. And it rolls away out the backward point. And all of a sudden, it's Australia who are looking for stumps, and it's New Zealand who are in search of more wickets before we get out of here tonight.
Yeah, you just feel like there's more to play out here, isn't there? Big inside edge there from Nathan Lyon. We saw this unfold on day one in Wellington, didn't we, Nathan? They used the night watchman.
Henry to Lyon down the leg side. Oh, he tries to tuck it down the fine leg. A click on the way through, a catch from Blundell. Umpire McMillan is unfazed. Doesn't even change his expression. Not out's the call. Conference underway. All 3 reviews remaining. Southey says, yeah, let's have a look.
Yeah.
With a second to go on the DRS timer. And the reviewers for caught behind, Menon gave it not out on the spot.
Nathan Lyon's looked at his bat. He's surely bluffing them. He has surely bluffed them into taking that call.
We have a player review for caught behind. On-field decision is not out. Check the placement of the feet. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
That's Michael Goff, the TV umpire. Is that something Nathan Lyon would do?
There's certainly some bluff going on there, because as soon as it sounded paddy.
Yep.
We're getting the replay now, and it looks like it's thigh pad. But as soon as
the ball is close to the bat, can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please?
The New Zealanders have broken from their huddle, so they believe it's missed the bat. But as soon as it went past, Nathan Lyon looked straight at his bat.
Keep rolling through. Keep rolling through.
No doubt trying to bluff him into a...
Ball hits the pad. I'm not going to check the LBW. It's clearly going down the leg side.
So they've burnt a review.
Stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. On screen, signal now.
He's got that bang on into Menon, and the Black Caps have bought what Lyon sold there. He looks straight at the bat, as you said. After bouncing off the thigh pad, taken down the leg side, the Kiwis lose a review. Henry to line, forward defending. Back down the pitch, 4 for 107 Australia.
I said it was day 1 that they used Line. Line was actually in on day 3, wasn't it? They used him.
Stumps on day 2.
Stumps on day 2.
So Australia batted day 1.
That's right.
Green was not out.
Correct.
They had the number 11, the big partnership for the 10th wicket. Then the Kiwis all out 179, and
they used him on day 2. That game moved so fast. And then we saw some. We saw some
on the last ball of the day.
He did. I was going to mention there were some games being played in that situation as well, with Nathan Lyon calling for a bit of a medical timeout, and no doubt that played a little part in that. He's looking to burn some time, as well as the Kiwis burning a review. That's taken 2 or 3 minutes out of the game, which is time that he doesn't have to be facing the bowling of Matt Henry.
Henry actually got him in both innings in Wellington, Nathan Lyon. He was the only Australian batter that was dismissed by the same bowler in both the first innings and the second innings.
There you go.
Here's Marnus Labuschagne, who's looked the goods for 29, as Sears bowls to him now, and Labuschagne drives out to mid-wicket. It's fielded there by Kugelheim, who's been rarely used. New Zealand all out 162, Australia 4 for 107 in reply. 12 minutes before stumps on day 1. To be fair, Phillips got half of them out in the second innings, and he didn't bowl at all in the first. So maybe that contributes to that.
It helps your stat out there. I get the feeling there's more to play out here, Corb. 12 minutes to go. There are more big moments to come.
It's going to be a long 12 minutes for Marsh and Carey. The next 2 due at the crease as Sears delivers wide of the stumps, and Labuschagne's more than happy not to play at that. I was trying to say earlier, before I was rudely interrupted by the wicket of Travis Head, that little story of the day. So Cummins won the toss, decided to field. The openers put on 47, batted for the first 90 minutes, looked the goods, and it looked like they were going to post a big tally, New Zealand. And it all unravelled from there. They found themselves 8 for 107. A late flurry from Henry and Southey got the score up to 162. All out, inside 46 overs. Josh Hazlewood, his 12th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket, 5 for 31. And Stark, 3 for 59. Back here, Sears on the stumps, driven by Labuschagne. Back down the ground, and they'll get runs here. In front of the side screen at the northern end, and that won't be stopped. That'll be 4. Another boundary for Marnus. He moves to 33. But Lord Nelson, 4 for 111.
Yeah, nice again there from Marnus. As good a shot as there is in the game, the straight drive. It's hard to beat a nice straight drive. He just leant on that one, didn't try and overhit it. Just a little punch past Ben Sears, who had his head down. He was no chance of fielding that off his own bowling, and ran away for 4.
How'd you go off your own bowling, Xavier?
Well, we had this conversation at dinner last night. I was woeful off my own bowling.
Sears on his way in, bowls to Labuschagne, who whips him away to mid-wicket. Slight misfield from Kugelheim, but no runs. 4 for 111.
To the point where all my teammates knew how bad I was, and I used to cop grief every time I fumbled one or went through my legs or made a meal of a return catch or something like that. So I gradually got better, but thanks for bringing that up, Corb.
Yeah. How do you get better at fielding off your own bowling?
Well, it's a tricky one because it is a hard thing to simulate. You certainly don't want someone bowling some balls and then whacking a catch straight back at you. I used to do that with some, and I guess that's just, I used to sort of bowl a witch's hat and have someone there whack a tennis ball. Cricket, I was not that flush at the cricket ball being returned.
Oh, Labuschagne tries to leave that. It bounces off his arm. Ricochets to second slip. In fact, sorry, it's hit the handle of the bat. That has hit the top of the bat as he's tried to weave his hands out of the way, and he immediately checks the handle of the bat. That is a very unusual delivery.
He's actually called for something from the sideline. I wonder what... It's hit the top of the handle. That is unusual. And it's unusual that it'd fall straight to ground as well.
Correct. Jeez.
They've got 2 back on the hook here, Corb. I can feel something upstairs.
4 for 111. Sears digs one in. Standing tall. Marnus dabs it on the offside. Wants a single. Gee, last ball of the over. I think that's what the night watchman's out there for, to take some of these deliveries. But Marnus Labuschagne says, no, give me the strike. He moves to 34. Lyon not out yet to score. And the Australians 4 for 112. They trail by exactly 50, having bowled out New Zealand for 162 earlier.
He just loves batting, doesn't he, Marnus Labuschagne? He wants to face as many balls as he can, even with 9 minutes to go on day 1 of a test match. It's a bit of batting practice. Make the most of every opportunity.
We saw Josh Hazlewood last week teach Cam Green how to bat with the tail. Maybe Nathan Lyon needs to teach Marnus Labuschagne how to bat with the night watchman.
I'd like to see that start to happen. But, he seems like a guy who'd be hard to give advice to, Marnus, particularly when it came to batting. So, if the normal number 11 started firing some advice at him, I'm pretty sure I know what Marnus would reply. So he's actually getting checked out. This might be a little bit of bluff, but he's actually getting checked out. Murray Erasmus is in on the huddle with the physio.
So it did hit him on the handle, but there was also part of the ball that got him on the hand. Yeah. On his top hand, sort of on his palm. But it is that time of the night, isn't it? 8 minutes before stumps, where every minute is valuable at this time. And if you can wipe a couple off the clock, New Zealand 162 all out, Hazlewood a 5 for, and then Australia 4 for 112. Marnus Labuschagne, a well-compiled 34 not out at the moment. Corbin Middlemas and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket. Full wash-up, Brian Waddle to join us for Grandstand at Stumps. As Henry on his way in, catches the bottom edge of Labuschagne's bat. Gee, he was in two minds as to whether to play, hit the face of the bat and ran away past Gully and down to the third man rope for 4. That wasn't convincing. He moves to 38, 4 for 116.
Outstanding again from Matt Henry. They're just going to keep him going here. It'll probably be his last. They're not going to get 2 more in, so this will be his last of the day. Just, again, hovering in and around that off stump, forcing Marnus to play. If you're going to be harsh, he could suggest that he could leave that on length, catches the outside edge and past the diving Gully, down for 4.
Big couple of overs here. Henry on his way in, bowls to Marnus. He's forward and defending solidly out on the offside. Now the wickets to fall in the Aussie innings. Steve Smith let one go. And umpire Menon said, I reckon that's clipping off stump. It was, so the review unsuccessful for Smith. He lost all the benefit of the doubt not playing a shot, and Sears picked up his first wicket in Test cricket. Out for 11, Steve Smith. Usman Khawaja out for 16. He was bowled by Henry, who's been superb again. Green bowled by Henry for 25 and Head out for 21 moments ago. And Nick here from Labuschagne. One bounce into the gully for Phillips. They want a single. Line calls him through. And Labuschagne to 39, but he's had a couple of nervy moments here, Marnus, before stumps, having looked excellent before that. And he's now the top scorer in the Test match, which gives you a little bit of a theme of the day with Marnus 39 not out.
Yeah, testing little moments, aren't they? Matt Henry steaming in. Good cricket from Nathan Lyon. There was a single in it. They had to run sharply, but a nice play from the night watchman there.
6 minutes before stumps. Henry on his way in again. Bowls to Lyon on leg stump. Tucks it off his thigh pad. Down to fine leg for a single. So it'll mean Marnus potentially only has one more ball to face tonight. 2 more balls to face tonight.
They do. They throw that up very quickly, don't they?
Yeah, every time you look at the TV, you think, I'm going to catch them out. I'm going to do the mental maths and add one from the ball I've just seen. And yet, no, they've already done it on the ticker. So Labuschagne with 2 to go in the over, 39 not out. And we suspect there'll only be 1 over after this. A night watchman with him. Henry on his way in. Bowls to Labuschagne and he defends out on the leg side. It was well played. Ravindra darts in from mid-wicket. Heaves it into the keeper.
Big ball in the day here, Corb. Big ball. This will be the last one that Marnus should have to face. A little over 4 minutes remaining in the day.
Where would you bowl it if you're Matt Henry?
I'd bowl it exactly the same spot he's bowled the last 70-odd balls. Top of off stump, either nipping back or nibbling away. He's been outstanding, Matt Henry, today. 3 for 38.
He's been New Zealand's premier player in the 2 Test series. He was very, very good in Wellington. His last ball on day 1. Henry on his way into Labuschagne, and he tucks it off his hip.
This is crazy, man.
Wicket for 1, and again he gets a single off the last ball of the over.
That's crazy. Absolutely crazy, Corb.
If he doesn't take that single, he is batting tomorrow. He is starting day 2 at the crease. Instead, he will face the start of the final over, despite the fact the night watchman's with him. Labuschagne 40, line 1.
There's no point. What's he doing? What is he doing, Marnus? Well, that's the whole purpose
of having the night
watchman. He is to face as many balls as possible. If there are runs early in the over, you take them. That's fine. But Nathan Lyon has been sent out there to face as many balls as he can. who cares if you sacrifice one run in the context of this test match? You don't take it. Lyon faces the rest of this over. Whether he makes it through or not, it probably should be the last over. So, anyway, it's on him if he gets out of here, Marnus.
Cougar Lions bowled only 4 overs, so Sears about to start his 11th. Southeast bowled 8. The lion-hearted Matt Henry, 13 overs, 3 for 39. Here we go, the 26-year-old on debut. Sears on his way into Labuschagne at short, and he's pulling out through mid-wicket. That'll be 4. He picked it up, hit it perfectly through mid-wicket, found the gap in the onside, and all the way along the ground for 4 runs. He moves to 44, and Australia 4 for 123.
He sniffs runs here, Marnus. That's why. Maybe we're just old school thinking, Corp. Living in the past, you know. Noel Watchman's just another player, and Marnus is happy to do the grunt work, but
they talk about sort of taking the fear out of it, and not being concerned about getting out and what could possibly go wrong. And maybe that's a little insight into the mindset of Marnus Labuschagne today. He's played a positive innings. He's 44 off 79. And he's happy to take these balls before stumps. As Sears on his way, and it's short again. Labuschagne's pulling, despite the fact there's men out on the leg side, out to backward square. Just a single, he moves to 45. There's 4 balls to go in the day. They had the leg side trap set, and yet Marnus was happy to pull and play on the leg side again anyway.
How many did they have? 6. Did they have 6 on the leg side
I think
there?
They had 5.
5, was it? So with 2 guys catching at square leg, a catching mid-wicket, and then 2 out on the hook. So Marnus, at least he knew where they were going to bowl it, and he was happy to take it on. Well controlled in the end. Nathan Lyon will be the man to see out the day here.
Surely.
You would think so.
There's 4 balls to go before stumps, or 2 minutes. We're not going to get the 4 balls in the next 2 minutes. And now there's also a helmet being run out for Will Young, who slides that on his bonds. Sears has the ball. Botanical Gardens end of the ground, the northern end. To the night watchman line. Outside the off stump, and he defends it out to cover. There are 3 slips of gully. Cover is short. There is also a point, a mid-on, a fine leg and a short leg.
Just he's improved in his batting, hasn't he, Nathan Lyon? Oh, he's just the go-to guy now in this situation. Well, there's no ifs or buts, and no matter his bowling workload, he's just the guy, with 20 minutes to go before Stumps chucks the pads on.
At 41 in the second innings in Wellington, as Sears to Lyon. He's beaten outside the off stump. Beautiful ball. Got Lyon coming forward. Misses the outside edge and into the gloves of Blundell. Lyon 1, Labuschagne 45. The Aussies 4 for 124.
It's a fast-moving game, Corp. 14 wickets today. 14 wickets, and so this is the 12th match. You've got a good stat, haven't you? This is the 12th Test match this year.
13th.
Oh, of course, because one started last night.
Yep. So 11 completed, 0 draws. 11 results from 11 Test matches. As Sears over the wicket, bowls to Lyon, who's forward and knocks it back to the bowler. And he's only got 1 more to get through. 45 Labuschagne, Lyon 1. The Aussies 4 for 124. So results in every Test this year.
It's crazy, really, isn't it?
Ireland over Afghanistan. We had the Aussies play the West Indies twice, Pakistan once, and New Zealand in Wellington. The Kiwis played South Africa twice, and we've had 4 Test matches between England and India. And all of them have produced a result. They crowd it out for the last ball of the day. Sears over the wicket to the night watchman in Lyon, and it flashes past his outside edge into the gloves. And Nathan Lyon doesn't wait for Marnus. He turns and walks off. He's seen enough. And Lyon and Labuschagne will start day 2 at the crease. Australia in command, 4 for 124. They trailed the Test match by 38, but have knocked over New Zealand earlier today for 162. A 5-wicket haul for Josh Hazlewood. Mitch Stark went past Dennis Lillies. Fabled 355 in the wicket takers column. And Matt Henry, another lion-hearted performance before close, picks up 3 wickets. Smith out for 11. LBW Sears let it go. Khawaja bowled by Henry for 16. Green bowled Henry for 25. And Travis Head coaxed into pulling. Bottom edge. Good catch by Blundell behind the stumps. Henry picking up his 3rd. Head out for 21. Labuschagne has looked good. He's 45 not out. The night watchman Nathan Lyon is there on 1, and it stumps on day 1. The Australians are 4 for 124. Grandstand at stumps on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemas.
Grandstand cricket.
There you go.
That's it for the day.
You can hear the bales.
And that is Stumps. This is Grandstand at Stumps.
On ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand at stumps after day 1 at beautiful Hagley Oval in Christchurch. The series headed to the South Island, where the Aussies 1 up, having claimed victory in Wellington by 172 runs. They jumped on top after the opening day here in Christchurch as well. New Zealand all out for 162, highlighted by Josh Hazlewood's 12th 5-wicket haul in Test cricket. 5 for 31 off 13.3 overs. Mitchell Starc going past Dennis Lilly's 355 in the wicket takers list, finishing with 3 for 59. New Zealand again all out, sub 200, 162 batting first after being sent in by Pat Cummins and the Australians. Meanwhile, in response, the Aussies 4 for 124. They trailed the Test by 38. Labuschagne 45 not out, and Matt Henry has bowled superbly, 3 for 39. Corbin Middlemas alongside former Australian spinner Xavier Doherty and the voice of New Zealand cricket, Brian Waddle. First of all, Xavier, sum it up for us in a nutshell. What did we see on day 1 in Christchurch?
We saw some high quality fast bowling, Corbin. It was absolutely outstanding from both teams. To start with, it was the Josh Hazlewood show in the New Zealand innings. New Zealand got off to a reasonably solid start. They batted for 90 minutes. Didn't really look like losing a wicket in that time. It was actually Mitchell Starc who got the initial breakthrough. And then it was the New Zealand batsman who just got tormented by big Josh Hazlewood. Over and over and over. He just kept the ball in the right area. A little bit of nibble, nothing too extravagant. And it was just some really high-quality fast bowling. New Zealand didn't help themselves, I guess, highlighted or low-lighted, depending on which way you look at it, from the shot of Rachin Ravindra on the stroke of lunch. A wafty drive outside, off stump, almost just summed up the fortunes of New Zealand throughout this short series so far. I guess he's got a few lessons to learn, the young batting prodigy, and unfortunately for New Zealand, he's having to learn them out in the middle. And I guess on the flip side, it was, the bowling of Matt Henry, it was so impressive. 3 for 39, he's causing all sorts of issues out there. He was a little bit lucky to get the wicket of Usman Khawaja. He dragged it back off the underneath of his thigh pad, but you had to say that he thoroughly deserved that wicket. He was beating the bat. He was hitting him on the pads. There were big shouts. He was doing an outstanding job there, Matt Henry. So, again, the go-to guy for New Zealand.
Just give me state of play. So the Aussies 38 behind at close. They are 4 down. Labuschagne's looking good. The night watchman is out there at the moment. There's still Marsh and Carey to come. How do you see where the game's at?
Well, I think just given the way that New Zealand capitulate is probably not the right word. Well, it's not the word I would use, but they sort of just handed over their wickets a little too easy. There was some excellent bowling, but you'd have to say it was a little too easy for Australia to pick up those 10 wickets. They've sort of stuttered a little bit, Australia. Steve Smith, I guess there's question marks, over whether he is the right man to be at the top of the order for Australia. Is he better off being used in the middle order? Again, he only made 11. It looks like he lost, where his stumps were, misjudged a ball. So I guess those question marks still linger. Great signs for Australia that Marnus is spending some time at the crease. Australia ahead, 4 for 124. Obviously, another big hour in the morning tomorrow. But, to answer your question, Australia ahead.
Brian Waddle, it was, again, another day of Test cricket where the ball dominated the bat. There were a few moments where we thought, gee, the bat might get on top here, both early in New Zealand's innings and then at moments when Australia were batting in the evening session. And yet, as so often happens in modern cricket, it feels like the ball makes a stirring comeback, and we saw Matt Henry really provide one for New Zealand.
Yeah, that's the sort of fight back New Zealand needed, because they want to be part of this game. If they can be in the final stages, they had to do something with the ball. And, a couple of quick early wickets, that's the way fielding sides think about things. 4 down, make it 6, and things are a little different. And that's the way they think, and that's the way they've got to think. But they'll reflect on day 1 as a day that belonged to Josh Hazlewood and the support bowlers. And to take nothing away from that, he was helped by a lack of real commitment to playing test match innings, and there were some soft shots played, and it's not his fault. He'll keep bowling it and putting it there as he did, and it was a superb spell. I mean, he was there or thereabouts pretty much every delivery, and you've got to enjoy that in terms of pace bowling, and he got the rewards, and he's played Australia into that position that they're in now at stumps.
It's been an interesting day for New Zealand. The batting, so again, 8 for 107 at one stage, and in the end, to even get to 162, it was left to 9 and 10 in Henry and Southey to throw the long handle ladder.
Yeah, and they're bonus runs, aren't they? If your top order can't do it, you get what you can out of those players who are almost looking as though they're out every ball they face. They're vulnerable, and they're giving an opportunity. There was some respectability in getting through to 162, but basically the top order again has just given it away. And you cannot win test matches if you're consistently doing that with your top six.
Key moments of the day, Xavier. So first of all, the Aussies win the toss. They decide to field first. Yep. I'm sure they would have been thinking after the first hour, 90 minutes, gee, did we get this wrong? Or it looked pretty flat. Didn't look like it was doing a whole lot off the seam. And as they so often do, they continue to put the ball in the right area, and ultimately it turned for them and turned in a big way.
I was thinking that, Corb. I did a wander around the ground, and they just didn't look like or feel like getting a wicket. Australia, it was 90 minutes, which when you win the toss and you've got a brand new rock, you expect, and on a green wicket, you expect things to happen. And
not to mention Lyon and Marsh bowled in the first 90 minutes.
The fact that they bowled their spinner after 50 minutes, we almost felt like New Zealand were having these wins here. And it was Mitchell Starc, once again, who got the breakthrough. It was a clever bit of bowling. He wasn't getting the same swing and seam that we associate with Mitchell Starc. It was a big off-cutter or a big off-spinner that brought about the downfall of Will Young, who turned the face of the bat, caught a leading edge, and Mitch Marsh took a nice catch. And I guess the mindset of Australia would have been, if we can sort of break it open here, we're into them. And rightly so, because that's sort of been how it's played out, all last week. And I guess the history of the matches between these two teams, that, once you get a breakthrough, you do expose an order that are prone to faltering.
Josh Hazlewood then able to take over, so he took the next 4 and then picked up the last one. Needed a little bit of help with the video to get that done. No one else appealed, I think, other than Steve Smith at second slip, and he sort of signalled to Pat Cummins, who was standing down at long off at the time, and said, Pat, I think we're actually going to need to review this. Everyone else was already in position, ready for the next delivery, and sure enough, the Snicko showed that there was a noise as it passed the bat, and that's the reason why Josh Hazlewood has 5 for the 12th time in his Test career.
I was halfway through baking the DRS system, Corb. I feel like there's too many reviews if you review that. And I think Steve Smith only pressed Pat Cummins for it because he saw Matt Henry's reaction. He threw his head back and the disappointment, and Steve Smith pointed that out, and he's like, well, we've got 2 up our sleeve or 3 up our sleeve. Why don't we just use it as the last wicket? And in the end, I was halfway through my rant, and it was proven that he got an outside edge on it. But Josh Hazlewood, there was just a proper display of high-quality seam bowling, as we often see from him. He just looks like, I haven't got Josh's age in front of me, but it just looks like 33. He's got, I don't want to put a number on it, he's got plenty of cricket left in him. Obviously keeping his body intact will play a huge role in that, but he's not, he hasn't lost his pace. His skills are as good as ever, and he just keeps doing it and doing it and doing it. So a fantastic display of fast bowling, helped by, as Wadd's mentioned, some pretty loose batting.
A reaction from the Australian team shortly. Pat Cummins got just the 1 wicket in Wellington. He picked up 1 here. His wicket was Tim Southey, the opposition captain. So 11 overs, 1 for 35 for Cummins. Nathan Lyon bowled 2 overs in the first hour and then didn't bowl again. Wasn't required. Less than 46 overs in the field for the Aussies. All out 162. Wads, you're always playing catch up from there, as you alluded to. If you only make 160 against this version of the Australian cricket team, it means you're chasing the game from the jump.
Well, it means you've got to score 400 in the second innings, and that's an unlikely scenario, bearing in mind the way New Zealand have batted. It really has been frustrating to see a side that are full of players who've got better records than they are showing here, and on pitches that are not difficult. This certainly is not a difficult pitch. Yes, there's encouragement for bowlers. Top-level bowlers will get that wherever they're playing. You know, and we've seen it today from Hazelwood. Cummins just does the job he has to do. He provides the threat at the other end without being menacing when someone else is doing it, but you know that the menace can be there if he requires it. And, of course, then you've got Mitchell Starc as well. So New Zealand have got to find a way with their batsmen to sustain longer periods at the crease against that sort of attack, and not look at it and say, oh, these guys are the best bowlers in the world, we'll bat for as long as we can. Well, let's keep them out there and make them bowl 100 overs. That should be the approach that they take.
Carey took 5 catches behind the stumps, a couple of them down the leg side as well, so kept very nicely again. There's never been any knock on his keeping, Alex Carey. He's one of the best glovemen, if not the best gloveman in the world at the moment. And Mitchell Starc, I feel like he's a much maligned player for a guy that's taken over 350 wickets, which is absurd. The guy's an instant Hall of Famer, and yet it feels like we're always talking about, oh, what about this about Mitchell Starc? And today he's able to go past Dennis Lilly's 355 wickets, and sure, it's no longer the high water mark, but at one stage in Test cricket it was the number, and particularly for Australian cricket for a long period of time. And obviously we've had the likes of McGrath and Warren that have come through since, Nathan Lyon, his teammate, and for Mitch Starc to get there today, there's only one fast bowler in Australian cricket history in Glenn McGrath that's taken more wickets than him at Test level. It's a phenomenal record.
It is, yeah, and the fact he's done it in all 3 formats as well. Like, you know, he's a guy who's been around for a long time now, and he's consistently playing in all 3 formats. So, yeah, again, I mentioned during the call today that we're probably not seeing the same Mitchell Starc that we've always seen. You know, hooping the brand new ball and, you know, and seaming it away from the right hander. But, you know, he found a way today to get Will Young, which Australia were really struggling to get that first wicket. So it was a really important point in the day, and as you mentioned, a fantastic achievement, Mitchell Starc. And another, you know, this 4 bowling attack has been around for so long. You know, they've played every test this summer together. You know, it can finish pretty quickly when you've played the amount of cricket that they have, but, you know, they don't look like slowing down anytime soon.
No. So 3 for 59 for Starc. So he goes 354, 355. Sorry, 355, 356, 357 is what I'm trying to get to. Just showing my working out on air here as I count my way through it. But 357 is where Mitch Starc sits at the moment. He'll obviously get a chance to bowl in the second innings at some stage, and then Australia don't play another Test match until September. So that's the bowling side of it. Sorry, till November.
Yep.
For the Aussies. New Zealand in September. All out 162, New Zealand batting first, 5 for Hazelwood, 3 for Starc. Then the Aussies turn to bat. So Steve Smith and Usman Khawaja were in the early stages of this new opening pair batting together. Smith out for 11, not playing a shot. What were your thoughts on him being given out by Ninton Mannon, and ultimately Smith reviewed?
Yep.
And it came back as umpires call and clipping.
Well, I think initially when you see it live, it's one of those ones where you couldn't see any of the stumps. You know, Steve Smith gets so far across that he covers all his stumps. The ball was coming back in from Sears. And I guess it looked out. So I don't think you can question the umpire's decision, you know, initially, and seeing it live. You know, the DRS in the end had it just clipping the off stump. So I don't think you can have any qualms with it. And Steve Smith, I don't think, could sit up there and be disgruntled about the umpire's decision. You know, again, it just raises question marks. Is he the best player in this lineup to be facing the new ball? Corbin, it feels like every time he doesn't score a big score, that's going to rear its head, and I guess it is again today.
So out for 11. And then it was Matt Henry, Brian, who was able to step in and take over. So picks up 3 to finish the day. Feels like he's playing the best cricket of his career right now.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, a slightly lesser version than Hazelwood, because he's there or thereabouts the whole time. He hasn't quite got the support yet, and you can make allowances for that. There's a new man playing his first Test match who ran in hard and did the business as a quick bowler, and Southey is probably past the good years that he had, but he can still do a good job. But the end result is that the attack is being carried by Henry, and he's getting rewarded because he's persistent. He's got control of his line. He puts everything into what he's got, and he is the leader that we've been talking about in New Zealand, needing to replace the Bolt, Wagner, Southey trio.
That's a great point, Wads. The fact that he's literally doing it on his own at the moment. He took 3 wickets today. We're praising Josh Hazlewood, who, they bowled equally as well together. But the fact that he doesn't just at the moment have that support plays a huge role in the fortunes of New Zealand at the minute. Partnership bowling, when you're trying to get 10 wickets, you do need pressure from both ends. And, Australia have had it from their 4 bowlers for such a long time now. It just feels like it's a one-man band at the moment. As you mentioned, Tim Southey's not quite at his best. We've got Sears and O'Rourke, unfortunately got injured. They both look like quality players, but right at the moment, just that partnership bowling is not quite there for New Zealand.
And that's the thing. Australia have got the same 4 bowlers. You know what you're going to come up against when you go there. New Zealand go to a test series at the moment. They've got Henry and, whoever's fit will pick him for the next test. And that, the consistency and the continuity that isn't there that Australia have carried year in, year out for the last 4 or 5 years.
Would you make of the batting overall, Xavier? So a series of starts here. Smith 11, Khawaja 16, Green 25, Head 21.
I thought it was pretty good, Corb. I actually thought it was. Steve Smith and Usman did quite a good job. Their job is to last longer than they did at the end of the day. But Usman was a little unlucky to have that ball dragged back off the underneath of his thigh pad. Steve Smith, again, he looked the goods, but he's not getting through that period where you can say, he's locking down this opening spot. Marnus was the man. He looked out. He looked the Marnus of old, fidgety, quirky, replaying shots, the weird leaves and chatting to the umpire. The old Marnus. So whatever they've been doing in the 3 or 4 days off between tests certainly looks like it's working. But more importantly, he was looking to score today. He was on the front foot. He played a couple of nice back foot punches in the first 5 or 6 balls of his innings. We saw him go nearly 30 balls in Wellington without even looking like playing one of those shots. At the end of the day, he's 45 not out and still looking to score in the last over. So there's clearly been a mindset change there for Marnus. There's some talk about his technical deficiencies leading into the first test. It looks like he may have worked on those, and he didn't look like getting out. And he looked like he wanted to score runs, which was the most important thing. Cameron Green, again, looked good, looked confident. So, they seem to have found their number 4 there. Travis Head, I was praising him the way he was going about it until he, 2 balls in a row, he tried to play shots that just weren't there. So, unfortunately, just fell into a trap that we sort of have come to associate a little bit with Travis's batting. He plays shots maybe too often. But if you're coming from an old school brain, but he certainly got the scoreboard ticking over 21 off 19.
We can go inside the Australian camp. It is stumps on day 1 at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And Australia are 4 for 124 after 36 overs. So Labuschagne 45, the night watchman's there, Nathan Lyon on 1. They trailed the test match by 38, having bowled out New Zealand earlier for 162. Geoff Lemon's downstairs. Geoff.
ABC Sport, we've got Mitchell Stark here with us. I often wonder if those of us up in the commentary box are thinking about the stats and the numbers a lot more than you guys on the field. You must have known that you were close behind DK Lilly, though, coming into this game.
Yeah, you've all made quite known about that. I think you sort of always know, especially when you've got Nathan Lyon in the team, let you know. So, nice to get it out of the way early enough and get on with the innings. So, I think overall fantastic effort to bowl New Zealand out in 2 sessions, and then it's obviously been an interesting day with another 4 wickets falling in the evening session, and balls obviously dominated bat on day 1 of this test match.
Yeah, the whole series has been moving pretty much in fast forward. Pat Cummins choosing to bowl again. I think he's done that 6 times out of 18 when he's won the toss. It's a different kind of environment. Without looking it up, I'm sure he's done it more often than any other Australian captain you would have played under.
I honestly haven't thought about it too much, but that's, if we're thinking about this too, it's obviously the general consensus. Some of the wickets we've had in Australia as well, and obviously in England on tours not too far past. So I think Josh out of the 3 of us is the only one who's played Test cricket in New Zealand, so I can't really take too much from that. More so from the chatter is that this wicket here probably gets better as the game gets on, and it's not necessarily about bowling first to blast them out. It's more about the back end of the game and being in the best position to win a test match. So it's paid dividends today with taking 10 wickets in 2 sessions, but we'll see how the next few days pan out.
Does that feel like a bonus then, that you were able to dismiss them so cheaply on day 1?
Yeah, that's always in the plan. It's it's not always. I guess it's not the none for 50. So it's not as if we were there to blast them out and try and take 10 wickets for 50 runs. It was. He's slow and steady, and probably saw the wicket quicken up a little bit as the sun hit it throughout the day, and there's still plenty of movement in there, as we saw in the evening session with the Kiwi bowlers as well.
The hat-trick ball. We got to talk about. Matt Henry just wandered past and said you nearly took his leg off with it. You've taken a lot of hat-tricks with the white ball. Had the chance with the red today, 2 in 2. Nearly took off someone's foot as well out there batting. It didn't quite go where you wanted it to, I imagine, for the third one.
I've been on a hat-trick a lot. I haven't taken many hat-tricks at all. So it's sort of on the right line. It's probably the wrong length, but maybe should have bowled that Yorker again. But it was nice to contribute, and maybe one day down the track I might get it right for a hat-trick.
Josh Hazlewood looked like this pitch was pretty much tailor-made for him to bowl on 5 for 31. That second spell when he came back and just ripped the middle out, he looks like there was nowhere in the world he'd rather be bowling than here.
Yeah, he was phenomenal again today. I think that's a feature of his career, is his line and length and his consistency to do so. So, he's bowled plenty well throughout the summer and his career, and there's times where he's not been the one to get the rewards, but today was duly rewarded with 5 wickets, and he was fantastic for us to obviously a few big wickets there, and I think just that nagging line and length and be able to produce just enough movement with the 8 of the wicket. He was phenomenal again today.
Back to Dennis Lilly to finish. 355, it is a significant number. No other Australian fast bowler has done it except for McGrath. To go past that, it's a big one in the pantheon. Have you had anything to do with him over the journey? Have you crossed paths at all? And I guess, if you need to be talking to a generation up to really appreciate what he did with the ball.
I haven't actually spent much time with DK. Obviously crossed paths through cricket circles, but obviously Pat has done some work with DK. For whatever reason, haven't really crossed paths too much in terms of working alongside him in terms of bowling stuff. But the knowledge is obviously there for what he did for Australian cricket and how lethal and how good he was with the ball. So humbling to sort of be up there with some of those big names and probably showing a bit of my age and experience now with how many games I've played. But it's nice to contribute along the way and take a few wickets and see where we get to.
All that experience helped today. Great position. We'll see you on day 2.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Mitch Stark, great to hear from him after such a significant day for him going past Dennis Lilly. Thanks to Geoff Lemon for catching up with Mitchell Stark downstairs. This is Grandstand at Stumps, and it is Stumps on day 1 of the second test in Christchurch. 4 for 124, the Australians to resume at on day 2 with Labuschagne on 45 and the night watchman Nathan Lyon with him. Maybe the night watchman, maybe they could catch on.
The night watchman?
Yeah. Maybe not.
Maybe not.
No,
I'm not sure.
Trail the test by 38 after bowling out with the Kiwis for 162 earlier. Gentlemen, it's been good fun. We'll be back to do it all again tomorrow for the second day here at Hagley Oval. What a scene today with huge crowd in, beautiful cricket ground, and they were treated to a fun day's cricket again.
We've been entertained. I don't think you can complain about that, Corb. So New Zealand will have their third chance in 3 innings to try and knock over a night watchman tomorrow morning. So let's see how they go with it.
I'll catch you then, Watts.
Indeed, yeah. 14 wickets and 280-odd runs. Not a bad day's cricket. But if you're the side that's behind, there's a lot of work to do.
That's a good note in which to finish on. Thanks to Brian Waddle, thanks to Xavier Doherty, to Jim Maxwell, to Geoff Lemon, to Frankie McKay and Craig McMillan for all their company and their insights throughout the day. Thanks to Aaron Bryans back in the ABC studio for holding it all down for us. The Aussies 4 for 124 at Stumps with Labuschagne and Lyon at the crease. There is footy tonight in both codes from 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. The Warriors up against Cronulla, followed by the Storm and the Panthers. And in the AFL tonight, it is the Lions and the Blues. Our coverage tomorrow starts from 8:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. Catch us on the ABC Listen app. Look out for the red cricket ball. Here's how day 1 played out.
Stark bowls to Young, who is getting the edge. Caught as he looked to turn it on the onside. Young is just asking, did it carry? And he's going to get the umpire's assessment as he's walking away. But the ball has flown away towards the slip. He has to leave. The first wicket has been taken, and it's the wicket of Will Young. Out for 14, caught by Marsh, bowled by Stark, And New Zealand 47 for 1, half an hour before lunch.
Back and across. He's nicked it. He's followed it and nicked it through to the keeper. He's out. A bit of bounce, a bit of movement. Another wicket for Hazelwood. And Mitchell is out cheaply. Just 4. 4 for 79.
A run of results in Test cricket is looking likely as a Yorker from Stark to Kugelheim hit him on the toe. Umpire Erasmus raised his finger. Stark's on a hat-trick. Poor Kugelheim. First ball took him a while to get out there. Got a vicious in-swinging Yorker from Mitchell Stark. Hit him straight on the toe. Scott Kugelheim's on his bike. He's out 4-1 for a golden duck. New Zealand, their situation worsens. 7 for 107. Hazelwood trying to remove Henry outside the off stump again. He's coaxed into playing a back foot punch. Plays and misses.
They're going upstairs here.
Okay.
Corbin, this is ridiculous.
So Pat Cummins has called this extremely late, as there was half a shout from the cordon, and Pat says, oh, well, we got him up our sleeve. So he's made the T signal from almost long off. He's 3/4 of the way back to the boundary. And as we get a look at the snicker, was there anything on it? There is.
Oh, he smashed it.
He's hit it. He's nicked it through to the keeper. Henry's out on the review. It's a good one by the Australians. And Josh Hazelwood has a fiver. On the review, a 5-wicket haul for Hazelwood. It's taken the video to help him out. Henry's on his bike. New Zealand are all out for 162. And in the end, Hazelwood finishes with a 5-wicket haul in Test cricket.
Sears bowls, and he's hit on the pad in the field where LBW is out. He's given out. Ooh, he'll review this. Wow, this is a big moment for young Ben Sears. Smith didn't offer, and it seemed to come back at him. And the height will be an issue maybe, but he's been given out. Was it hitting the stumps?
Outside off. Just outside, and wicket is umpire's call. So stay with your original decision of out knitting.
It's just hitting the outside of that off stump. He didn't play a shot.
Henry on his way in. Delivers to Khawaja. He's knocked him over. Ball. Khawaja's out. And Henry gets a reward for all his hard work. He picks up a wicket. Both openers are back. The Aussies 2 for 32. Khawaja out for 16.
Henry. Right arm over to Green. He's bowled him. Henry smashed through the stumps. Off stump is leaning drunkenly towards backward point. And Cameron Green, he might have made 100 in the first test, but he's gone for a 1/4 here. He's out for 25. Australia 3 down for 81. And a couple for Matt Henry. He's got 2 for 17. And he has been operating at a different level to the rest of the New Zealanders here today.
And Lyon and Labuschagne will start day 2 at the crease. Australia in command, 4 for 124. They trailed the test match by 38, but have knocked over New Zealand earlier today for 162. A 5-wicket haul for Josh Hazelwood. Mitch Stark went past Dennis Lillies. Fabled 355 in the wicket takers column. And Matt Henry, another lion-hearted performance before close, picks up 3 wickets